Hello everybody, you join me here at Hangar 50 on our annual jaunt to North. Yes, we're here at Croft. Now, as we're in Yorkshire, I've been getting to grips with the lingo, and it turns out the weather's going to be great this weekend, and apparently I've gone through something known as a ginnel, which, to be honest, I still don't really know what that is. What I do know though is that we've got a feast of motorsport for you. TCR headlines as they hit the halfway stage of the season. We've also got Civic Cup in play, Junior Saloon Car Championship, track action, and the Catering Graduates Racing Club. So much action coming up. Only one thing left to do really, and in the words of Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. You know what? That doesn't make any sense at all. Let's just go racing. Well, hello everybody. Yes, where am I? Here I am. Yes, big thank you to the guys in the safety car for allowing me just to take a bit of weight off my feet and sit down for a little bit. It's really quite nice and cozy in there. Yes, it is almost time to go racing. We've had a bit of a wait today though, haven't we? A nice late start for us here at Croft, the home of motorsport in the north of England. As you can see though, we are almost about to get underway. Round 9 of the Milltec Civic Cup is the first race up of the weekend. The halfway stage of the season arrives right now, and it's this man over here, Lewis Kent. He is actually only making today. He's not here tomorrow. He's only here for today, and there's a very good reason, isn't there, Lewis, that you're only here on the Saturday and you're not turning up tomorrow?
Yeah. I am 5 days out from the due date of my baby, so I've been a bit naughty. Spoke to the girlfriend and said, I'm really sorry, but you're going to have to hold on for one day. I'm driving up to Croft, so made the quick 3-hour dash this morning, got up here. Didn't have any testing yesterday, went straight into quali, P3, so yeah, happy with it.
And of course tomorrow, there's 2 races today actually, so you've picked a good day, haven't you, to come racing?
Yeah, exactly, that's what I said. I said it'd be more logical to go up on Saturday and just drop the one race on the Sunday. Yeah. I've got sort of one drop round still to play with, so get rid of it tomorrow. I think my worst result that isn't a drop so far is 10th, so it's still points. It's still good points, but yeah, I don't really want to be missing the birth of my child, unfortunately.
You would never live that one down, would you?
No, not at all, not at all. I think I'd get home and the doors would be locked and I'd be sleeping in the car for the rest of the, probably for the rest of my life, but yeah.
Do you want to give her a little wave? She might be watching you.
Yeah, I think she is. I think her and the 2 nieces say hello at home. I'll be home later, and yeah, hope there's no traffic on the way back.
Hopefully you'll be okay. Look, Lewis, whilst we've got you, we've actually not got many cars up here at the minute, although we are due to get underway about 2 o'clock, aren't we? I just think we need to know a little bit more about you. As you're not here tomorrow, we're not going to get a little chance. So I've got a couple of questions, just to ask you a couple of quick fire questions. So here we go. Pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
Definitely not. Yeah. Definitely not.
Yeah, that is the correct answer. North or south?
South. I'm from Essex, so it has to be south, isn't it? Anything past the Watford Gap is north.
Do you know what? I thought I bought my passport because I thought I was going to have to go through passport control to get all the way up here. Crazy.
Yeah, it's where's this? It's like Scotland area, isn't it?
I think it's like the North Pole, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Yeah.
Anyway, beach or swimming pool?
Oh, see, I like a beach holiday, but I don't like the sand. It's just sticky sand is horrible, isn't it? You know,
we're so similar, aren't we? I hate sand.
When you're sweaty and then it sticks you, and it's just Pools are nice. It's just nice and clean, aren't they?
And do you know what? You don't know what's in the sea, do you? There's all sorts of horrible creatures in there.
Do you know what? I love the sea. Absolutely love it. I love sea life and everything. Just not a big fan of sand.
Yeah, it's all right when they're tucked away behind a big glass, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's
right.
It.
Right. Okay. Are you a night in or night out, Matt? You must be a night in kind of guy now.
Yeah, night in, 100%. I've never. Well, I think I'm 25. I've been on probably total of 7 nights out in my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't go to bed past 10 o'clock.
Okay, fair enough. Right, okay. Complete the sentence, Lewis Kent. Chips with...
Ooh. Cheese.
Okay, yeah, I can get that one. Right. Croft or Thruxton?
Croft. Like Croft.
You like Croft. Okay, and can you name me 3 corners around Croft?
Tower, sunny in, sunny out.
Perfect. Lewis, well done, mate. Congratulations. Stay with us a little bit longer. As I said, we haven't got many cars actually here, which is unusual. So we are due to get underway very, very shortly. But let's just take a little walk, shall we? Jack Ruddle's car's over here. Let's see if we can grab a quick chat with him. Maybe we should put him as well through his paces too. There is Jack. Jack, can we grab a quick chat with you as well, as it's only you and Lewis in here at the minute. But of course, I always did want to come and have a talk with you as well. How's your season going?
It's going pretty decent, leading the Paul Winfield at the moment. But yeah, I was a bit disappointed with qualifying this morning, but I'm hoping to hopefully move forward.
We're a little bit surprised actually at the way that the weather is. It is baking hot, isn't it? But it was scheduled to do a bit of rain. Are you quite pleased that it stayed dry?
I don't know. I think I would have maybe wanted a bit of rain. I'm quite good in the rain. But yeah, and it would have made it a bit more interesting as such. I think it would have changed up the positions a bit more. But yeah, I'm still ready to fight this one.
It would have made it spicy, wouldn't it? Right, Jack, look, I've got a couple of questions. We've just asked Lewis. Going to ask you the same ones as well, just to find out a little bit more about you. So, pineapple on a pizza, are you for or against?
No way.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
North or south?
South.
Where are you from?
I am from West Sussex.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you've had a drive, then, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a long drive.
Are you a beach man or a pool man?
Ooh, I think I'm actually more of a pool man, because I just don't, with a beach, just like sand in your toes and stuff, sometimes I just don't like the feeling of it and stuff like that. But yeah, I think I'm more of a pool man. Excellent
stuff. Right, are you a night in kind of guy? Wait, don't answer this. Night in or night out? I think you're a night out.
I'm a night out kind of guy, I can't lie. But I think if I have too many nights out, I do crave a night in, I must admit. Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't mean like back to back for like a month solid.
Yeah, but if that's the case, yeah, I think I prefer a night out.
Okay, how about this one then? Right, complete the sentence. Chips with...
Chips with... I don't know, chips with fish?
Okay. Yeah, I meant like gravy or something like that.
Oh, chips with gravy. I think chips with vinegar.
Okay, vinegar's on it. Yeah. I love that answer. Fish, by the way. Fish and chips is very, very good. All right, Croft or Thruxton?
Ooh.
Two unique tracks.
Two unique tracks. I think I prefer Croft actually. I'm more of a Croft man.
Why is that? You just said qualified didn't go particularly well, so you can change it to Thruxton if you want.
Well, now thinking about, if you think about Thruxton, actually I think about Thruxton because Thrux is very leery around the back and fast.
You only used the anchors a couple of times.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Thruxton isn't as technical, but yeah, I think it's just kind of fast. I think if you've got balls to do it, yeah.
Oh, man. Final question: can you name me 3 corners around Croft?
Sunny in, sunny out. And Tower. Is the Tower one?
Yep. Nice one. Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. Really appreciate that. Look, as you can see, sorry, I'll just nip around. A lot more cars coming in as well. I did want to see if we could find Alistair Camp. Of course, he is the championship leader. Lewis Kent in second. Liam McGill in third overall in the championship. In fact, Liam is up here as well. So let's go see if we can... I think the car's empty, actually. So let's just... Oh, there he is, Liam. Let's go jump in with the boys. Right, just want to have a very quick chat if we can. Look, Croft, what do you make of it?
Croft? It's pretty good. What more do you want me to say?
Man of many words. Yeah. Can you name me 3 corners around it?
The first corner, second corner and third corner.
That's probably the best answer I've ever had at all. Look, weather-wise, it's beautiful sunshine. We were expecting a bit of rain. Would you be doing a bit of a rain dance?
No, when you're on pole position, no, I don't think it's a good idea. But I like the wet conditions as well. I'm like a sheep, so from Scotland, so yeah.
Right, I'm going to leave that there. Thank you so much. Good luck, mate. Really appreciate it. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Let's see if we've got a little bit of time. More cars still coming in as well. Not too far to go. Just make sure we don't get run over. Stay with us a little. Oh, there we go. They're going to move out of our way for us. Have we got somebody in the car over here? Yes, we do. We've got 192. Adam Parker's here as well. Let's just jump in for a quick chat. It's good to see you, Adam. How are you?
Good, yeah, you?
Oh, yeah, very well, thank you very much indeed. Look, Croft, it's a bit of a unique circuit, isn't it? Plenty of opportunities for overtaking out there.
Yeah, the sunny in, sunny out it can be very good for overtaking, but it can also end quite badly.
Talk to me about the complex and then going into the hairpin, because I watch you guys coming around and the cars twitch under braking, don't they?
Yeah, they twitch quite a lot under braking, especially a long left-hander around there while braking. That can get exciting. And the last hairpin as well, the inside curb is deadly, and I made that mistake yesterday.
What happened?
Yeah, I went round it with I think I showed everyone on the pit lane the inside of my car midway through, so I managed to catch it again, but I had to go on the grass.
Right, okay. Listen, Adam, whilst I've got you as well, we're not too far away from getting underway. I've got a couple of very quick questions for you, quick fire questions. Pineapple on a pizza, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, right, okay. Wasn't expecting that. North or south?
North.
North. Are you a beach man or a swimming pool man?
Swimming pool.
Okay, night in or night out?
Night out.
Okay, complete the sentence. Chips with?
Gravy.
Good choice indeed. Croft or Truxton?
I've never done Thruxton, so it'd have to be Croft.
Okay, fair enough. And finally, can you name me 3 corners here at Croft?
Sunny in, sunny out, complex.
Oh man, Adam Besson, I know to talk to us one day. Somebody won't say sunny and sunny. I almost make it a little bit too easy for them, don't we? Do you want that shut, Adam? Yeah. There you go. Right, as ever, everybody, let's go back to the front, shall we? If you are watching this at the Buck YouTube channel, we're also on the TCR YouTube channel as well, I believe. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. It really helps us bring you even more live motorsport throughout the course of the season. It's completely free to do, and we've got a team of people who spend the entire weekend out in the circuit in the blazing sunshine, bringing you those pictures. Although, Danny, if we just put the camera on the skyline over there, there is a few reports that we might have some thunderstorms here, so it's roasting hot at the minute. Things could change very quickly. Actually, chaps, stay with me a little bit longer because Alistair Camp is just coming in as well. I really want to speak to him. He is the championship leader. This is going to be round 9 of 17. We are at the halfway stage for the Milltech Civic Cup in 2025. Plenty of action coming up for you throughout the course of the day as well. Watch yourself, Danny. Here is Alistair Camp right now. Let's put the camera on his car. There he is, a big smile from Mr. Camp here. Yeah, I'm very well.
What are we going to do here? I've got to put my telly on apparently.
Yeah, he's got to put his telly on. Let's let you get out, Campy, shall we, first of all. Right, Croft, it's quite a unique place, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's good. It's bumpy.
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Yeah, no. It's all good, yeah. No, it's a bit bumpy. It's lively. We've had a few moments. Had a big system reset. Yeah. And we're going again.
Tell you what, it's nice and spicy at the front between you, Liam, and Lewis, isn't it? What we're expecting from you guys is, well, today, because Lewis isn't here tomorrow.
I know, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even got if that was my lad asking for a day off work because the missus having a baby, I'd be like, absolutely not, mate. Think of something that's actually needed, you know what I mean, to warrant a day off. But yeah, hopefully it's same as normal, nice, clean and fast.
So, man, look, I'll let you get on. You get that telly on, look, and get yourselves ready. Cars are packed into the assembly area. As I said, please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. First up, the Milltech Civic Cup round 9. Straight after, we go into junior saloons. Don't forget, we've got TCR coming up, catering graduates as well. In fact, this is the first of 2 races for the Milltech Civic Cup today. We are back tomorrow as well, so plenty of action coming up. It is almost time to get underway. The first race for the Milltech Civic Cup here at Croft, about to get underway, and I'm delighted to hand over to your commentators, Paul Walsh and Andy McEwen.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise for the brief breather there. We have already seen a number of you saying about the sound issues with regards to the broadcast, and that's why we took a brief pause there while some work is being done in the background. But where are my manners? Allow me to welcome you all to the racing today. Indeed, wonderful words there from Ian Waterhouse. My name is Paul Walsh, and alongside me is commentary legend in his own right, Andy McEwen. Good afternoon to you, Andy.
Steady on, Paul. That was the nicest introduction I've had for a while. Thank you. Yeah, great to be here. Really looking forward to hopefully 2 days in the sun here at Croft. All of the naysayers this morning were saying it's going to rain all day, there are going to be thunderstorms, it's going to be wet, wet, wet. It has been overcast. It's cleared up nicely. I've just looked at a weather radar that, well, said that there is some rain in the area, but hopefully will skirt around us. So at least for the next 15-20 minutes or so, I think we're good for dry weather racing. And yeah, perfect conditions for the Miltech Civic Cup drivers to head out on circuit. Those of you who tuned in last time, the Civic Cup were out at Silverstone, were treated to 3 very entertaining races. And, well, a completely different track this weekend, Paul, but I think hopefully more of the same.
Oh, 100%. Last time out at Silverstone, it was pack racing, it used the draft and also a very limited number of corners. Here today in North Yorkshire, the Croft circuit, a very technical circuit by comparison. Not too many straights, although there are a couple, but also a number of sections of the circuit where it's going to be one wide at the best of times, albeit I wouldn't be surprised if some of our drivers do that. But as we do bring the schedule up on the screen for today, ladies and gentlemen, you've got an absolutely bumper-packed 7-race afternoon, and we kick off with, of course, the Miltech Civic Cup, and that will be at 2 o'clock. After which, we'll then be going to the Junior Saloon Car Championship. That will be our 14 to 17-year-olds racing their way around in the Citroen Saxos, and don't underestimate the potential there, given the fact they are the future of motorsport. And then we will, of course, be coming to our headliners, the Touring Car Racing UK Championship, as it makes its way onto the grid and is due to get underway at 3:05. Then we're going to be doing something a bit different. We're going to be going to kit cars, essentially, because we'll be bringing out the K2 Graduate Racing Club. And we're starting off with the Sigma 135s. That'll be in the P4 Emergency Lighting Sponsored Series at 20 to 4. And then we will be then making our way to the Track Action Racing Club, or in other words, a mixture of race cars and production cars at 4:15. You know it, you love it, and you want to see all the cars out there. You'll get to see plenty of racing action. Then we'll return to the Miltech Civic Cup in the second of their races today. That'll be round number 10 of their championship at 4:45. And then we bring it all to a close with the Sigma 150 category of the K2 Graduate Racing Club. And if you're sat there right now thinking what the Sigma is going on with regards to Sigma 135 and Sigma 150, well, we will definitely brief you on that a little bit later on. But that's our schedule, an absolutely packed one. Of course, 2 days of racing ahead of us, and well, we're going to be starting off with an absolute bang. It'll be the roar of VTEC machinery, as we always like to say. And Andy, perfect circuit as well. I mean, given the fact that this season so far we've had Donington Park National, Brands Hatch Indy, Silverstone National, Croft, it's a unique challenge in its own right, not quite like the previous rounds or race weekends.
No, certainly not. I mean, particularly when you look at Donington Park and Silverstone, very high speed, sweeping, momentum based circuits, and actually the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, sort of the same. It's all about momentum. Here it's much more stop-start, at least in the first and last sectors it is, but then you've got that really high-speed section out through the Jim Clark S's, Barcroft, Sunny in and Sunny out, the only 2 corner names that the drivers seem to know, and that really presents the drivers with a proper headache when it comes to car setup, because they need a car that is going to rotate through the low-speed stuff, through Clairvaux, Hawthorne, and then particularly through that complex at the end of the lap. So to do that, they have a very pointy car, very oversteery, stiff rear suspension. Doesn't make it all that pleasant to drive at high speed though, particularly on this bumpy Croft circuit. So yeah, that high speed stuff out the back, particularly Larry, and a lot of the drivers saying we're just hanging on through there and trying to make our lap time up elsewhere. So yeah, really challenging circuit. It does produce good racing, a very different style of racing to what we've had at Silverstone, for example, but yeah, based on qualifying, I think it should be fairly competitive. We've got a chance here to have a look at how they line up on the grid. This is based on the fastest time set in qualifying this morning. Liam McGill, 3rd in the championship for Area Motorsport. He's 25 points off the championship lead, and as he pointed out to me this morning, that is a race win, so he needs to try and get onto the top step of the podium as often as possible from here on out. He has though got the championship leader Alistair Camp alongside him, then Lewis Kent, who we believe is only racing today because he's got to rush back for the birth of his child in a few days, we think, his newborn son on the way, and we wish him and the family the very best with that. Harvey Caton lines up alongside him on row 2, then Jake Hewlett and Wesley Swain with another decent effort on the 3rd row of the grid. Josh Bromley and Dave Marshall are next. Dave Marshall complaining about a lack of power, but very much sort of centering his weekend around that reverse grid race 2, I think, later on today. Remember, the top 10 finishers from this one are inverted to give us the grid for race 2. So he, Jake Renshaw and Aidan Mitchell, who are at the back of the top 10 on the grid for this one, may well be looking ahead to race 2 a little bit later on. Outside of the top 10 then on the grid, who do we have? Well, row 6, Jamie Petters and Jack Riddell. Jack was really disappointed with his qualifying time earlier on, really felt that he had a top 10 time in it, didn't quite get the lap together, so the Paul Winfield Trophy Championship leader will be starting from row 6. Row 7 for the other Petters, Daniel Petters and Sam Nicolau, with Harry England and Adam Parker together on row 8. Adam also, I would argue, is a little bit out of position there. Will Butt and Adam Jackson are next. Will, a driver who definitely races better than he qualifies, so he should move forward, while Charlotte Birch and Ben Bateman complete the top 20 of this very healthy 25 car grid. 11th row for Disco Howard, Francisco Howard and Mark Hughes, with Anthony Gannon next. And actually, I've said it's a 25 car grid. That, I fear, is going to be depleted to a 23 car grid, because we had a fairly nasty shunt this morning in qualifying between Simon Welk and Charlie Constable. Simon lost it through the chicane, and whilst he was in the middle of the road stationary, Charlie Constable came along at high speed and drove into his car. Both drivers are fine. I've spoken a few times to Simon this morning. Charlie, I haven't had a chance to catch up with, so Charlie, wish you well, but we believe they both got out of the cars okay. However, those two cars we will not be seeing for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, it's unfortunate that we've already lost 2 before they have really been able to turn any laps in anger beyond a couple of laps in qualifying, but that's sometimes the way it goes. But the most important thing, like you say, both drivers out the cars, okay, obviously being checked over as is the standard procedure, but nothing too alarming there other than some damaged bodywork and also cars that won't be on the grid. Now, we do have a bit of a home hero today, starting a little bit further back, starting on the 4th row of the grid. As I've been informed, Dave Marshall, house all quite close by, and the car we're seeing him in, that FN2, he's using it on tarmac, but he's also taking it around here rally racing, and when he competed in it, took victory in his class by an absolutely sensational margin. So I get the feeling right now, if he takes a trip to the grass, that might actually be to his advantage.
Well, Dave is famous for his car controls. That doesn't surprise me too much, actually. He's quite the character. Wouldn't remember the reverse grid race at Silverstone in spectacular fashion. One of the best switchback moves I've ever seen. Carried him to a race victory last time out. And yeah, the home hero, really popular driver is Dave Marshall. There are some people who probably are sick of hearing us talking about him, but he's such a friendly guy, a real talent. Does this on an absolute shoestring budget, so he was a very popular winner, I think, at Silverstone last time out. But this is a grid full of big characters, full of quick drivers, and we're about to see them do their thing, because the back of the grid is formed. I believe that lap from the assembly area will probably double as the green flag lap, and so we're anticipating, although there's a door open, I noticed, still on Jake Hewlett's car. They're perhaps still gridding cars up at the tail end of the field. Jake should slam that door shut, and that will be our signal that they're almost ready to go. Top 3 in the championship then, top 3 on the grid. Not necessarily in championship order, it must be said. Remember, Campy is the championship leader. He's the black, green and pink car to the right of shot. Kent from row 2 is second, and Liam McGill, the blue and pink car from the front of the grid, is third in the championship. They are getting another green flag lap, so more chance to build up to what should be I think a pretty important race. We're halfway through the season now, Paul, and a lot of those front-running drivers really are keeping one very keen eye on those championship standings.
Oh, 100%, and given the fact there are drop scores to account for over the course of the championship season, it does mean, whereas in the early rounds you don't really worry about it as much, given the fact that, oh, you've got plenty of rounds to go. Well, the race weekends very quickly build up, and when you get into the second half of the season, much like the second half of the time in an exam, it suddenly starts to dawn on you, right, I'm actually getting towards the end of this right now. I better make sure that I've got the points on the board, because if not, it's going to come back to haunt me right at the end when they say, right, time's called, and we do end up completing round 17 of 17 in a few months' time. But as they make their way around, I mean, that lovely camera shot there, and you can imagine they're going around right now warming up their tyres. Next time they come around, that is going to be full pelt going through that chicane. It's narrow, and all these drivers will be very eager to be leading over the few opening corners.
That chicane on the opening lap is such a pinch point. You can't really go through there side by side, especially on cold tyres. And so there was a lot of talk in the driver's briefing this morning about what to do if you find yourself on the outside going into the chicane. Do you have to back out of it? Are you allowed to gain an advantage from cutting the chicane? All questions which I thought had a fairly simple answer, if I'm honest. But you know what racing drivers are like. They'll look for any advantage they can find, and clarity on the rules, which is really important. So yeah, that's a tricky spot. And of course, as you go through the left-hand part of the chicane, it's the first time you lean on that right rear tyre, and that's the tyre that gets the least use around the Croft circuit. It's a clockwise circuit, only 2 or 3 left-handers, and at least 2 of them are very high speed, so don't be surprised to see a few drivers fighting cold rear tyres in the early laps.
Oh, 100%, and indeed getting a bit of tyre temperature is going to be important. And a number of drivers were saying to me in the build-up to today, yesterday in practice, a really warm circuit. I think we're hitting something on the lines of 24 degrees centigrade ambient. This morning it's been much colder, albeit the sun has started to come out, so I get the feeling that setups, a number of our drivers will be thinking to themselves, have I got this exactly right? Just a simple reason, the conditions keep fluctuating, and well, we're not expecting any rain, although I say that, I look out the rear of our contact booth window, and I see a very ominous black cloud making its way here, and all of our spectators out there in shorts and t-shirts, I hope they're ready for it. Obviously we're indoors, but right now for the drivers out here, they'll be hoping that over the 15 minutes the rain stays away and stays stable, because it doesn't matter whether it's wet conditions and it's been raining for some time or whether it's dry. It's when you end up in that situation where the rain sort of appears midway through or just as the race starts, you're sort of, right, have I got things right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got what they've got now as far as setup is concerned. If it does rain, they're stuck with a dry setup, so that will be of some concern. I'm hoping that black cloud will skirt round us, but yes, weather forecasts may vary as far as what we're expecting to see over the rest of the afternoon, but for now it's a dry circuit and a quick circuit as well. They did some resurfacing work here at Croft a couple of winters ago, and it made the track very, very grippy, very, very quick, a little bit less abrasive, so slightly better on tyres, although in this heat tyre management will still be a factor, as will brake management, particularly in these TCRUK cars. We do see sometimes when it's a really hot day, especially on a circuit that's as demanding for the brakes as this one, that those brakes can sometimes start overheating, and that's caused some issues in the past too, so fingers crossed we don't get a repeat of that here this afternoon. 15 minutes then on the clock, and the first of 3 races this weekend, the first of 2 today for the Miltech Civic Cup about to get underway, and Liam McGill starting from pole position. He was 3.5 tenths quicker than anybody else in qualifying. Will he continue that into race conditions? It's time to find out. The revs are rising, the red lights go out now, and it looks to me like a good start from Alistair Camp from the outside of row 1. Camp is level already with McGill, maybe has his nose ahead. It's going to be a real fight between 2 of the title contenders into turn 1. Campy edges ahead, but McGill has got the preferred inside line. He hops over the curb, they leave each other plenty of room, well, sort of, until they got to Hawthorne, where they both washed wide and nearly opened the door for Lewis Kent. Lewis Kent going for the race lead, he's second already. He's to the inside of McGill, who will have to miss the chicane, and Lewis Kent may come out of that with a race lead. He's did 2 wheels onto the grass, and there will already be question marks over whether McGill needs to give that place back. They arrive at Tower, he has let Kent back through, and Lewis Kent from 3rd on the grid leads at Tower.
Oh, goodness me, what a start there from Lewis Kemp, finding the right opportunity, and with the 2 front row runners just making their way outside. He saw the door, opened it up nicely, and just went for it. Further on down, however, I think it is going to be misery there for Kemp. I think he's falling down to 4th already as they charge away for the Jim Clark S's, and yes, he has dropped down to 4th, as meanwhile, everyone makes their way through. The top 8 already starting to make a bit of a gap there as they head into Sunny in and Sunny out very shortly, but right now it's a game of follow the leader as they come back into the complex.
Yeah, Jake Hewlett there in 3rd position. Remember, he started 5th, so quite a jumble of the order through that first sequence of corners. It is never usually a good thing to be on the outside into the first corner here, and the 2 drivers who were Camp and Caton, they both slipped backwards. Caton there in 5th position, just behind Camp, who remember started on the front row of the grid. It's been a clean first lap though, that's good to see. Looks like they're all going to make it round to the end of lap number 1. 1 or 2 of them running wide. That was Francisco Howard with 2 wheels on the grass further back. The leaders though streak across the timing line, and it will be Lewis Kent, but only just by 0.3 of a second, who leads. McGill second, and McGill will not be happy with that. He had a golden opportunity here. Starting on pole, he had quite a chunk of pace in hand over his area teammates in qualifying, and now he finds himself with a face full of Lewis Kent, who will not want to relinquish this lead. This is a chance here, in this race alone, for Kent to take the championship lead away from Alistair Camp.
Oh, 100%, and those opportunities, they don't come often, so he's absolutely got to seize on it, but McGill getting very close to him on the run on down, further down the order as everybody now tiptoes their way through the chicane, but it's going to be side by side there, coming down. Oh, goodness me, they're very squirrely under braking. 2 wide they enter. Do they exit 2 wide? We will wait and see as they come on around, and it's a move there, and I believe we've got a new leader in McGill.
What a move! Liam McGill round the outside at Tower. He braked so much later than Lewis Kent. I can't believe he got the car stopped, Paul. He's in the lead, and that is a man driving with confidence. He sounded really confident when I spoke to him after qualifying. I asked him the question, if you can stay in front at the start, do you think you can gap the rest of the field? He said yes. It's time to find out if that's true.
Well, indeed, as he tries to get the hammer down now and run away, will we see the field follow him, or will they all drop back to fight? As we can see now, a bit of breaking up inside that top 8, and it looks as though that's going to be the cue for 6th place as they come charging on through, and we'll discern who that is. I believe that's Swain there falling back a little bit further, as you have got the queue forming up behind him. And one of the things a number of the drivers were saying to me in the build-up today is, in the FN2s in particular, the way they're having to hustle that car through, and they're having a battle through the fast sweepers compared to the EP3s. This could be a circuit the EP3s really are able to break away.
Yeah, which is something Alistair Camp said to me at Silverstone. Silverstone, smooth, wide open, pretty gentle on the FN2s. They are a lot more stable on a smooth circuit. Here at places like Croft, Alton Park, they do struggle a little bit more at those kind of circuits. So yeah, a couple of the FN2 drivers were concerned about that, and it's why really I wasn't getting too worried about the speed that the FN2s had at Silverstone, because it was always likely to reverse again as we went to different circuits. It's one of the fascinating elements of Civic Cup, that it is quite circuit specific as to which car is the car to have on any given weekend. But right now, the car to have is that number 62 machine, because Liam McGill is already gapping Lewis Kent. Bear in mind, he was only in the lead for about half of the previous lap. He ended that lap 3/4 of a second up the road, and that gap, Paul, I think is getting bigger.
Oh, indeed. You can see it in the pictures there. The speed he's carrying on through here at the moment. That car is absolutely dialed in, and driver with it. And it takes two to tango in that instance. He is absolutely muscling open the gap. And again, going from sunny in into sunny out as Cam runs a little bit wide, then just keeps it on the tarmac there. That was close, and I think as he makes his way around, it won't be long before we see Harvey Caton trying to put some pressure on him here in that 54, which has had all the issues that were caused as a result of his proverbial money shift at Silverstone. Those have all been taken care of. I had a chance to catch up with him earlier today, and while he's going hunting, he wants to try and claim podiums here, if not another win, because he's only had one this season, I believe, but he wants plenty more. It's very close there, and well, I believe number 14 just stepping out. That's Mitchell with the battle here for Petters, and well, they're going too wide for the hairpin. That's a very tight corner. How you go too wide for it both down the tarmac? Well, they prove you can do it as they charge away across the line.
Indeed they do. So that was Daniel Petters then trying to relieve Aidan Mitchell of 12. They're still side by side into turn one, as here battling further up the order. That's Wes Swain up the inside of Josh Bromley. Goes past Josh Bromley. That's for 6th position. So Wes Swain in the area motorsport car on the move, and Bromley now finds himself way out wide through Hawthorne. That opens the door for Jamie Petters, and again, you just can't go side by side through that chicane. Bromley has to bail out of it, and will, I think, have to give that position back before they get to Tower Corner. Towards the pointy end, meanwhile, battle on for second. Lewis Kent, after that demon start, now over a second away from the race leader and under pressure from Jake Hewlett.
Oh, indeed. Battles at the front, battles further down, and we do see Marshall there in the number 66 under a lot of pressure from Renshaw. Renshaw practically breathing down his neck as they made the way up through Tower Bend, and it does look as though there for Marshall, what he's aiming to have to get his defensive driving out more and more, because you can see just how the field's closing up, but then coming a bit further up the order. Well, that is going to be, well, to our front runners. I think that is that battle for second place now starting to come to Foray. Kent under pressure from Hewlett. Hewlett right there with him now as they head in towards the first part of the complex, and well, they won't be going too wide in through there, but you can see how close they're getting. And the problem is for Lewis Kent, well, he's got to be thinking more and more now about looking in his rear view mirror, not forwards. That's a step right there, and well, that's going to be very close, but no change at the moment. Bromley trying to put some pressure on, but in the end he gets some pressure on himself. In fact, Bromley's lost a place at the start of this lap to Swain. He's going to be at risk of losing another one there as he gives a little bit of a touch, and well, I think they both about survive it as they get ready for another lap.
Yeah, 2 places lost for Bromley this lap then, and it could be a third if Dave Marshall has his way. Marshall looking to try and take 8th place. This meanwhile is the fight for second, and Lewis Kent is very much driving in his mirrors now. Jake Hewlett, what a drive he is putting in here. This is much more of a return to form for Jake, I think, really, who has blown a little bit hot and cold this year. He really was a revelation back at the start of the season though, getting himself into the top 5, had a couple of podiums at Brands Hatch as well. Silverstone, we didn't see him on the podium, and that was a bit of a surprise. You really would have expected him to keep on building that momentum forward, but now here at Croft he is well and truly a contender once again, having moved up from the second row of the grid. He's now looking for second place in the race. Josh Bromley there to the inside of Jamie Petters for 7th position, but not quite able to make the move stick. Good to see more pace from Bromley this weekend though, a genuine top 10 contender.
Oh indeed, and Bromley leaving it late to enter this weekend, much like at Silverstone, but right now it's better late than never, as they say, and he's absolutely trying to push forward here, trying to chase down what could be a potential top 5, albeit he's got some way to go as we get towards the halfway point of this race. Although a quick comment there on our number 17 driver, Jake Hewlett. He's had a very busy weekend. Ooh. Oh goodness me, let's hold the phone there. Oh, that looked close, but I think they just about survived as they wind their way into the complex. But on Hewlett and the fact that did practice, didn't quite work out the way he wanted in practice, as that's a big snap there. And well, going into this afternoon, he's been looking forward to it very much so, but as we do 2CR drivers make their way through. I'm going to hold the story that I had for Jake Hewlett to another time because anything can happen. It normally does in motorsport, as that is going to be again before the leader there for the hairpin, and Marshall breathing on there to Petters, but Petters right now not letting him in at all as they come across the line. 7 minutes on the clock, more laps to come.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Civic Cup. You don't have time to make a long, elaborate point. There's always something happening at any given moment. That was a big moment for Jamie Petters coming out of Sunny Out and cost him. In fact, I think he got a wheel on the grass going into Sunny Out, a huge slide, and Josh Bromley was able to go back through. So Bromley back to 7th now. It's still the same order behind. I think Marshall, Renshaw, Jack Riddell, who leads in the Paul Winfield Trophy at the moment, I believe, is in 12th position right now. Yes, he is. I've had that confirmed. Jack Riddell then 11th place at the moment. Jamie Petters, who's in this group, was a Paul Winfield Trophy winner here at Croft last year, so we know he has history at this place. This is definitely the best we've seen of Jamie so far in 2025, I would argue. A little bit further back is the 93 machine, but this is the fight for second, and still Lewis Kent hanging on. But it's interesting, isn't it? Kent was very feisty at the start, using all of that racecraft that he's picked up through all those years of TCR racing, I suppose, but now the ultimate pace maybe just not quite there.
Oh, we're not there at the moment, but if you haven't got quite the pace, then in the end what you've got to do is try and put the pressure on your rivals and goad them into mistakes. We can see our leader still pulling away. McGill now 2.5 seconds clear at the start of this lap. I get the feeling that's going to be up to 3 seconds shortly, as Kent having to go even more defensive on a very tight inside line to the hairpin, and that's going to essentially cause them both to bleed a lot of pace. You can see there Hewitt right now, or Hewlett I should say, use his name in full, because we do have Hewitts on the grid as well. As they charge away across that line, Hewlett's still trying to find a way through, but the problem is the more and more these two fight, they're going to be bringing Camp back into the equation. And Camp will be looking at this and thinking, you know what, I haven't quite got the pace, it would seem, but I might be able to steal away a podium here if they keep nipping at each other.
Well, exactly, and that's bad news for Lewis Kent, because Lewis, remember, is second in the championship coming into this weekend behind Campy, and only 14 points back, I think it was. So yeah, 14 points the difference between the two of them. Kent needs to try and maximise this opportunity as he is ahead on the road at the moment. So with Lewis Kent, well, second right now, that would be 35 championship points going his way. So at the moment, I think we'll be outscoring Alison Camp by 8 points. That's how quickly this can change around. A 14-point lead would be more than halved, but only if he keeps Hewlett behind him. Jake Hewlett is only a Civic's length behind as we head through the right-hand kink at Barcroft and hit the brakes into Sunny, one of the trickiest braking zones in British motorsport. That the car is moving at such high speed, it's narrow, it's bumpy, you're braking on a turn, and then into the two right-handers at the top end of the circuit. Kent staying ahead for now.
Well, indeed, it's really a game here, isn't it? All trail braking. I mean, we see that at most circuits, the Civic Cup, indeed most of the series. However, particularly here, in the fact you've got such long braking zones and such late apex into those corners, you've really got to be the master of applying the brake, but being as gentle as possible in smoothing out that braking action. And, well, all of our drivers here demonstrating that nuance, but of course, the more and more they lean into the brakes, a little bit more brake temperature, and that can really cost them late on in the day. But as they come across that timeline, well, there's your top 5 making their way through the cam. You can see how they've pulled that gap already to Bromley, who right now is leading the rest of the field and through. And Bromley right now will feel as though he's a little bit of the Pied Piper there flying along. But as we do see the battle of the FN2s here, well, that is going to be a Marshall battling with Swain. He's going to be up the inside there. And, well, this is going to be relatively straightforward into Clairvaux. Surely, in the end, Swain doesn't try and contest it too wide all the way round. As we can see, a little bit of dust being kicked up further back. But now it's going to be a responsibility of Marshall to hold on to 7th. Bromley can see he already checked out. He's made his way off into the distance. And, oh, that's going to be a step wide there. And having to take to the escape road for Swain. But then, as we do come down to the Tower Corner, Harvey Caton still on a charge.
Yes, that's all changed then, hasn't it? Because Jamie Petters is 9th now. Jamie was at the front of that queue not that long ago. So Marshall already had gained 1 position, then another against Swain. So that's 7th place now for Dave Marshall, which is, again, proving that he has always been a better racer than qualifier. There are a few drivers on this grid, I would argue, are the same. One of those I mentioned on the grid was Will Butt, who has picked up a couple, 17th on the grid to 15th where he runs now. As that group filters through, there is Will Butt, in fact I think gaining another place around the outside of the Jim Clark S's. That was brave, and it got him into 14th place ahead of Harry England. So Will Butt, the Welshman, who is quite a long way away from home, but starting to warm to the challenge now with a very brave move.
Oh, indeed, a brave one. He did one earlier for 15th place, going down to Tower Bend. We absolutely chucked it up the inside. I think that was versus Parker at the time, so he's holding nothing back out there as Bart. But as we do see the bottom end of the top 10 here wind its way on through, well, Renshaw in the number 90 there, currently running 10th place. He's now starting to get a little bit close to the back of Jamie Petters as they come out of the corner, and then you can can see, well, in fact, that does look on the other members of the Petter family in the 86 moved ahead of Ruddell in all of this procedure as they come across that line. We've got 2 laps remaining now as they head towards the timeline this time around, and I get the feeling that the elbows are only going to get out more and more here.
Yeah, as they get closer to the end of the race, the tyres are at their worst, the brakes are at their worst, the drivers are hot and worn out at the moment. I do think that Wes Swain has disappeared from this group there, hasn't he? We saw him going a little bit wide earlier on. I think Wesley Swain's car has gone missing from this midfield battle, so that's a bit of a shame. Swain then, who was knocking on the door of a top 10 at the time, battle on into the tower. Is there a move to be made here? No, not quite. Oh, there might be though, because there's a slide on the way in there for Jamie Petters, bit too much brake bias towards the rear. Although actually it helps rotate the car and he gets off the turn pretty nicely. 2 Petters looking like they might meet in the middle here. Jamie's been slipping down the order, Daniel's been picking places up throughout the course of the race, and they're now going to find themselves both towards the back of the top 10. We're going to go on to our final lap this time though, Paul, and still this battle for second yet to be resolved.
Oh, indeed, this battle for second up will go all the way to the wire by looks of things, as McGill has already put the best part of 5 seconds over the field. So, again, we're not going to say that he's guaranteed to win it, because the last time we did that, we ended up giving the commentator's curse to a driver. I won't say who, because otherwise he'll be listening to it afterwards and blame us if something goes wrong. But right now, the battle for second place, well, for Kent and Hewlett, it's going to feel as though it's a battle for victory, even though victory's gone into the distance and ejected the points with it. But here they come then down towards turn number 1, in towards Clairvaux, and well, this is going to be the question: does Hewlett go for it early, or does he try to build up momentum to go through the chicane up towards Tower Bend? And well, it looks like he's going for the latter here. As you can see, Kent taking plenty of apex curb, winding away around now, and Hewlett not having the best of runs out the corner there. In fact, a little bit conservative with his line there. Perhaps he's worried about a little bit of a tyre temperature issue on that front left. He's just taking it gently. Well, they'll charge the way now down, but I wonder if he's going to be close enough here to go for the move.
He'd had a better exit from the corner than entry, didn't he? It is such a long corner, Hawthorne. Some drivers do choose to focus on exit speed because they know it leads into this braking zone at Tower. Kent also, though, knew that he was going to be vulnerable there, defended the inside line, and comes out of the corner still ahead. So nose to tail they run. It's a similar story, look for fourth, between Camp and Caton as they head for the Jim Clark S's. So our championship leader, Alistair Camp, our second place man in the championship, Lewis Kent, both having to defend now from drivers who aren't really in the championship equation, therefore don't have a lot to lose. Liam McGill, though, I can't remember the last time I saw a drive like this in the Miltech Civic Cup. Usually such a difficult championship to win in, and to do it in this sort of fashion. Remember, he lost the lead at the start of the race. He had to find his way back to the front of the queue, and Liam McGill is going to come home a winner by perhaps around 5 seconds. He's been pushing right to the end of the race as well, with some really competitive sector times. Liam McGill looks as though he's going to do it. Comes out of the final corner then. It's going to be his second victory of the season, and in completely dominant fashion. Liam McGill wins the first race in the Miltech Civic Cup here at Croft. It will be Lewis Kent second, who hangs on from a headlight flashing Jake Hewlett. He'll be very happy to make a return to the podium. Alistair Camp and Harvey Caton, meanwhile, complete the top 5. And Josh Bromley, and battling Josh Bromley in that race, really, really hard-fought drive, ends up in 6th. There's a real scrum further back. It's Marshall 7th. It is one of the Petters 8th, Jamie, ahead of Renshaw and Daniel Petters to complete the top 10, which means provisionally Daniel Petters will have the pole position for race 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. Fantastic race that, Paul. What a drive from Liam McGill, though. That really feels a bit like a turning point in the championship. If he can keep that pace up through the remaining 2 races this weekend, he'll be right back in it.
Oh, 100%. And when you consider the fact, in terms of where he started on pole by the best part of 3 attempts there, I mean, he had a slow start, but once he reached the lead, he never looked back. He had the pace there, and well, that's the only thing he'll want to work on, of course, for the second race today, where we will invert the top 10, is the fact he needs to have a better start, and if he could do so, well, never say never, could he potentially really run away a bit and make it 3 podiums out of 3 this weekend, perhaps even 3 wins out of 3, albeit coming through the field from 10th place start. That's always a challenging prospect, but then again, if he's got the pace and he's looking faster than everybody, all he's got to do is find the right overtaking spots, as we see him there cooling the car down and looking very happy with it.
Yeah, I think only Alistair Camp managed 3 podiums at Silverstone from the 3 races, and interestingly only won in the last one. Should have probably won the first one, but we won't go there, and ended up with a 3rd, a 2nd and a 1st over the course of his 3 races. If McGill can put that sort of weekend together, then I think he'd be pretty happy with that. But it's a race win for now for Liam, his 2nd of the year, and one of the most dominant victories of the season so far. Lewis Kent had to really fight for that 2nd place, but defended it well, with Jake Hewlett coming home in 3rd. Alistair Camp and Harvey Caton complete the top 5 ahead ahead of Josh Bromley. Dave Marshall 7th, Jamie Petters 8th, Jake Renshaw and Dan Petters completing the top 10. That should be your front row for race 2. Jack Riddell will be a little bit disappointed to have just missed out on that reverse grid pole. He was 11th ahead of Aidan Mitchell. Will Butt 13th in the end after that good move against Harry England, who was 14th at the flag. 15th position was Adam Parker. We heard from him in the assembly area before the start of the race. Then it was Bateman, Birch, Jackson, Howitt, Gannon, Hughes, with Wes Swain and Sam Nicolau, the 2 non-finishers. I missed Sam, but he retired to the pit lane early doors, so just 21 drivers running at the flag. The fastest lap, unsurprisingly, went to Liam McGill. Paul, to your point about race 2 later on today, yes, it's a reverse grid. Yes, Liam will have some overtaking to do, but the confidence he had in that move against Lewis Kent for the lead on the outside into Tower, if he's got that sort of confidence on the braking, he should make progress. How much, I don't know, but I think a podium could be on the cards.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you there, Andy. All he's got to do is make sure he picks the places at the right time. Again, we saw right at the start what happens when you do have the closeness of the racing around here, but well-timed overtakes could make the difference. But you know what? You've heard the story from us here in the commentary booth in terms of the racing, but what's better is if we get the story from the race winners and the podium. So we're going to cut our way down then to Parc Fermé, and we're going to hear from Ian Walthouse and our drivers. Over to Ian.
Yes, it is Liam McGill who wins round 9 of the Milltec Civic Cup, and he looks very calm and collected, as one may expect. Mind you, Jake Hewlett's just come in. He is absolutely delighted. 3rd place for him. I'm going to jump around the other side, actually. Danny, you stay there. Let me run round to Liam. Hopefully he won't run away from me. Liam. Sorry, Liam, I'll just turn you around if I can so we can see your face, if that's all right. Listen, these races, they're never easy, but once you kind of broke away from the pack, you just controlled it from there.
That's right. I was controlling it, but actually I still kind of was fast because of that. So like normally that's pretty much my problem, is that I push too hard and the times were still there. So, and it was saving the tyres, which means that they weren't going to drop off at the end. So actually, yeah, once you get clear, it's not too bad.
As races go, was that about as perfect as it can be for you?
I've never had a race like that, to be honest. So it was a huge gap. So I don't really see how it could have been better, other than the start. You know, I fell back at the start, so I got a bad start, but I corrected that quick.
I'll tell you something, just talking about the start, actually, I was down at the first corner for it, and you and Alistair come in side by side. You guys really trust each other, don't you?
Well, yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if we still do, but yeah.
You made it through cleanly.
Yeah, we made it through cleanly. That's the main thing. And nobody's race got screwed up, so yeah. And we're battling for the championship, so it's going to be elbows out, really.
Well done, mate. Enjoy this one, won't you? Not too much good. Got to do it again a little bit later as well. Let's grab Jake. Jake. I saw the arm out the window. How does that one feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, we've obviously found some problems recently at the last round, as well as made some changes, and obviously massive thank you to those who do not want to be named. But yeah, first of all, massive shout out to Mill Street Motors, Europa Crash Centre. Absolutely would not be here without them. There's obviously other sponsors on the car as well, but those are my target sponsors, so I really want to put emphasis on thanking them. Yeah, we was a little bit off yesterday, so really glad to take the race to them, and excited to see what we may have done if we got through. But obviously Liam was ballistic, so massive well done to him and Lewis, and obviously of course the rest of the field.
So just talking about Lewis, you two are having a fantastic battle out there, won't you? Another race to come a little bit later though. Can you find a way around next time?
Maybe, hopefully. I mean, he's going to be starting behind me, of course, so I've got that one position, so hopefully I can make it to the first corner before him and just keep moving forward together. So,
Jake, I know it means a lot. Thank you so much. Thanks for entertaining us as well. I really do appreciate it as well. Very quick word, just very, very quickly. Sorry, Danny, making you run around. No, junior saloons are about to head out very shortly. Let's just grab Lewis very quickly. Lewis, just before you go, if that's all right, because we've got the next race coming up very shortly, but you just managed to hold that man behind you, didn't he, just about?
Yeah, I just said to Jake, that's probably one of the biggest challenges I've ever had. But yeah, I think years of driving and defending and sort of come back to me. But yeah, no, really happy with it. Really happy with it. We needed points this weekend. Needed points in these two races today. Yeah. I needed to beat Ali, to be honest. He's our main competitor in the championship. We're chasing him, so every time I beat him.
And you did?
Yeah,
well
every time I beat him, I'm closer.
Top man, Lewis. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, almost time to get going for the next race, the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I actually caught up with a couple of drivers down in the assembly area just a moment ago, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, it's almost time to get going for the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and we've got Wilf Butler and Oliver Kerr over here set to do battle. Let's grab you for a minute if we can, Oliver, and have a quick chat, because you've been flying this season, haven't you? What have you made of things so far?
Obviously the beginning of the season wasn't the greatest, but obviously it's now nice to see that we've kind of picked up the pace a little bit, and obviously to get triple pole this weekend like Silverstone is nice to see.
You seem pretty dialed into this place. What makes it so special?
I think it's just a fast flowing track, and obviously I quite enjoy this track, so that's probably what makes me quick.
It certainly does. Look, best of luck today, of course, going well in the top of the independents as well. Wilf, championship leader here as well. Season has been going very well for you indeed, but this man, he's putting himself in the mix, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, start of the season, we started off close, then for two rounds or so, had a little bit of a gap, and then, yeah, all of a sudden he's picked up a pace and gone really fast.
But look, we know what you can do. Where's the big opportunities around Croft?
I don't know really. It's sort of it's a track where you have to take stuff as it comes. I mean, it's quite narrow through most corners, and you have to carry speed well, so got to be careful really. But yeah, just see how the race goes really.
Top man, best of luck today. We really appreciate you talking to us. Yes, cars coming in. One thing that could be coming in as well is the weather. The clouds really are starting to build in. I don't think we're going to get away with no rain today. But anyway, more on that a little bit later. Time to get going for the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be fantastic. Paul Walsh, over to you, my friend.
Thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we now make our way into our second race of this weekend. It's the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and with it, their 13th round of 2025. The grid is as follows. Oliver Kerr, leading independent, fourth in the championship, starts on pole position, qualifying on pole by 3 tenths over Wilf Butler, the overall championship leader. Round number 2 will be Josh Salvadori, joined in the company of Max Scharfegger. Keep your eyes out for Scharfegger, who's moving up the ranks, 8th in the championship and pushing forward, and Butler and Salvadori, the 2 leaders of the championship, they've got the pressure on them. Ollie Smith and Lewis Stannard line up on row number 3, with Leon Holly there putting in an absolutely fantastic qualifying lap to line up 7th on this grid. Martin Wright, the 2025 scholarship winner, in fact 2024 scholarship winner, onto the grid for 2025, well, he lines up in 8th place there with one of his best qualifying performances. Joe Wood and Matthew Swatton complete your top 10, and keep your eyes out for both of them, particularly Matthew Swatton, who today is going to be targeting a top 8 finish as a minimum. When I called up with the Curvy Motorsport team earlier on today, and well, if they're able to finish 8th or higher, they're going to be absolutely ecstatic. If they can get into the top 5, I can imagine it's going to be a bit of a party. Now, those are our first 10 drivers, or the first 5 rows of this grid, but we've still got a few other drivers to consider out there, as we do have quite a popular grid, and we will have 13 drivers on it. And we do come to row number 6, and it'll be Tom Algar and Lexi Sherry-Ann Powell there, starting in, well, in fact, Lexi Powell, I should say. I'm getting confused with 2 drivers, because Sherry-Ann Powell's right behind, and it'll be the triple free driver of Lexi Powell starting 12th, with Sherry-Ann Powell then completing the starting order, 13th of 13 starters. So everybody's set, itching to go racing on this grid. And well, of course, a quick recap. This is the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. Oh, goodness me, as we're going to have a bit of a delay there. That's the number 7 of Wood being pulled on, Joe Wood. Now, where is that? That's a surprise and not a welcome one. It looks as though something's gone very, very wrong for Joe Wood, and well, that is going to delay the start for all the drivers who are sat on the grid at the moment. And you've got to feel for Joe in the fact that coming into today, starting on row number 5, was looking forward to it, starting 9th from the grid, and well, it looks so here something has gone very wrong. In fact, that front right suspension, left of your camera, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like there might have been something that's gone wrong there. Something's either tracked out a line, or alternatively, there's been a bit of a bump or a scrape. And well, this Croft circuit, it's a relatively flat circuit, but it is a circuit as well. It does have small undulations packed into it, particularly on the back half or the second half of the lap, but there you can see it in perspective, and in fact being pulled along just by the start-finish line straight. So all the drivers there, and indeed all the teams, will be looking across and understanding what exactly has happened, but that will slow proceedings. However, whilst we do wait then for the uninitiated, what is the Junior Saloon Car Championship all about? Well, it's focused on drivers between the ages of 14 and 17, and it's their way to step from karting into car racing, from going from open wheel racing to closed cockpit racing. It's in its 11th year. It started in 2014 with the first ever champion being James Dorlin. And you might be asking, well, who exactly is James Dorlin? Many of you may know that name. Well, James Dorlin has gone on to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain, also British GT, and is now on the 2025 British Touring Car Championship grid with Toyota Gazoo Racing. This is a one-make series, and it is focused around Citroën Saxo's VTR, so single-class races. You do have 3 championships that are being contested here. You have the overall Drivers' Championship, of which, coming into this weekend, it's Wolf Butler who leads the way on 266 points, ahead of, previously, Luca Maserati. But unfortunately, Luca Maserati not going to be on the grid for the remainder of the season, as he has moved on to a senior series, so therefore he's stepping up in the motorsporting world, and we wish him the best of luck with that. So therefore, whilst he's second coming into this round on 255, he will be giving way essentially to the rest of the field. And in third place, a further 11 points behind, Josh Salvadori. So from 244 points for our third place man to Wolf Butler, who is on 266, it's a 22-point gap. The rest of the field, Oliver Kerr in 4th place, he's leading the Independence Championship on 230 points. And your top 5 rounded out by Lewis Standard on 217, with Ollie Smith being the leading rookie, because there is a rookie championship as well as the overall and the Independence Championship, and he's in 6th place on a 196. Now, stories to think about coming into this round, as we do see the green flag formation get underway. It will be a standing start when they come around next time. The stories to really talk about: the man who is on pole position, none other than Oliver Kerr. Now, why is this important? Well, last time out at Silverstone, Oliver did a phenomenal job at the Silverstone National Circuit, absolutely delivering in all 3 races and bringing on home also his maiden overall win at +2 fasted laps. What it means is he's launched his way up into 4th place in the championship and is now only 36 points off of the leaders. And when you consider he's an independent, therefore not perhaps having as much of a budget to play with, or necessarily perhaps as much team to rely on. These independent teams normally associated with more family-run outfits and friends having to jump into the fray. Well, it does mean that it's a big achievement, and well, indeed, it's not quite a David versus Goliath, but you can imagine that's how it feels when you talk about independents versus non-independent teams. But one to watch out for. The other man to watch out for is the man who starts second on that grid, Wolf Butler. Championship leader off the back of 2 out of 3 wins at Silverstone. Of course, they did have 4 races at the Silverstone National Circuit last time out, given that we did have the replacement race, so the race that was missed at Brands Hatch earlier in the season due to the incident in the British Truck Racing Championship that brought out red flags, and it meant that the racing after it had to be cancelled because of the need for repair work to the barriers, all in the name of safety and motorsport, of course, completely understandable. But it really was Wolf Butler who led the way on scoring the points, and only marginally behind him was none other than Oliver Kerr. So those are the 2 big names at the front, and really right now you could argue that Oliver Kerr could become a bit of a black sheep in the championship and the overall Drivers' Championship, because if he puts together a trio of results like he did at Silverstone, well, he's going to be right in that fight. However, keep in mind as well some other complications. Josh Salvadori had a mixed result last time out at Silverstone, and he's lined up 3rd on the grid with 2 7ths and a 3rd, so only 1 podium. It wasn't quite his weekend at Silverstone, so he's going to be looking to bounce back today. But those are some of the big stories on this grid as they just gradually now make their way down towards the hairpin. And speaking to a number of the drivers in the build-up to today, they're all saying to me the fact very excited to go around the Croft circuit. One of the main reasons so excited was the simple reason that it is a circuit that's highly technical in nature, but it's a very fast circuit as well, so very different from the circuits they've raced at previously. Perhaps the closest one to it being Donington Park National, which was the season opening weekend all the way back in March. But as the field all makes its way on down now, well, if they haven't got the knowledge with regards to the circuit after practice and qualifying, they'll be looking to build up that knowledge through race number 1 of their 3-race weekend, as we get set for round number 13 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. So most of the field in place, the 5-second board is called, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen, lights are going to be going on. And without further ado, for their first race of the weekend in the JSCC, well, it is going to be the battle of Kerr versus Butler off of that front row, and it's lights out, and away we go then for their first race this weekend. And it's a great start there from Kerr, but Butler now looking for an opportunity around the outside. Keep an eye on Salvadori as well. The top 3 have had a lightning start, and Butler getting the better launch in the second phase. He's going to try and go around the outside of the 222 here into Clairvaux, but as they come all the way through, side by side, they make the way through the right-hander now of Hawthorne Bend, and you can see there right now Kerr running a little bit deep. Butler trying to hook it around the outside. He's going to be committed here. Is he going to be able to make the chicane? The answer is no, and in the end he has to take to the escape road. He will have to yield and give that place back by the looks of things, but all the field that's safely on through. So all 13 of our drivers demoted to 12, of course, with what happened to Wood. Well, the 12 runners all coming on down, but into Tower Bend, and well, I don't think the story's complete here, because it looks like there's Salvadori going for a move up the inside on his teammate of Butler, and behind Scharfegger having a great start there, holding on to 4th place, albeit he's got some growing pressure from Smith behind as they roar their way onto the second half of the lap. Now, of course, at this point, everyone will start to calm down a little bit, and we will start to see single file formation for a brief moment, as all the drivers here will now start to really get those tyres up to temperature as much as possible. Front engine, front wheel drive, these Citroen Saxos, so they do all the hard work over the front axle, and as they charge the way on around here, well, it is going to be as much a learning experience of what it's like to push these cars for 15 minutes, as we've had one driver go wide there, and I believe Scharfegger just taking a brief excursion coming through sunny in into sunny out, and well, it's a sunny day for him right now. The sunshine's still smiling, but you can see that top three, they are starting to pull a little bit of daylight between them and the rest of the field, albeit I can imagine if needed we could see a change, but there is a change. Of course, Selvadai getting ahead of Butler, but as they all hop and skip their way through the complex and now down to the hairpin, well, it's going to be side by side there, and that is going to be Butler trying to come on back, but will he be able to do so? He's in on the inside line, and that means on exit he won't have as much space to get the traction down, and therefore Selvadai will take the play. So after one lap, it is Kerr ahead of Selvadai, followed by Butler. That's your top three. Then we have Scharfegger in fourth, ahead of Smith fifth. Then we have Standard in sixth, ahead of Wright seventh, Holly in eighth, and then we have got Swatton and Algar completing the top 10, with Sherry-Ann Powell moving all the way up to 11th, so getting ahead of the fellow member of the Powell family who's down in 12th place, and will now continue the way on through. Unfortunately, we did have the non-start for Wood there, but you'll see Wood classified at the bottom of the timings out there. And well, as the field now makes one to lap number 2, very exciting opening lap, but now it's going to become more about measuring the distance between the drivers and indeed trying to balance the cars and also trying to protect those tyres and those front brakes. But at this point, what can Oliver Kerr be thinking about? Well, he's got an open track in front of him, so the nice thing that he will have is the fact he's not under as much pressure with regards to having to try and follow the car in front. Everybody else behind him has to do the hard work of playing the game of follow the leader. Now in this situation, you do gain a big toe in these Citroens down the run towards Tower Bend, for example, but of course the one thing you have to figure about that, we'll hold the phone there, let's stop talking about technicalities, because that is going to be Selvadai and Butler going side by side again briefly for a camera shot there. Well, there's our leader, and Kerr right now is to be looking in his rearview mirror if he dares dream to do so, and be thinking, you know what, I haven't got that much pressure, they're going to fight that much over a second, and it's the battle for the championship lead there between Butler and Selvadai. Selvadai still holding on, but Butler coming back at him, and look at this, here comes Scharfegger looking for a move around the outside into the first part of complex. That's going to be brave to try and go around the outside to the inside, but he's going to try it here. He's going to go for it, Max, and I think he might be able to do it. There he goes on the inside. Lovely move. Can he get it sealed and done? Yes, he can. You can see they're going absolutely defensive into the hairpin. That's going to cost his line. That's going to enable the top two to pull away. But Max Scharfegger, goodness me, man, take a bow. Now that is a move and a half as they head on to the next lap. And so the field comes on charging on through, and they build up the speed then. By the time they head into Clairvaux, they're going to be pushing the best part of 80-90 miles an hour here. These Citroens do not hang around, and Scharfegger right now holding on to that third place. My goodness, right now Butler absolutely being muscled down the order, but Wilf Butler will dig in. He knows what to do, and you can see they're getting very close to the back, giving Scharfegger a little bit of a love tap on the rear bumper to say to him, look, I'm coming back for you. But here you can see Smith, you can see Lewis Stannard as well. They're all now queuing up behind, and the top two are inching away. But it looks like Oliver Kerr, whatever he's had for breakfast here, well, I think we all want to know the answer for that, because he's absolutely roaring away. In fact, I think he's channeling a little bit of a Liam McGill from the Civics, because he's just running off into the distance. Selvadai is 1 second behind him, but I don't think he's going to be catching him. The field comes on down then in towards Tower Bend. Lewis Stannard, the number 19, still watching, surveilling there as he comes out to the right-hander, and onwards he goes. But again, the field calms down for a brief moment. We also do see there Swanton trying to make a little bit more progress. He tries to pull onto the back of Holly, trying to take 8th place. We've got battles happening in and around the top 10, no doubt about it. And then further down, Algar, Sherry-Ann Powell, and also then the other member of the Powell family right towards the back. But we come all the way to the front of the field, and Scharfegger right now definitely after taking that 3rd place and an industrious move going into the complex. Well, right now he's going to have to look more on his rear view picture, and you can understand if Wilf Butler wants this place back more than anything, because a podium is worth a lot of points between them as they come on down. You can see their Butler taking a look one way, then looking the other. Scharfegger actually sideways there, coming into the complex, gets it stopped. My good lord. Well, I know some drivers who would not be able to catch that, and well, as he catches it, those tyres are definitely going to be blazing hot. Goes a bit deep into the hairpin, and this is the problem now. Tyre temperatures are getting high. He's only 5 minutes into the race. With a big slide like that, we can carry on, but the problem is the more and more he pushes, it's only going to come at the cost of pace, and naturally it's going to bring the rest of the field and through. Fastest lap of the race going to Oliver Kerr. He's pulling away little by little, a 44.5 at previous lap, so he's doing a fantastic job up the front. Selvadai giving chase, but that gap is gradually opening up in the wrong direction for the 2nd place man. But the battle for 3rd right now really on centre stage, and Max Scharfegger, goodness me, I'm going to have to pop along and have a chat to him after this race if I can. Well, I won't be allowed out of the commentary booth because I'd love to know he managed to save that. And we're charging their way now down towards Tower Bend. Will we see a move from Butler? Well, as they head on through that lovely camera shot there, as they make the way on down, gives you a sense of perspective, the speed they're travelling at. The top two already making their way off into the distance, and Sharfega there has Butler just looking up the inside of him a little bit more, just tentatively trying to get his nose in there, trying to make Sharfega wonder what's coming, but not quite the move at that time. And further back there you can see Holly and Swatton in the battle for 8th. They're getting quite close together as well. So indeed right now the top two gradually head off into the distance, and it's the fight for 3rd and the fight for 8th place that really become the centre stage, albeit riding their way into a sunny bend here. And it does seem as though Sharfega getting himself under control in the first half of the lap. It goes a bit deep and sunny in, and on the way out now Butler's going to pounce here. He sees an opportunity. He's been waiting for this. They rub paint as they come in towards the complex. Now will Butler be able to do a Sharfega on his rivals? They head in towards the left hand here. It is going to be the switchback, of course. They'll go inside to outside and vice versa. Sharfega goes deep. Butler's forced out wide. It's going to be 2 by 2, and it's not Noah's Ark. It's Stitch and Saxos. They come up through the right hander and in towards the hairpin, and onto the brakes they go. And that's going to be Smith. He takes one. He takes 2, and suddenly Smith in the number 80 moves into 3rd. It's brilliant opportunism, but it's 2 wide coming out of the corner. Oh, goodness me, and they're making contact. They're rubbing, and as they head on down, well, I think right now the stewards will frown upon that one, but they've been able to calm things down and stop seeing red, and coming in towards turn number 1, in towards Clairvaux. It's going to be 2 by 2 here as they go onto the brakes, but surely those on the outside want to back out, but not Smith. He's really going for this, but that's going to be contact. That's going to send Smith wide. He will rejoin, missing his right hand viewing mirror now, and coming on through. Smith's on the outside there. I think he's going to have to yield the battle, and he does do indeed, and goodness me, well, it's going to be 2 wide there into the chicane. Somebody's going to take to the escape road there, and I believe that is going to be the car of Butler taking to the escape road, so he's going to drop back to 6th. In fact, he might be attacked there by our 7th place runner, Wright, who's going to move up the inside him. So right now it's all going backwards here for Butler. He's going to have to try and find a way to make things to go forward, and he'll need to do so soon because we're already halfway through this race. He gets back around the outside of Wright immediately there. Lovely move to retain that position. Wright not fighting it too hard, but I think right now for a number of these drivers, particularly for Wright, he's looking at this picture and thinking to himself, you know what, I don't want to get too involved. They could all take each other out, and that's one of the things as well that I spoke to a number of the drivers, and they were saying they've been given the advice, if you find yourself knee deep in a battle, be patient if you can, because if you can be patient here and your 2 rivals give each other a knock, then they may end up knocking each other out of the race. But of course an opportunity presents itself when it does. Standard there with Butler on his inside, so Butler now coming back here. This is going to be a bit of a lion's charge here from Wolf Butler, albeit see Standard still holding the inside down into complex, but I wonder, is he going to be still there? Well, the answer is yes, he is. Standard deciding to run deep there. That's going to give Butler the inside to outside line now into the second part of complex. That's not going to work. So Standard digging in here, and Wolf Butler are really being made to work hard. It's a very different set of circumstances compared to Silverstone only a month ago, but then again the championship ebbs and flows, and when you're the championship leader, everyone wants to try and take the points off of you. And there's a brief guest appearance from Salvadori, who's running in 2nd place. We haven't found Oliver Kerr. He's disappeared off into distance. He's now got a 2.5 second gap almost over the rest of the field. Goodness me, he's flying, and fastest lap now 44.18, as we do see the battle for 3rd, which has opened up a little bit. In fact, Sharfega now in a very comfortable 3rd place. Will be not for long. Smith still there with him, sans what is a right-hander viewing mirror, and as they make the way on around through Hawthorne Bend, well, now it looks like the fight for 3rd has briefly taken a pause. I wonder whether Smith is planning to regroup, and it is going to be the fight for 5th, as that is going to change a position, I believe. Wolf Butler has actually moved up into 5th since crossing the start-finish line, and therefore Standard has fallen back to 6th, and Wright is in 7th. But into the braking zone, and oh, goodness me, that is a big lock up on the front brakes there. Oh no, and I think that might be a symptomatic issue for Wright, because that was a lot of brake dust being kicked up there. Big front lock, and I wonder whether Wright's potentially got an issue with his front right brake. We'll have to wait and see, because that looks very uncomfortable. But right now, what's more comfortable for our viewing is side-by-side racing coming on through the Jim Clark S's, and that is going to be a move being made here, and that is going to be the battle between the 70 and the the number 80, Smith versus Butler. Butler trying to go all the way around the outside. He's going to hold it. He's going to go for it. And goodness me, is he going to get it done? And now Butler back up into 4th place here. Albeit Smith's going to try and look for the outside to inside down into complex. Is it going to work out? I don't think so here. I think Butler might have got this one done. You can see Smith there yielding with Standard breathing down his neck. And well, keeping in mind that right now Smith is on course for one of his best results of the season, if not his finest result of the season, if he finishes in 4th. So therefore he'll want to get this done. So I just double check all my results from so far this season, and in fact, yes, he would be on course for one of his best results of the season, no questions asked. Heading on through and in towards the time in line, and onwards they go into the final 5 minutes of this race. Well, goodness me, it has been a story and a half in the space of 10 minutes. And keep in mind, they've got 2 more races after this one, not both today. And in fact, this is their only race of today, and their other 2 races are on Sunday. So therefore, everyone getting in the pace as quickly as they can. What can we say now about the top 3? Well, one thing we can definitely say is that Kerr and Salvador have pulled off into the distance. Kerr being 2.7 seconds clear. Salvador to sharp figure, 6.5 seconds. Given all the fighting that's been going on, that's understandable. Who's going to finish in that 3rd spot on the podium? Well, you would imagine it's going to be Max Scharfigger at this point. However, we do have an 0.8 of a second gap, and Butler is back on the charge, and Wolf Butler will want to carry on that run-up. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, some slight technical difficulties there, so now back on commentary, but I think that's all been resolved. But we still do have this lap plus 1 more to go, and as we do, there's still more to unfold, no doubt about it, as the fight for the top 3 places seems now to have taken a bit of a pause, with Butler moving away from Scharfigger, but now it is the fight for 4th place, with Smith getting a bit closer there, coming down into the complex, but not close enough to really think about a move. And well, for Scharfigger at the moment, has he got any tyres left on that car? Well, he's missing the rear bumper. However, he will be trying to bring it all back together in these final laps. He'd love to take a 4th place, and well, for Max, that would mean that he's only got 1 podium this season, but he will add another top 5 to his championship resume, and well, that would put him onto none other than 3 top 5s, which he'd be very happy about. But final lap gets underway then, as they head onwards, well down into the final lap they go. No change at the moment, albeit you can see the Scharfigger running a little bit deep, definitely in a car that has seen a better life on its front tyres in that number 23, and now for number 80 driver Smith, he's got to try and pick the right move, but will he be able to find the right time to go for that move? Well, he's got multiple causes to think about it. Tao's going to be one of them. He's heading his way up there at the moment, but way too far back. In fact, a very slow run coming out of the chicane. I get the feeling he may not be able to go for the move here. Next up will be coming into Sunny. If he's going to be able to find it there, he's going to need a really good run out of Tower Bend. But it looks so Smith might have a little bit of company coming from behind. That might be Lewis Standard, who's now trying to find a way in. Although Standard not having the best of exits out of Tower Bend. I think everyone here right now just struggling for a little bit of front tyre grip. But at the very front of the field, by 3.7 seconds going on to this lap, bouncing his way through Sunny in into Sunny out. Here is Oliver Kerr, and Kerr is absolutely running away with this. In fact, so much so that I think right now he's going to feel as though this is one of those races that for him will be one of the highlights of the season. With that front bumper looking slightly angled from what I could see. And we do see it there, but I can imagine that's absolutely fastened on A-OK. It's just sporting some of the wounds from previous rounds of the championship earlier on in the season. But in towards the final corner he comes, and for Oliver Kerr, it was an incredible pole position up in qualifying this morning, and as he makes out the final corner, he's absolutely dominated this race. And for Oliver Kerr, he will take victory once again here, and it will be at the Croft circuit as he makes his way to the finish line. And a further 4 seconds back, it will be Josh Salvadori who finishes second, knowing that was the best he could get. He couldn't keep up to Kerr, but who will finish third, I hear you ask? And it is going to be Wilf Butler who crossed the line. That's complete our podium, ahead of Mike Scharfegger who held on to fourth, then Smith in fifth, ahead of Stannard in sixth. And well, we do have a sizable 8.5 second gap in the drag race here for seventh place. Will it be Holly or will it be Swatton? And in the end, it is going to go the way of the 87 of Holly ahead of Swatton, and then we will have Wright and Allgard to complete your top 10, albeit, in fact, is there an issue for other drivers there? They're going quite slowly out the final corner. Oh, goodness me. And well, that is not something you want to see, and that is number 14 of Wright there that's having a bit of smoke, and indeed the car on fire there, but I can imagine it'll be very quickly out the car, and will that car be attended to? And well, most important thing is door open, driver out the car already, so doing the exact right thing, but that will see Wright's race go up in flames there proverbially, and well, he'll be retiring just literally about 100 metres from the finish line. But good thing there, and the most important thing, driver is out the car, and well, the marshals immediately on scene there, and Wright immediately prioritising himself, which is the most important thing to do. But that concludes the racing for round number 13 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and goodness me, what a race there. And well, we can see the checker flags, we can also see a red flag out there, but thankfully the race coming to a close literally as that's happened. And well, we're very shortly bringing those provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to open up their weekend at Croft. Brilliant racing, and really carrying on the tempo from the Silverstone circuit only a month ago, and we've still got plenty more to come before all is said and done for these drivers. But here are the provisional results then, and as we can see, Oliver Kerr, your winner by a comfortable 4.5 second margin over Josh Salvadori. Salvadori, to be fair, did everything he could to finish second place, and did exactly that, and in the end leaving it to be the scrap for third, of which Wilf Butler, he fell all the way down to 7th place, he fought his way all the way back to third, and was a drive from the 70 driver. And the championship leader, now his championship lead slightly slashed, however it's an important result, and the damage limitation is exactly what he's got on offer there for that third place. Max Scharfegger in fourth in the 23. Well, he did a fantastic job as well, getting the fight in. He'll be a bit gutted to miss out on the podium, but a fourth place there, a hard-earned one, and perhaps his hardest earned of the season, ahead of Ollie Smith there. What a result from the 80 driver, moving forward there and being your leading, well, one of your leading rookies, but just behind the winning rookie of Scharfegger. Sixth went to Lewis Stannard, ahead of Leon Holly, who was a further 10 seconds back. And well, Swatton versus Holly, it was a drag race to line, but Leon Holly just taking that victory by 2 attempts at the line. Tom Elgar in 9th place, and it was Sherry Ampao completing your top 10, with Lexi Powell a bit further behind in 11th. And we did have that premature retirement right at the final finish line of Martin Wright, so he will be demoted to 12th place. And we did have the non-start there for Joe Wood. Not quite sure what happened, did look as though there was perhaps a suspension failure on the front right, but Wood in the end having the non-start. Fastest lap, well, no surprises there. It went to our race winner, the dominant Oliver Kerr. He set pole position, set the fastest lap, and I can imagine right now for Oliver Kerr, it's going to feel as though everything is coming up completely A-OK here at the Croft circuit. We will get the story with him in due course. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Our second race of this weekend, and indeed we've already opened up into absolutely brilliant races. The Civics gave us some brilliant battling action, and then the Junior Saloon Car Championship said, well, hold on a second, let's show you how it's done. And well, number 2 wide moments there, absolutely sensational. And we will, I believe, in due course be trying to get a word from down in the pit lane, or indeed from Parc Fermé, with regards to our winning drivers, and get here a word from Ian Walthouse as he looks to interview them. But I think everything at the moment just being shuffled around as a result of the late incident that we did have for our driver in the end was classified as 12th, and that being none other than Wright. But as we say, most important thing for Martin Wright out of the car, even though the car did look as though it was absolutely ablaze, but it looks like all that fire has been put out as well, and driver looks A-OK. In the meantime, however, what have we got coming up next? Well, next up at approximately 3:05 this afternoon, albeit depending on how things work out, it may be delayed a little bit, we will be coming on to TCRUK and their first of 3 races for this weekend, and then we'll be switching things up and going to Caterham Kit Car Racing, because we will have the Sigma 135 category of the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham grads. They'll be out there, and then we will come to what will be your mixture of racing and production cars. That's the Track Action Racing Club. Then we return to the Miltech Civic Cup, and then we bring it all to a close with the Sigma 150s of the Caterhams. But well, we've still got plenty of racing to come. 5 more races today, and well, there we can see the scene with regards to Martin Wright's car. Fire's been put out, Marshall's clearing it up at the moment, and also making sure there's no oil or alternatively any other fluid or substances on the circuit, and if so, well, they are going to be dampened down and indeed smoothed out as much as possible, because at the end of the day we don't want oil down the circuit and for the next race to come across that patch of oil and we could see drivers end up spinning off circuit into the barriers, etc. Last thing we want to see, there we can see everyone being very gradually brought in, and here's the replay of what exactly happened, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see, Martin Wright's car coming out of the final corner. Well, something seemed to be failing beforehand, and in the end, well, the fire being triggered, I get the feeling that is going to be a fuel hose pump fire. And well, that is a very sad scene there, and will hopefully
Josh,
are able to do the work to get the car back together. But we're going to cut down to pit lane, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be hearing it very shortly from Ian Waterhouse by the looks of things there, and the story of our drivers as they've made the way in.
Well, I think down here in Park Ferme we must have a very happy Oliver Kerr down here, although I'm not too sure what happened on the way in because the front bumper is hanging off, as we can see. Oliver, first of all, congratulations on winning the race. You must be absolutely overjoyed. In fact, don't tell us yet. Get your helmet off first of all. We saw, didn't we, as well, by the way, Martin Wright getting out of the car on fire. Looks like he's absolutely fine. But Oliver, how do you feel taking the win?
Yeah, obviously it was quite good. Obviously we got a really good start. So yeah, I think a lights the flag win is obviously what we wanted, and that's what we got. So it was really good.
What's happened to your front bumper?
I think an animal or a front. Oh no, maybe it was a bit of something, and I've hit. I don't know what it was. It was something.
My producer just said it's a rabbit.
Oh, right. I think it was a rabbit. I think kind of it darted in front. It then went backwards, so I thought it was fine, and then at like last second it just darted right in front of me. So, R.I.P. to that poor fella.
Well said, Oliver. Indeed. Look, congratulations, well done. Of course, our thoughts do go out to the family of that rabbit, which is unfortunately, not great for the rabbit. Josh, quick chat if we can. Unfortunately, there's just no catching Oliver today, was there?
No, he's too quick at the moment. We need to, me and Wolf need to try and catch him up.
You know, slouch yourself, you know.
I mean, it wasn't the best. I mean, it's a good result in the end, but I think we know we can do better than that. But it's a good result despite a slight issue that we know we've got, and we just need to try and fix that really.
What's the issue?
It's just a bit sluggish, like off the corners. I don't know if it's me or like the car or the handling or whatever, but yeah, I'm sure we'll fix it.
Must be the car, Josh. Must be the car. Well, it won't be you. It won't be you. Josh Salvador finishing in second place. You're saying, I don't know if you heard that. It was quite quiet, wasn't it? Just saying there is a bit of an issue with the car. Let's grab Will for a quick chat. Managed to get back past Max in the end to finish in third place. That was quite an eventful race, wasn't it, Will?
Yeah, I mean, I had a good initial launch and I got a little bit put out wide on the start, so I had to drop back to about third-ish. And then had a little fight with Josh, but then, dropped back to about, I don't know, sixth sort of area. And then, I just managed to fight my way back up front, which is good.
That must be quite satisfying in the end. A good way to finish. Not how you wanted to start the race, but certainly how you wanted to finish it.
Yeah, I mean, the start wasn't the best, so dropped back, but yeah, it's really pleasing. I mean, barely any contact made, especially when you're fighting through that front pack. It's normally quite heavy on the contact, but yeah, managed to get it through cleanly and it was all good.
Points make prizes at the end of the championship. Well, congratulations on your third place finish. I thought Oliver would be jumping for joy, actually. He was very calm and collected, wasn't he? The sun's come out, so I'm pleased to say, actually, the rain clouds, it looks like the wind have just blown them away. So it looks like, hopefully, fingers crossed, we should have a dry afternoon. Right, coming up next, I'm going to make my way to the track because we've got the first race of the weekend for TCR coming up. So bear with us a second. I'm going to hand back to Paul Walsh and get myself on track, see if we can chat to some of the TCR drivers.
Thank you, Ian. And we're hearing there, ladies and gentlemen, from our top three finishers in the Junior Saloon Car Championship race. And, well, getting the story there of the front bumper that decided to disappear from none other than Oliver Kerr's car, and in the end contact with a rabbit. Well, a surprise there, plenty of surprise in store. Another surprise, of course, being what happened to the car of Martin Wright. But as that's being cleared up and Ian's making his way onto the start-finish line straight, I suspect there might be a bit of a delay with regards to us going racing again until we find out otherwise. Well, of course, we are here at the Croft circuit, the home of motorsport in the north, and that being a reference to its location in northeast England. And this circuit has got an extensive history, having had 3 different names over the course of its history. But a little bit of background in case you're wondering about your pub quiz trivia, in the fact that this circuit, much like many British circuits, started off life as the site of a Royal Air Force airfield, and in the case of Croft, it started off as the airfield of RAF Croft, which operated between 1941 and 1946. But if you're sat there wondering right now, okay, well, when I look at this circuit on a map, Croft isn't the closest village to the circuit, you'd be absolutely right. Originally, the airfield was known as RAF Dalton-on-Tees. However, the Royal Air Force decided that may be a little bit confusing when the circuit opened, because 25 miles down the road from it was another airfield known as RAF Dalton. So you can imagine as a pilot, when you get told, okay, you're going to be landing at RAF Dalton, the big question will be, is it Dalton or is it Dalton-on-Tees? And as a result, the airfield was renamed to RAF Croft in reference to the local village of Croft-on-Tees, the second closest, to avoid that confusion. And after the Second World War, the airfield was renamed in 1946 to RAF Neasham. And, well, following that, the circuit opened in 1948 after disuse of the airfield, and the circuit was originally known as the Neasham Circuit. It was not known as the Croft Circuit, only took that name all the way in 1982. So therefore, if anybody asks you what was the original name of the Croft Circuit, now you can be equipped for that in the pub quiz. You can refer to it as the Neasham Circuit there and get yourself some brownie points. And over the course of its history, its interim name was also the Croft Autodrome, because originally this circuit was run under the guise of the Neasham Circuit. It was run as essentially a circuit, a non-permanent circuit on the runways and the airfields of the old airstrip. However, it became a permanent circuit all the way in 1946. It opened in July of 1946 under the Croft Autodrome name, and that was in honour of its RAF heritage. It was completely different from the temporary Neasham Circuit of the past, however. The Neasham Circuit was incredibly popular over the course of its years, and, well, it continued to be popular as the Croft Autodrome. And back then, the circuit was 1.75 miles long, had 2 extended straights, plenty of sweeping bends, and also the tricky chicane that you do see here today. However, that chicane was the final corner. It wasn't one of the opening corners. It was literally the run onto the start-finish line. Of course, the start-finish line you see here today, well, that wasn't quite where it was previously. It was the run down towards Tower Corner, so how things have moved about. However, one thing that stayed certain all the way through is all the layouts of the circuit have always stayed within the perimeter of the original airfield. And what you'll find is that when the circuit and then became the Croft Circuit, and that being in 1995, did go through a little bit extensive history, but conscious of the amount of time I might have to give you this history lesson, so I might have to abridge it a little bit, as I do see there TCRUK in their YouTube chat saying make sure you're taking notes, we'll be asking questions about this later, which is absolutely fantastic, and good on our social media manager there. Well, some things to know is the fact that when this circuit was revived in its 3rd instance, so the Croft Circuit, and that being in 1995 when it got for its revival. Well, one of the things about this circuit was the only reason it was revived was because of the fact, well, previously, in 1981, the Croft Autodrome shut down because of a lack of popularity of motorsport, and also the fact the circuit was not quite in a derelict state, dare I say, but in a state of needing major road refurbishment, and of course that comes with the cost of plenty of pennies. But it began life once again in April 1982 as a rallycross circuit, and, well, that being at the time the United Kingdom's only purpose-built rallycross circuit, which was called the Croft Circuit. And because Rallycroft proved so popular there, and it hosted in 1987 and 1990 the FIA Internations Cup, as well as the British round of the 1994 FIA European Rallycross Championship, it meant that very quickly the circuit owners decided, you know what, let's give the circuit another chance at being a road racing circuit, and that's why it came back in 1995. And when it did so, it was revised to its current 2.127 mile layout there. I'm trying not to read my notes, I'm trying to do this verbatim from my memory. And, well, in the end, what we saw happen was the fact that an infield section was introduced. So rather than running around the perimeter with multiple straights, we saw the introduction of the infield section that begins at Sunny Inn and concludes at Clairvaux Corner. So essentially the run through the last couple of corners all the way up to turn number 1, whereas previously you would see drivers race their way down while the airfield strips. Now, that airfield strip is still there today, albeit in its slightly dilapidated form, and what it's used for now is actually as part of the extended paddock. And what it does mean is that the Croft circuit has gone through such an evolution, and at the core of this evolution, when it did come back to its current layout, the idea was that this circuit could become one of the premier racing circuits in the United Kingdom, and the owners, when it was reopened in 1995, decided, you know what, in 2 years we want to be hosting British Touring Car Championship, and that was achieved in June of 1997, and in that round of the championship we did see Alan Menu take back-to-back wins in the Williams Renault on his way to winning the championship that year. And ever since then, well, the circuit's hosted the British Touring Car Championship on an annual basis. So that's a quick run through of the Croft circuit's history there, and well, if you have been taking notes, we might quiz you on that a little bit later if we can. But if you've got any other questions about the Croft circuit's history, feel free to pop them in the YouTube chats there. In fact, let's say hello to a number of you, as we do say hello there on the banking to a number of our spectators who are enjoying the sun, indeed getting a bit of a tan there. I can imagine that many were a little bit consciously curious as to which way the weather was going to swing, but it does look as though, at the moment at least, as I bend down and look out my contour booth window here and strain my neck, it does look as though these clouds are breaking up, so we could expect some brilliant sunshine. In fact, well, that's enough waffling on from me, because right now we've got the sound of 4-cylinder 2-litre engines leaving the pit lane, and well, that means we've got coming up TCRUK, as they'll make the way around, and when they come around they will be on the grid and we'll be hearing from some of our drivers. But in terms of the stories coming into this one, well, thankfully we've got the man who can be a bit of a storyteller alongside me in the Conte booth here, none other than Andy McEwen once again. And we'll come from Discount Paul, because of course Paul O'Neill will be here tomorrow. To yourself, Andy, what's the story like going into this weekend?
Well, it's an interesting point of the season. We sort of alluded to this during the Civic Cup race earlier on, the fact that we are halfway through the season now, and particularly with TCR, this is the last triple header of the season, so all of our remaining 3 events, they're just double headers, so 6 races to go after this weekend. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty in the championship now, and this is where things can change, and we've seen championship campaigns change in the past in the latter stages. Yeah, those drivers who are at the front of the championship table are really now starting to look very closely at each other. We also start to calculate those dropped scores now, which are a commentator's worst nightmare. We struggle to keep track of drop scores. How on earth drivers figure it out when they're in the cars, I don't know. But, you know, spoke to a few of the leading contenders. They're all pretty well versed in what the championship situation is. There are 11 points after qualifying, separating Adam Shepherd and Steve Laidlaw at the top of the championship tree. Why do I say after qualifying? Well, you score points in qualifying, not just a single point for starting on pole position, but 6 points for starting on the qualifying fastest. Steve Laidlaw qualified 3rd, so scored 4 points, and Callum Newsham 3rd in the championship, scored 5, so it means those top 3 drivers in the championship now are covered by only 13 points, Paul, so it's very, very finely balanced. 40 points available for a race win, plus a bonus for fastest lap. What I'm saying is that by the end of the weekend, we could have a complete reversal of those drivers at the top of the championship table.
Oh, 100% indeed. With a reversal that midway through the season as well, to have the prospect to reversal. I mean, normally by this point you do see early favourites start to arise, but not quite so here. But I tell you what, we've been telling the story from the commentary booth, but I think what we also need to do is we need to go down to the start-finish line, because we've got Ian Walthouse down there, and let's get some of the stories from our drivers who are all set and ready to go for the first of their 3 races this weekend, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome down to the start-finish line here at Croft. It is time for round 9 of the TCR UK Championship. The cars are coming in. There is Adam Shepherd, our championship leader, and here is the man holding the board, Stuart Lyons, the man behind, of course, TCR UK. And can you believe we're halfway through the championship already?
I know, it's gone quick, hasn't it? Yeah.
My word.
And hopefully we'll have a nice clean race today, a couple of clean ones tomorrow, because we're moving on to some big events, you know. Truck racing and that, you know, we've got quite a few drivers who have missed this event. There are coming back for the last 3, so yeah, it should be an interesting end to the season.
Listen, it was a new beginning really for TCR to start the season, joining Bark. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been a step up for us. I think the Bark organisation, you know, they've done a good job with us really. So you know, this is a building year for us to get back somewhere, and then next year we can go full tilt again.
And I promise we won't take the mick out of you, but how did the big boss end up with this job?
Yeah, we're a bit short staffed. We got people at the British Kart Championships. We got a couple of people on holiday, and Yeah. The other day, someone's got to do it, haven't they? I was putting trophies out earlier, so I will do what's necessary.
The ever hard working Stuart Lyons. Thank you, Stuart. Right, we haven't got long before we've got to go. I wonder very quickly if we could just grab a quick word with our championship leader, Adam Shepherd. Adam, how are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, good. Car feels great, so fingers crossed we get a good start.
You glad it stayed dry?
Yeah, it's always takes the risk out of it, doesn't it? So fingers crossed with a good one.
Halfway through at the end of this one, feeling confident for the season?
Yeah, the car's fast, so hopefully get a nice clean start, get a good launch, and then manage it from there.
I'll let you crack on with it. Thank you so much. There you go. Right, I think we might have a little bit more time. Let's go, Callum Newsham. Oh, Jack, very quickly, Jack. I just chatted to Stuart Lyons. Can you believe we're almost halfway through the season already?
No, not really at all, to be fair, mate. It only feels like yesterday we were at Donington Park to start, doesn't it? But no, I think we're set for a good one here, and the weather's held up, so I'm really excited.
Should we walk and talk actually very quickly just before we go? People new to TCR, what can they expect from this?
Just in close racing today. I mean, the conditions are good, which helps. I think there's a bit of rain forecast around, so that made things interesting. But I think this is going to be really close up the top, so I'm excited for that.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. I think it's going to stay dry indeed. The cars are lining up. What a beautiful sight it is. The sun is shining here at Croft. This couldn't be any better. Let's get round 9 for TCR UK Championship underway here at Croft. Paul Walsh, over to you, my friend.
Thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as they all sit there on the grid right now getting ready to go, well, it is a packed grid. It's a grid full of familiar faces, but we also do have one new face on the grid for this round as well. And, well, it's going to be a man who will be transitioning from GT4 machinery to front engine front wheel drive machine in the TCR form. And, of course, I'm referring to none other than Jordan Kerridge, who will be out there in the number 96, I believe. And, Andy, I can only imagine, because you've covered GT4s in your time and you've covered TCR in your time, that's a big jump. I mean, it's not an easy jump to make.
Yes, what I haven't done, I'm afraid, and if anyone's got an offer, I'm happy to take it. I haven't driven either of those cars yet, but I can imagine that this is a completely different experience. I actually don't need to imagine, because I had quite a lengthy chat with Jordan earlier on this morning. He's such a bubbly character. He is by far the most enthusiastic driver in the pit lane this weekend, and he is just absolutely loving being part of the TCR UK family for at least this weekend. It's just planned to be a one-off round. He's in Luke Sargent's Audi. It still is Luke Sargent's Audi. Luke is here this weekend, not racing, but he's hired the car out to Jordan and has been giving Jordan some tips. And actually, Luke's not a bad driver to be getting tips from. He's been steadily improving over his few years involved in the championship, and yeah, he is watching on with interest, I'm sure. We think we're going to see Luke in that car later this year, but great to have Jordan Kerridge out there, still very much finding his feet. He's done some front-wheel drive racing, although largely I believe in Citroen C1s, which are going a completely different challenge, but yeah, interested to see how he gets on, as well as our title contenders, who have all found themselves at the front of the grid. The top 4 on the grid are the top 4 in the championship, but again, not quite in championship order. The points leader, Adam Shepherd, he is on pole position for this race. That for Adam, incidentally, is a 10th career pole position in TCR UK, 2 more now than anybody else, and the anybody else led by Callum Newsham. So Callum will be looking to try and maybe grab an extra couple of pole positions before the end of the season. Callum looked really good in qualifying, but Adam was just on another planet, and at one point was the best part of a full second quicker than anybody else. They were eventually able to reel him in, but he still took pole position by nearly 3/10 of a second. So Adam, with that Cooper Leon VZ TCR, the 3rd generation of Cupra TCR machinery. Same car as the Laidlaw, Stephen Samarin, of course. He is going to be gunning for a win here to try and extend the championship lead after what was not an ideal Silverstone. You remember had those issues on the line where he stalled, also then had an engine issue in race 3. Now the car's since been sent back to Spain. Cooper asked to see the car and they've said, yeah, that shouldn't have happened, we've sorted the problem, and he, although he's had an engine change, hasn't had to take the usual engine change penalty of starting from the back of the grid. So Adam Shepherd will be on pole, Callum Newsham will be alongside him, then comes Steve and Sam Laidlaw, Steve the father, Sam the son, and as usual they are almost inseparable here this weekend. Brad Hutchison, he starts from 5th, the local man, with Finn Leslie alongside. Then Will Beach and George Jackson, and George Jackson with a solid effort there in 8th, ahead of Harry Bloor and Greg Saunders. Spoke to Greg briefly before. He reckoned there was definitely more time in the car Harry, meanwhile, missed most of the first part of the session. Haven't yet got to the bottom of what the issue was, but he was fighting some sort of mechanical drama. Then Jordan Kerridge, who says his target this weekend is to overtake somebody. Well, he's already starting ahead of 2 drivers, those being Mark Smith and Alex Jones, who bring up the rear of the grid for this first of 3 races. So yeah, intriguing race ahead of us, Paul, and I think a really significant one in the championship. Those top 3 being so close together on points. They're in the top 3 positions on the grid, and there's, as usual at this part of the season, a little bit of needle starting to appear between them. This could be a really lively race.
Oh, 100% with that. We do see him going through the camera fold there. Callum Newsham, I mean, at Silverstone in that third debate, maybe one of the older cars on the grid, but he was constantly on the attack versus the Laidlaws in all 3 races. He finally got the win he wanted in race number 3. But I think he felt as though, you know, I could have won all 3 races given how hard he pushed. But will it be a similar story today, given the fact that very different style of circuit, and perhaps it will complement different cars compared to what we saw at Silverstone?
Yeah, Callum spent much of the Silverstone weekend wishing that he was in front of the Laidlaws. Well, he is in front of the Laidlaws, but he's behind Adam Shepherd, who's in the same car. So he's possibly going to have the same issues. Less so here, because it is slightly less of a horsepower circuit. It's straight line speed that car is at a deficit compared to the Gen 3 Cupras. But through the twisty stuff, I think he's going to be good. The trouble is, you can't drive through another car, through a corner. You can't drive over it. So if they park their car in the way, which Adam Shepherd knows how to do, he knows how to defend the lead, then he's going to be a very difficult man to overtake. Let's see what happens then, shall we? The 9th round of TCRUK about to burst into life here at a sunny Croft circuit. Off they go, lots of wheel spin for the pole sitter. Newsham is not away that well though, so Shepherd I think will keep the lead, and Callum Newsham slots into 2nd. The Laidlaws are side by side, but Sam bails right out, but it gets overtaken, does he, by Brad Hutchison. So Sam Laidlaw, a very tentative run through the first corner. He is down to 5th position, but Adam Shepherd, despite lighting up those front tyres, Paul, has held the early lead.
Indeed, he's held on to it, but what a move from Brad Hutchinson to dive up the inside there, saw the door was open, and that one member of the Laidlaw Flame was take it cautious and immediately just went on the attack as everyone's made it through the opening corner complex. Now down into tail they come, and Will Newsham immediately now starting to build up a bit of speed as that's side by side there. And was that going to be a move? May we'll have to wait and see. There's Finn Leslie there on the outside. Can he hold on? It will be too wide, and well, he doesn't want to give up his place. He wants to hold on, but something tells me that right now Beach has got a point to prove otherwise. They go too wide through the Jim Clark S's, and well, I think they did finally settle the differences, although I didn't quite see who settled it.
I think it was Finn Leslie ahead. Yes, it was Finn Leslie in the Powermax Racing Hyundai. So Finn Leslie picks up an extra position. That's 6th place now then to the youngster, and still Will Beach in 7th. So he only lost the 1 position despite being on the outside line into the Jim Clark S. There's not a lot of separation between these leading 3 though, is there? And this is sort of what we expected based on the relatively tight qualifying session earlier on. Shepherd holding on to the lead but not getting away, and I think we're already seeing, Paul, a repeat of that dilemma that Newsham had at Silverstone. He does look quicker through the corners, but that Cupra gets off the tight corners really well. That's pivotal here at Croft. Lots of low speed traction zones, and it's got good top end speed at the end of the straight, so it's going to be another head scratcher this for Newsham if he's going to collect a race win.
Oh indeed, and as he makes one to his 2nd lap, the only thing you can really think about at the moment is do what he did at Silverstone, just keep putting the pressure onto Adam Shepherd. The one upside of this, of course, is this is only the 2nd race weekend for Adam Shepherd in that Cupra, so therefore he perhaps doesn't have as much comfort or knowledge in the car compared to his rivals, particularly the Laidlaws, and we saw that materialise at Silverstone National only a month ago, where he just didn't quite feel comfortable in the car until race number 3. That's where it really came alive, and that's one thing that Newsham can try to apply in this situation in terms of the fact that right now Shepherd's still getting to grips with the car. He'll be, oh goodness me, that is a big slide there. And how on earth did he manage to stop that from going around? Well, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing, if that guy doesn't play cricket right now, he'll definitely be fielding a good catch on the car there. And what I'm trying to understand, was that Laidlaw going
It was
around?
Steve Laidlaw, yes, and he's off again now down at Sunny. Steve Laidlaw off the road. There must be drama then with Steve Laidlaw's car. Through has gone Sam Laidlaw, through goes Finn Leslie, and Steve Laidlaw may be bringing that car to the attention of the area motorsport crew. That was a huge save. Remember, his son Sam had one of those at Donington Park at the British GT round a few months ago. This one was an even bigger slide. However, I fear it may be being caused by some sort of mechanical drama. So Steve Laidlaw then perhaps destined for the pit lane. That takes all of the pressure now off Callum Newsham in 2nd position. He can focus entirely on challenging for the lead. But Steve Laidlaw then, well, not yet out of the race, but certainly will be catching his breath and trying to feel out the car to work out what went wrong.
Oh goodness me, what a moment that was indeed. It's made me have to catch my breath given how crazy it was. But as all our drivers are all the way around here, well, still more to come from our leaders, but all heading upwards now towards the next few corners, and anything can happen before it's all said and done. But as our drivers make the way in towards the next lap, we're looking further on down that running order. We do see there quite close running between Beach, Jackson and Saunders. Albeit I do believe we now have Beach under a bit of pressure there, as that's going to be the 34 of Saunders. Well, in fact, that's up the inside of Jackson, coming around through the corner. Charging the way out of the corner up towards the S's. Well, no difference at the moment. It does look like Jackson just holding on there. And keep in mind, of course, that we have seen George Jackson move up from Gen 1 into Gen 2 over the course of this season. Green flags being waved there as they head through the S's. And oh goodness me, ladies and gents, and a dramatic previous lap. This lap a lot more straight by comparison, but as they roar the way onto the next lap, or as they roar the way towards the end of this lap, I should say, well, Andy, anything's possible here. We've seen it already in only 3 laps, and I get the feeling there's more drama to come before it's all said and done.
Well, and how significant could that moment prove to be for Steve Laidlaw? That was, yeah, a big moment, and championship-wise could be significant now. We've got a safety car being scrambled. Why do we have a safety car being scrambled is the question. Steve Laidlaw, I can tell you, pitted and has since rejoined the circuit. So Steve Laidlaw is still in the race, unless he has stopped at the side of the road. I'm not entirely sure, but the safety car being scrambled, then the race being neutralised, and that means that the whole field will bunch together. Sam Laidlaw, well, Brad Hutchison it is, in 3rd position, will close in on the leading 2. Who have we lost then becomes the question. Well, I can't immediately tell, to be completely honest with you. Steve Laidlaw has got out there, but I believe might be a lap down. But everybody else appears to be largely present and correct. So it's Adam Shepherd the leader, Callum Newsham 2nd, Brad Hutchison 3rd, Sam Laidlaw 4th and Finn Leslie 5th. Then Will Beach, George Jackson, Greg Saunders, Jordan Kerridge is 9th, so he's achieved his goal of overtaking a couple of people before the race is done. And then it's Mark Smith, Harry Blore and Alex Jones at the back of the field. So there's debris on the road. The tyre stack, that's what it is. Look, the tyre stack's on the wrong side of the road at the Jim Clark S's. Now, did Steve Laidlaw catch the tyre stack and lap lead to the slide? And would explain, I suppose, why he went off at the next corner. It could have damaged something on the car, but that tyre stack is a long way away from where it should be, which means it's had a fairly significant hit.
Oh, indeed. Well, understandably, that's why the safety car's out there, to make sure everything's restored to the position it should be in. But goodness me, if only we could, well, if we were flying the wall there, if we could see an on-board as to what exactly happened to Steve Laidlaw there, because I think you're right, he's probably made contact with the tyre stack, sent it flying, and well, that would understandably explain why we saw so much smoke going up. And indeed, it's almost as if he disappeared, then reappeared at very short notice in a car that with a big bruising on those lines. Well, Steve Laidlaw is back out on circuit, like you say, as they complete another lap off camera. But thankfully, due to the power of TSL, not mind readers here, thanks to all the data that we are fed, we do know he's out there at the moment on the back of the field. Albeit, it does mean now he's got to fight his way all the way through the running order, and that is going to be a bit of a pain there, given he's come into this weekend 2nd in the championship. Now he's going to have to try and dig deep here to get some points, because there are some scores to be considered towards the end of the season, those drop scores, but of course you don't want to rely on those until you absolutely have to, as there we do have, that's the safety car just picking up the field now. So it looks like everyone being brought together here, but goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a moment there, and well, credit where it's due to Steve Laidlaw, I think, in the fact he caught the car, he's got it back in, he's got it back out there now, and well, we get to see him do some more racing, as the field probably isn't too far away from going racing again. Now,
I'm reliably informed that Steve Laidlaw did not hit the tyres. So his car, the tyre stack was still in position after his slide. So it's somebody else who has collected it. This is the replay then. So these are the leaders. Shepherd comes through. That was Steve Laidlaw. So he got a wheel on the grass turning into the Jim Clark S. As you can see, he's well clear of the tyre stack. Saves the car. I wonder whether maybe in the smoke someone else has been unsighted. The next 2 cars come through with no obvious damage. That's Hutchison and Sam Laidlaw. Finn Leslie seems okay, and then Steve arrives at the next corner with another huge slide, but he's probably got dirt on the tyres, massively will have overheated the tyres with that first slide, and goes straight off again down at Sunny Inn. So something odd going on with his car, but it was not, as far as I can tell, Paul, tyre stack related.
Well, it may not be tyre stack related, and for Steve Laidlaw, whatever it is with his car, they'll look to get it fixed as quickly as they can. Can we see anything else then? No, the tyre
It's
bag.
still there.
Yeah, it's still in position. Oh, goodness me. And then we do have a last. Oh, that was a big snap. Now, who was that in the end sending the tyres across the road there, albeit using the rear of the car to do so? Was that our Gen 1 runner by chance?
That was Alex Jones, so that explains it. So this was just moments after the Steve Laidlaw moment. And Alex Jones has, was the culprit. He lost it on the way in. Similar, really, to what happened to Steve Laidlaw, except Alex wasn't quite able to catch the car. He's still going, though, and there he is. Look, he's done some damage to the back of the car. The rear bumper is missing, but they build those VW Golf Gen 1 cars strong, and he's still in the race.
Indeed, he'll be happy about that being the race, albeit a bit of a hairy moment there, no doubt about it. But as the field now builds up the pace here, well, I think we're not too far away from some more green flag racing action there as we see all the drivers make the way off into the sunset or into the complex. And well, here they go then, and as they do, we are back underway racing.
Indeed we are, so Adam Shepherd gets the race back underway. Just want to quickly point out, Steve Laidlaw is still on the lead lap, interestingly. So here he comes, look, Steve Laidlaw at the back of the queue. That safety car could have saved his race if the car is okay. I'm sure the area Motorsport have checked it over when it was in the pit lane. He should be able to start making some progress. And again, what you can achieve on a race where things haven't quite gone to plan can often be championship defining. So Steve Laidlaw will be desperate now to try and minimise the damage being done by the likes of Shepherd Newsham and his son Sam, who are at the front of the field. They drop down then through Tower Corner once again. This is the 6th time of asking, and Adam Shepherd already with a reasonably comfortable lead. That was a very strong restart.
Well, indeed, a brilliant restart there from Adam Shepherd, and you can see Newsham just not getting switched on immediately there, albeit the gap to Newsham and Hutchinson quite similar. Understandably, I think Hutchinson at this point, he's not going to be complaining because he's running in third, and he's going to be enjoying one of his best races of the season so far as Brad Hutchinson. Further back, however, noticing the flip of Jackson and Saunders. That's coming back once again, and well, Saunders definitely on the attack here. I don't know what it is he's had between the qualifying and the pace, but he's finding a lot of pace as the field all comes into the complex here. We can start to see that top six clearing off into distance, and in the fight for 7th, just at the rear of the picture there, Jackson under big pressure, but still half the race distance to go. The sun's out. I can imagine those front tyres now, they're going to be warming up quite quickly.
Indeed, so Goodyear make a very good tyre, and it's more than capable of doing the distance even in these temperatures. Spoke to a couple of drivers about that over the lunch break earlier on when the temperature was starting to climb. They weren't overly concerned. Side-by-side battle here, and this is Mark Smith, was it, up alongside as they went towards the first corner at Clover. I think it was Mark Smith battling maybe with Jordan Kerridge over 9th position, and we'll see whether it was Cupra or Audi that came out on top on that battle in a moment or two's time. Head down the back straight, the old pit straight towards Tower. This is that 7th place squabble, and yeah, Greg Saunders, I spoke to him earlier on, he was fairly confident he had more pace to show than his qualifying effort would have you believe, and he's delivering on that promise so far.
Well, indeed, and well, with promises delivered, now he's got to deliver the overtakes that he needs to do. As we can see, the top two now starting to pull away a little bit. Meanwhile, Sam Laidlaw, well, I don't know what he's been told since the restart, but I think he's been given the hurry up because Hutchinson is falling back into his clutches. And we've got a sizable gap there before we do come back to the Audi of Kerridge. I think they're still holding on to 9th by literally the nails as Smith and Bloor give chase. But a lovely view there of how they all made the way on through the S's, and we'll surely see them all again, as I believe we have had our Gen 1 car come into the pit lane. I don't think we've seen Jones out there.
No, he's still in the pit lane at the moment, so yeah, they brought that car in. Obviously something wasn't feeling quite right after the significant whack that it had with the tyre stack. Here then is Greg Saunders on the tail of George Jackson, who's outbraked himself into the hairpin look, but managed to get back to the second apex, holds onto the place. Audi ahead of Cupra then for now, as here Brad Hutchinson tries to defend his 3rd position. We've seen some brilliant defensive drives from Brad over the years, and he's going to have to put another one in here. Sam Laidlaw will desperately want to try and get onto the podium, not only because he wants a trophy, but also because he wants as many championship points out of this race as he can possibly get. He's closing in on the Gen 2 Cupra. The Gen 3, we're told, is a bit better in a straight line, and that might well yield an opportunity by the time they get to Tower.
Oh, indeed, and for Brad Hutchinson as well, I do believe he's only had 1 podium this season. It was a win earlier in the season. He'd like to make it more podiums and get himself up there. But as our fight goes on here between our two drivers heading through Tower Bend, we can see that Audi not as comfortable in the corners, but on the straights it can absolutely fly. And well, here comes Steve Laidlaw up the inside and making another move already. That is on Smith, and well, it's still too wide there, heading in towards the S's. And who's going to come out on top of? Oh, we can see the contact.
That was contact. Oh, and around goes Smith. if that was a scary place to make contact. Where is Steve Laidlaw? There is Laidlaw. He's off again. This has been an absolute disaster for Steve Laidlaw, who put in one of the best weekends in championship history at Silverstone last time out. And this just goes to show you can't rest on your laurels. Things can go wrong. And if they go wrong once, they can go wrong again. And he's got to be careful not to let this snowball now. I'm not saying that was his mistake. We didn't really see what happened. But so often you see a championship frontrunner, they have a mistake, they have an issue at the start of the race, and then they're driving so hard to try and get round that and try and bounce back from that, that it just keeps on going worse and worse. So hopefully he can still keep going, first and foremost. Hopefully that's not done any damage, and if he can still pick up a decent result. But that's, yeah, scary place to be making contact.
Oh, 100%. And like you say, when you're that far down, it almost becomes in the end, you start to overdrive the car. You start to essentially put yourself in places you wouldn't normally do, because you start to have the red mist drop on you to a degree. And, well, seeing that from Steve Laidlaw, as meanwhile, it looks like there's a bit of weight reduction in progress of Brad Hutchinson's car. The front left wheel arch is starting to peel away a little bit. There'll be a little bit of body work there. Hopefully that dislodges itself where it stays nice and tucked in. But as they charge away onwards then towards the second half of this lap, well, you can tell right now Sam Laidlaw 4 attempts at the starter lap, getting closer and, well, rolling on through sunny in to sunny out. We've also got starting to close up behind there. I believe that's Finn Leslie who's just closed that gap down a little bit over the last couple of laps. In fact, last lap he was 4 attempts a second faster than Hutchinson, but not quite as fast as Sam Laidlaw. So I think it could be a fight for third, where if Hutchinson can keep Sam Laidlaw behind, will suddenly get an extra actor into this one, and Finn Leslie might be seeing himself an opportunity here of potentially snag third off of both of them.
Yeah, Finn's going nicely, isn't he? And you're absolutely right. As Sam Laidlaw starts to apply more pressure to Brad Hutchison, there's a chance that Hyundai could get ever closer to them. This has very much been the Finn Leslie way, really, all season, particularly the first few rounds of the year. He would just sort of keep his car out of trouble, not get too stuck into the door handle to door handle battling on track, and just make sure he was there in one piece at the end. 9 times out of 10 he seemed to inherit a decent result. In fact, had a podium back at Donington Park earlier in the season. This is about as close as Sam Laidlaw's been, I think, at this part of the circuit. Look at the way that gap comes down in the second half of the straight. Maybe a bit of slipstream, maybe some slight performance difference between the cars, but ultimately Sam not quite close enough to throw it up the inside on the way into Tower, and his father will tell him that going round the outside into the Jim Clark S probably isn't a good idea either. So I think these places will stay as they are for now.
Or indeed build upon that experience that he's had himself earlier on in the race, but as they head in towards sunny in and out here, we'll get just that pronounced difference there on the entry. You can see Hutchinson not really pushing the car too hard. He's been made to work, no doubt about it, but it's Sam Laidlaw who's really having to try and muscle his car. And keeping in mind, of course, we're looking at 2 different generations, I believe, of the Fiat, and as they roar the Coupe, I should say, goodness me, blasphemy there, we won't use that word again, but as they roar the way through, well, Hutchinson right now doing everything he needs to, which is just put the car on the apexes through the complex, make it impossible to overtake, and just drag it through the apex there, and naturally it just takes all the momentum away from the 101 of Laidlaw, as we do see our leaders come through the camera shot. But here comes the drag race then, looking one side, looking the other, and well, he keeps trying to fish the move here, and right now Sam Laidlaw saying, do you see me? Do you see me not? Well, as he's going to look around the outside of Clevo, that is going to be bold, that's intention to get Hutchinson to go deep, but Laidlaw in the end follows himself deep into the corner, and he loses all that momentum for a brief moment, but they'll come through the chicane shortly and onto the run towards Tower. But I think there he tripped over himself as he tried to make that move happen, and that gap is exactly where it was at the starter lap.
Yeah, you're not realistically going to go right round the outside at Clervaux, are you? So maybe a bit better to try and cut back to get the switch back and nuzzle up the inside into Hawthorne, who knows. But anyway, he's immediately latched back onto Hutchison, so that tells me Sam Laidlaw is the quicker of the two, just can't quite find a way by. Caught a glimpse there of the leading two, they're 1.5 seconds apart at the moment, with Adam Shepherd just managing that gap now back to Callum Newsham. They're lapping within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other per lap, and so it is all about the fight for third, with Finn Leslie getting ever closer. On the previous lap he was 2 tenths quicker than Brad Hutchison, who's delaying Sam Laidlaw, and if they keep on going side by side as they did at the start of this lap, then that gap is going to shrink very, very quickly. Might not be the worst news in the world though if you're Brad Hutchison. Another car arriving on the tail of Sam Laidlaw, well, it would make Sam think twice about those round the outside moves. He's trying another one now into the hairpin. This could yield an even better exit from the corner than he had a lap ago. Look for the traction of the VZ off the slowest corner on the track as it tries once again to draw alongside the Gen 2 Cooper. He's not quite timed it as well this time though.
Oh, indeed, as they make them into turn one, you can see Hutchison, the body language of that car as he came out the corner that time was, I'm going to put it dead in the middle of the road and make Sam really think about where he wants to put himself. A brief cutaway there to the battle for 7th place that's ongoing between Jackson and Saunders. We're keeping an eye on that with a distant view. Oh, goodness me, as that's helping us get through. And with that bit of bodywork there of Hutchinson's car, he's been able to dislodge it completely, because I don't see it hanging anymore as I head towards Tower Bend. And well, Hutchinson completed his weight reduction for a brief moment, but look at Finn Leslie, who's now only a second off of the back of this, going onto the lap. And in fact, I would say he's now about 8 to 9 tenths. And well, this is playing out here. I can imagine Hutchinson's pretty much getting ready in professional wrestler terms to say, right, I'm going to tag you in, can you potentially help me out here?
Yeah, over half a second quicker on the previous lap was Finn Leslie than these two. The lead gap came down by 3 tenths, as well as Sam Laidlaw closes right in on Brad Hutchison into Sonny in, but there's just nowhere to go. You get the feeling, don't you, that the only way Sam Laidlaw's going to make this move stick is to go with a real lunge, and I don't think he's the kind of driver to do that unless he's absolutely confident that there will be room. He is inches away from the back of the third place man, but just can't quite find a way by. Brad again covers the inside line into the hairpin as we come through now to begin what will be the final lap of the race. Brad looked a bit slow off the turn there. Sam's got the run, and he might just have the inside line. No, the door is closed in his face firmly by Brad Hutchison, and that loses Sam Laidlaw momentum. Look, he had to back out of the throttle, and now Finn Leslie draws alongside him. That's the outside line into turn 1. Finn drives right round the outside. We'll have 2 wheels in the dirt. It's the outside again into Hawthorne, but Laidlaw's outbraked himself. Sam Laidlaw drifts out wide, and Finn Leslie steals 4th position on the beginning of the final lap.
What a move then. If there's ever been a final example of daylight robbery, we're seeing it, but meanwhile, whilst all this is happening as well, a newsflash at the very front of the field, the gap between Shepherd and Newsham has come all the way down to a second and seems to be closing, so we are also cognizant of that. But the fight for third right now, where it is Brad Hutchinson who holds on to third, but Finn Leslie, well, really going for one of the moves of the day so far. I'm sure more are going to come. That's going to be a hard one to top, and Sam Laidlaw right now, well, he'll be absolutely pushing hard, as we do see our leaders briefly cutting through the camera there. Their gap is coming down more and more. In fact, that looks as half a second, if that. This top 5 absolutely proving unpredictable, as it always does in TCRUK. And here's your leaders, Andy. I mean, there's nothing between them.
Oh, if this race had had another lap in it, Callum Newsham may have been able to steal it, but as it is, the checkered flag is waiting, and Adam Shepherd, if he gets out of the final corner well enough, is going to come home to claim yet another race victory. Adam Shepherd then to the line, will cross the line for win number 9 in the championship. He has the same number of wins now as Callum Newsham. They're tied for second on the all-time wins list. It's been a fascinating battle between the two over the year, and it's Shepherd by 6 tenths this time who comes out on top. Then Newsham and Hutchison on the podium, with Finn Leslie 4th after the move of the race, definitely. The way that he managed to outfox Sam Laidlaw. I said earlier on, you're not going to go around the outside of someone at Clairvaux, but if you can stay there, it forces them onto a tight line into Hawthorne, and Sam just couldn't get the car stopped. So Finn Leslie really showing some brilliant racecraft beyond his years there. Finn is only in his, I think, 3rd season of car racing. Came into the Fiesta Junior Championship a couple of years ago for a part season campaign in 23, a full year last year, and then a big step up into TCR for 2025. And it's that sort of racecraft that tells me he's here to stay. That was brilliant.
Oh, 100% brilliant racecraft, like you say, and really capping off a fantastic race. Yes, we had the intervening safety car period, but all the way through it there, I mean, there were a few constants, and one, I mean, Adam Shepherd leading the way on through it. Opened up a nice early lead, had it cut by the safety car, reopened it again. And you know what, I might have to give the nickname to Callum Newsham of Callum at one last lap Newsham, just because I think he would love to have one more lap at most of the races I've seen of this season at race in. But here are your visual results, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Shepherd, your winner in the end by 6.5 tenths over Callum Newsham, with Brad Hutchinson around off that top 3 in what's been a Herculean effort to hold off the charges of Sam Laidlaw and Finn Leslie. Speaking of which, it was Finn Leslie who managed to outfox Sam Laidlaw right to the close on the final lap to take 4th place, but Laidlaw ran for the top 5. William Beach was 6th, in a bit of a lonely 6th place there. George Jackson, meanwhile, wasn't lonely, and in the end he held off the resilient charge of Gregory Saunders, who fell back right towards the end in the fight for 7th. Harry Braun was 9th, and in the top 10, Steve Laidlaw, who fought his way through, but in the end had as much fighting with his rivals as he did with the grass of the circuit. And I can imagine he'll want to put a line through this race and move on to race number 2 of the weekend, which will be tomorrow. Mark Smith, best arrested on length ahead of Jordan Kerridge, and then unfortunately 2 laps down, but I'm not quite sure whether he actually made it to checker flag. Alex Jones, your sole Gen 1 Cup car, and making it to the finish, which is always a nice surprise.
It is indeed. Also, a point on Steve Laidlaw. Don't forget tomorrow's race 2, top 10 reversal. He would be on pole position at the moment for race 2, so all is not lost for Steve Laidlaw, that's for sure. He just needs to try and figure out what went wrong earlier on. I mean, we saw the initial mistake with the wheel on the grass, but from then on the car did look like a bit of a handful, didn't it? So Steve Laidlaw did well to recover to 10th after a pit stop and 2 massive moments at the Jim Clark S's, and his reward provisionally at least, will be pole position for race 2 tomorrow. Right then, let's head downstairs, shall we? Ian is ready to chat with our podium finishers who have quite a few stories to tell at the end of a frenetic 9th round of the championship.
Yeah, welcome down to an absolutely delighted pit lane here. Look at what it means, the hugs. Adam Shepherd really ramming home his advantage at the top of the championship. Let's just see if we can make sure we don't get run over by Callum Newsham, who's going to take this second place spot. They're just going to sit him back a little bit as well. Hugs all around. It's so loud down here. Adam, I wonder if we can just grab you very quickly. You withheld a bit of a storm there from Callum Newsham near the end.
Yeah. We used the tyres hard at the start, knowing that if I could get a break, if you get back onto my bumper, it's hard to pass anyway. Yeah. So it was a bit of a gamble. Go off early, get out of the way of the danger. And if the tyres burn out, they burn out. And they did a little bit, but we were managing pace. It was one of them, the last few laps, it wasn't worth making a mistake. So a bit early on the brakes and just bring it home, really.
I'll tell you what, it could be quite a big race in the championship, this one.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Silverstone was a bit of a bad one for us by our terms. So yeah, bounce back, pole, win, double pole. So yeah, thanks to all the team, 5G Communications for everything they do. We wouldn't even be here without them, and Capture Motorsport as well. It's been brilliant.
Looked like it meant a lot, that one.
Yeah, brilliant. Cheers.
Top man, well done. Go celebrate. So here's Callum Newsham as well. Callum, you were putting some big pressure. Just another lap or two maybe needed.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can see his tyres were going off a little bit, but so were mine. But yeah, no, it was decent. I'll take it.
It's good for the championship, right?
Yeah. We're doing pretty good with our old car as well. I got to put that in there.
You're still smiling, aren't you? Well done, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy that second place indeed. Let's move down a little bit. Brad Hutchinson as well, coming home in third. He was under quite a lot of pressure in the end, wasn't he? But did manage to hold on to that third. In fact, it might have been a bit of a mistake by Sam Laidlaw near the end. Brad, and last lap, it looked like you managed to just ease a little bit of pressure on yourself there.
Yeah, it was good. Clearly not the fastest car on the grid, but yeah, I'm happy enough. We were on the podium again, aren't we? It's a shame about the damage, but we're sharing the track with Stevie Wonder, aren't we? So what can we say? I'm happy. I mean, I think we got about as most of it as we could out of the car. It was a difficult drive to the podium, but it's never easy, is it, when you're in this? But it's good, fun.
That's awesome. How tall are you, Brad?
6'5".
6'5", there you are, 5'7". So there you go, Brad Hutchinson there. Perhaps not quite the race he was hoping for, but in the end did end up on the podium. So your top three, Adam Shepherd, your championship leader, he takes the win. Callum Newsham in second, Brad Hutchinson coming home in third place. More TCR action tomorrow, and I'm delighted to say Paul O'Neill will be joining us as well for you to look forward to. Plenty more action coming up though this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button at the TCR UK YouTube channel, and of course with the British Automobile Racing Club. All of the pictures we bring you are completely live and free for you to tune in and watch. So just hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It means you don't miss any of the motorsport action we've got coming up for you in 2025. Right, we've got Caterhams out on track at the minute, so let's hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh.
Thank you, Ian. Well, as quickly as the circuit falls silent, ladies and gentlemen, from some brilliant racing action in the TCR UK, and of course plenty more of their racing tomorrow. You've got a double bill of TCR UK racing action. Well, now we come to something different, and it is going to be Caterhams. But before we get onto the grid, let's cut to an interview from earlier between Ian and one of our Caterham Sigma 135 drivers.
Yes, here we go. First chance to see the Caterhams in action. Neil Warnock over here has just walked away. We're just going to have a quick chat with him. Of course, former Sheffield United manager. It isn't that Neil Warnock. Neil, we're going to talk.
You come in and I'm trying to get away.
Do you know what Danny just said? Our cameraman here. He just said, "I bet people hate being the first in assembly because then I'm probably going to talk to them." But actually, there's a very good reason to talk to you because the championship's going well this season for you, isn't it?
It's going okay. Yeah, I'm in third at the moment in the championship. I'm hoping to maintain it today. Things are going pretty well. I think I'm P6 in this race, 6, 7 and 6, so yeah, it's going pretty well.
How well do you know Croft?
We raced here 2 years ago. I had a bit of an incident, so hoping for no repeat of that. But yeah, I know it pretty well. It's okay.
Yeah. Let's hope there's no deja vu for this one, shall we? I mean, look, it's a cracking season with the Caterham graduates. Somebody watching this, certainly the Sigma 135s, why should they get involved?
the friendliness of the club. It keeps getting said, but everybody will help you. You know, the guys are absolutely tremendous. Say the guys and the girls. We see Louise decent there. She's incredibly quick. Friendliness of the club. It's relatively low cost. It's good. People should do it.
Right, Neil, unless you're on a podium, you don't have to talk to me again now, but so hopefully we'll talk later, yeah?
Yeah, I hope we can. Yeah,
thank you so much for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Tom McEwen, the man to watch out for so far in the Sigma 135s. He's the championship leader. Can he maintain that winning run as well? We are about to find out. The Catering Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135 is about to get underway. Paul Walsh, over to you.
Hearing their interview with Neil Warnock, not the Sheffield United manager, but the other more famous Neil Warnock there. And well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, for the first of the multiple races this weekend for the P4 Emergency Lighting K2 Graduate Racing Club at Sigma 135. Your grid is as follows. David Rook has taken a pole position there in Gueston overall ahead of Luke Waitman. Then we do have behind him of the Waitman brothers, it's Adam Waitman who starts third, ahead of Andrew Bailey, another guest driver there, and I believe the Waitmans in yellow. Well, that refers to the fact that they are racing in trophy. Tom McEwen, he is the leader in the championship. He starts 5th on the grid ahead of Louise Deason, with Neil Warnock starting 7th. Charles Derry, the second place man in the championship, just ahead of Warnock and behind McEwen, starts in 8th place and in completing that top 10, Henry Morris and Thomas Gunter. We've got a lot of drivers to get through here, ladies and gentlemen. This grid, 38 cars have entered for the purposes of this race. We've got a packed grid, but that's your top 10, and indeed plenty to consider there in terms of battles in both trophy and championship. And just a reminder, championship are drivers and they are highlighted by the blue aqua background. They are competing in all rounds and weekends of the season, whereas your trophy drivers with the yellow background, they are competing in only 3 nominated race weekends, and the pink drivers, they are your guests. But that's your top 10, and shortly we'll be coming on to our subsequent rows of this grid and walking on through, and we come to row number 6, and there we will see Mark Soden ahead of Gary Cross. We then have on row number 7 Andrew Sagar ahead of Giles Hanson. We've also got there starting 15th place in Hapgood. Keep your eyes out for him. He'll be looking to try and carve his way through the field as quickly as he can, ahead of Michael Munns, with Simon Arnold and John Vincent on row number 9. And then we do have Dean Pollen and Guy Crossman completing your top 20. And some big names there who perhaps haven't qualified as happy as they would like to. And further on down, still starting 21st, Darren Butler in the number 68 ahead of Paul Hawker. That'll be your 11th row of the grid. Simon Martin will be lined up on your 12th row of the grid, starting 23rd ahead of David Paul. Then we've got Lee James, who starts 25th today, ahead of Sean Cronin, with Orlando Morris and Anthony Nichols on row number 14, and completing that top 30 will be Simon Nicholas and Russell Gunter. And Russell Gunter there, another driver as well, not quite where he wanted to qualify. He's going to be trying to pick his way through the field as quickly as he can. And then coming to your final set of rows for our 38 drivers. On row number 16, starting 31st, Paul Vokes ahead of Neil Bell. And we'll keep your eyes out there for the 22 driver as he looks to try and pick his way through the field. And he was saying to me in the build-up to today that he does enjoy battling, whether it's at the front of the field or towards the back. There's always someone to battle with, and that's why the CGRC is so popular. Stephen Trinder and Neil Perry line up on row number 17 ahead of Alan Bateman and Alistair Curry, and then it will be none other than Simon White, and starting last but not least on that grid will be James Hapgood. That will be your 38 starters. Now for the uninitiated, a quick summary of the K2 Graduate Racing Club, in the fact that this was founded off of the back of the, excuse me as I stumble over my own words there and also stumble over a little bit of wind, but this was all started as a result of a way of providing a next step up for those who raced in the Caterham Academy all the way back in the 90s, and well, back known as the Caterham Scholarship back then, and this was started as of 1997, I do believe, and as a result it was decided then that this would be an outlet for those who graduated from the Caterham Scholarship or the Caterham Academy Championship, which is now the name of it, that they would essentially use this as a means of being able to go to race without entering into the official tier of Caterham Motorsport racing that is run up by Caterham Cars, and that being the 5-tier series, with the Caterham Academy being the novice only part, all the way up to the 7 420R UK Championship, which is the experts or the top tier. Then you're going to be seeing in these races the Sigma 135 machines. 135 refers to 135 brake horsepower. They are powered by Ford Sigma 4-cylinder engines, 4 cylinders in line, and they don't quite have as much power as the the 150 cars that you will see later on today, and of course tomorrow as well. But these are cars which come from a number of backgrounds. Some of them will be straight out of Caterham Academy, other ones there will be drivers who have purchased them and are essentially rookies to the grid. Indeed, it is open to drivers both established and also brand new, and that's why you've got so many drivers on the field. It's absolutely fantastic to see. And well, the big question mark is, can anybody put a dent into Tom Ewan's championship lead coming into this round? He is the championship leader. He's taken victory in every race so far, -1, and the only other driver who's taken a victory would be Giles Derry, who's got an absolutely unstoppable run of podiums. But can anybody stop that? Neil Warnock, well, he would love to return to the podium this weekend after just missing out last time out at Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. With all the field practicing position there, goodness me, it is a long field of cars. Expect plenty of back and forth racing action, ladies and gentlemen. Expect there to be 2, perhaps even 3, perhaps even 4 wide. Although how they're going to find 4 wide around here, it's your guess as good as mine. But we are only moments away from going green flag racing for 20 minutes in the CGRC's Sigma 135 race, their first this weekend. And the lights are on, and it's lights out, and away we go then for the first of their races in round number 7 of their championship. And as they charge their way away, already a big scuffle further on back, practically 4 wide there, but at the front of the field, it looks like it's been a reasonable start for Rook, the guest driver that everybody was keeping an eye on in terms of how fast he is, as everyone's starting to make their way through. 3, 4, 5 wide further on back, some having to take to the gravel there. Oh, goodness me, that was very close to the tyre barrier from one of the drivers further on down, and well, they've all safely negotiated it in the end, albeit I can think there was a few squeaky bum moments from our drivers, particularly further down the order. Oh, goodness me, that's a big run round there. I think somebody collected the tyre barrier at the chicane. Caterham rolling backwards there into the grass, and thankfully the number 68, as it makes its way back together, is able to return under its own volition. But that could have been far, far worse there, given how tight it is through. But all the drivers being very respectful there, and I think recognising the fact when things go wrong, everyone needs to step out of it immediately. But charging their way now towards the second half of the lap at the front of the field, they won't be cognizant of what's happened further back necessarily, as the racing now starts to build up in tempo here, and where it does look as though our 145 driver of Rook, the pole sitter, starting to pull away, but we do have the Wakeman Rowers on the attack. In fact, hold the phone there, as we have had a bit of change positions, I think. No, my eyes are deceiving me there. It is still Rook leading the 145, and well, they all come out to sunny in and sunny out, and now down towards the complex, and a split in the field also starting to emerge. And I suspect the chicane incident definitely playing a big part in that, but the number 68 that went round at the heart of all that was the car Butler. But as I say, very happy to see that the guest driver is able to get things turned around and back up to speed. So the first lap comes to a close, and as it does so there, we do see a potential move being made by the 51. Trying to make a move is Arnold there, trying to gain back place he's lost. Well, after one lap, the top 3 are unchanged, but meanwhile, in fourth, McEwen has already moved ahead of Bailey, and Bailey dropping down to 5th place, with Warnock, Derry and Gunter following behind. But there you can see on the time tell on the left-hand side of your screen, all the drivers inside the top 20, if not further afield. And well, now everyone will settle in here, and this is where it starts to get very tactical, because for those of you who follow this, or perhaps do not follow it, either way, we'll cater to both of you there. These Caterhams, very fast cars in their own right, very lightweight machines, have very little weight to them. They've also got quite small engines in terms of the amount of power that's delivered, so they are momentum-based cars. And speaking of momentum there, that was side by side, that was a big move being made, and I think that was going to be Derry trying to make the move on Warnock there, and we'll further on back to number 73 coming on through the corner. That's going to be the guest car Cross that's fallen it down, in fact fallen down the order quite considerably. 2 places lost to both Arnold and Munns, and Arnold's moved up 5 places there, all the way up into and 7th in trophy, and in turn just outside the top 10. But as the field then comes back together here, well, the point being, you will see pack racing, you will see drivers trying to use the slipstream off of one another, and at Silverstone with a long straight we got to see pack, so it really did feel as though it was the Tour de France, albeit in Caterham. Here at Croft, a very technical circuit, a circuit which doesn't have as many straights or long straightaways, and that means you will see pack racing, but of a different kind, where the field will gradually start to segue its way apart, or at least that's the intention. That's the prediction of a number of drivers here, and well, everyone right now really in the train, following Rook around. But it looks our 145 driver here just doing everything right and holding on to that lead, and you can see a bit of a sniffer move there being made from our number 42, and that's Warnock there trying to make another place. Well, he's going to look for it here versus Bailey. He looks one side then the other. He's going to look around the outside into that brain zone. He's not going, well, in fact he won't be looking around the outside, he'll be on the inside there. Meanwhile at the front of the field, that is McEwen trying to get a little bit further up the running order as the 49 driver here tries to go for second place, looking to get past Waitman. And when I caught up with Ewan in the build-up today, Paul was saying to me he expected his main challengers for overall victory to be Rook and also the Waitman brothers, and that is definitely being demonstrated right now in the fact he's battling hard with them. He's got one of the two brothers behind and then the other one in front, but very shortly he's now going to be moving up, and well, he moves up there not just in positions but also today he's moving up in ages because he is celebrating his birthday today, celebrating his 36th birthday. And a big shout out there to Tom McEwen for what is another birthday and another trip around the sun. Just remembered I referred to him as Paul, but actually his name is Tom, and I apologise there, I do stumble over names every so often. But as I try to make the way on around here, 5 minutes complete almost, and we've still got 15 minutes to go. Indeed, it is going to be a longer race here, but these K-Terms can take it. You also do see a little bit of progress being made there from our number 98 driver, and well, the number 95 are going to also on the attack. Right now, everyone settles back in, and that's when you'll see episodes where we will see close side-by-side racing, but it becomes very tactical. Racing K-Terms is almost as if you're playing a game of high-speed chess here. In the fact, you have to use all of the strengths of your car, which is you've got a very lightweight car, you can put it in different places in the circuit, and it is very compliant. However, when you're in a pack, if you haven't got anybody in front of you, you haven't got the slipstream, and that's why you can see there Rook weaving one way, then the other, because he does have Tom McEwen continuing to get closer and closer as they head down towards turn number 1. 5 minutes complete now, and already that pressure starting to build, and he'll be looking for an opportunity to try and get involved, to try and take that overall lead, and therefore just put some more daylight between himself and Neil Warnock in particular, who is all the way down in 5th place at the moment, but 2nd place in the championship class, and that'll be his biggest concern then, because remember, on championship drivers, they score points on base where they finish in class. Trophy drivers, meanwhile, and that being the likes of the Waitmans, they take points based on where they finish overall, and the guest drivers, they are not factored into the equation at all. But there we see a switchback move being made by our 42. That's Warnock looking for the opportunity and to try and retake the place. He has been passed by Giles Derry, and those two scrambling over 2nd place in championship, and they're fighting for 2nd place in the championship standings in effect, with McEwen being in a little bit of a world of his own at the moment. And well, speaking of that, he has taken the lead of the race, and well, that's happened just recently, and right now, well, can he run away with it here will be the question for Tom McEwen. And something tells me that right now the runner-up in 2024 in the Sigma 135 trophy, well, he's committed to a full championship season this year, and that commitment is definitely on display as Rook immediately tries to come back at him, but there's no way through. And well, behind them, the Waitman brothers here continuing to watch, wait and listen, and it is going to be now the game of, will Tom McEwen be able to pull away, or will he have to worry about the pressure that's going to be applied to him by Rook and company? You can see there in 5th place Warnock a little bit further behind, and indeed Derry with him, albeit they are in the opposite order there, if my memory serves me correctly. Indeed Derry has got past, and well, here comes the move then, the return move down to turn number 1. Let's go look around the outside. There is Rook, but we'll see McEwen there just park the car in apex, doesn't let it roll too deep, and therefore just gradually nurses the car through, and being very cognizant of where exactly he needs to position that K-Term in order to prevent Rook from being able to get ahead, or really just run him side by side through the corners. But right now Rook will be applying little bits of pressure here, little bits of pressure there, and again you can see in the slipstream, that's where the K-Terms really build up the speed. And well, the Waitman brothers going side by side just behind, so 2 by 2 they come into Tower Bend, and Rook's going to go around the outside, but on the outside line of course he can't get the power down as happily as he would, so therefore he will lose a bit of time. But we see a swap of position for the lead as the rest of the field then comes into the wonderful camera shot, and as they wind their way for the Jim Clark S's here, well, single file for the top 4, they're so close they could reach out and touch each other right now in terms of the bodywork of the cars, and going in towards what will be the right-hander, Sunny in and Sunny out, whereas Rook who now leads this group as they roll on through. But again, it could change at any moment, and that's why we're not trying to get too excited when we do see this change of places, because the thing with K-Terms is they can change at any second, and it's all going to come down to who is leading come the very last lap. I mean, that to be fair could be said of any racing, but in these K-Terms it really is, because when you are in the draft you can gain 4 to 5 miles an hour on a straight compared to your rivals, and that speed gain can essentially sling you right past another car. You can see there briefly, I believe that was Adam Waitman looking for an opportunity to try and get on past his brother, but not quite able to find it there, and just having to wait versus Luke Waitman. But credit where it's due, Luke Waitman who started 2nd, he's now in 3rd. Still waiting to have an opportunity. Oh, a big sideways skip there over the apex curve of Clairvaux, and that was Adam Wakeman going sideways there, taking a bit too much curve, sending the car off its axis, and well, able to collect it there before it ended up going any further away from him. But he's pushing hard, and in the end, not quite getting it right. But what's notable there, a little bit further back, Giles Derry, 5th place, he's pulled away from the rest of the fight for 6th, and as the leaders really occupy the attention in the foreground of the camera shot, we can see now the fact that more pressure is being applied here, and Neil Warnock is actually falling backwards there, as he's now got the pressure of Bailey in the 131, the guest driver there, who is trying to put him under some grandiose pressure. And for Neil Warnock, this is not the way he wants it to go at all, because if he continues to fall backwards, already he does have Thomas Gunter between himself and Giles Derry, and their fight for 2nd place of championship positions, where it does look as though Giles today has really come into this one wanting to pull away from Neil Warnock. Warnock needs to come back at him in order to be able to try and level the playing field. We've got plenty of rounds remaining and plenty of races remaining. I wonder whether now, as we're starting to head into the second half of the season, that pressure is building. But speaking of pressure, that's a run deep there from our 2nd place runner of Tom McEwen. He's gone deep, brings it back together, but falls down to 4th place there. Was there an error into the first part of the complex? Something tells me yes, he may have gone a bit too deep on the brakes. They carried a bit too much speed in the chase after Rook, and Rook now just running down that start-finish straight. But this opens up an opportunity, because now it'll be Luke Wakeman who looks to try and go around the outside of him. And well, we can see there one of the tyre covers bounced up and down on the rear of Rook's car. Was there contact between the two of them? And that may be why we're seeing the visible evidence or aftermath of what happened between them. But that's a swap of the lead, and that's Luke Wakeman into lead now in Trophy. And in terms of how the points are scored, remember, Trophy class drivers, they have to take oval victory if they want to score winners' points. They can't afford to finish behind championship drives, and that's why racing in Trophy, it's not harder in the sense in terms of a championship campaign, but it's more difficult race to race, whereas we see it battle side by side there, and things are now definitely starting to get gloves off here as we head into the second half of the race distance. 10 minutes on the clock. Rook and Wakeman absolutely going all in, and Adam Wakeman behind his brother Luke is just watching on there and thinking, okay, how do I get involved? How do I play a role in this? Well, the answer is he's got to wait here and be very patient, because right now it does look as though whatever Rook can do, Luke Wakeman says, I can do it too. With Tom McEwen behind, and we can see there in 5th place with Giles Derry is caught up to the back of this, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the rest of the top 10 suddenly get on the back of this, because it's only 1.5 seconds between them and then Thomas Gunter, Neil Warnock. We've also got Bailey and Soden all closing up little by little, and you can see there, is that a run deep again? Yes it is, and that is a, oh my good lord, and he just gets it stopped on a dime there. It does Tom McEwen, but that enables Giles Derry to move on through, and right now McEwen, I don't think he's feeling comfortable anymore. I think, is there something slightly wrong with that Caterham, because it just does not look composed at all under braking anymore, particularly through complex. Of course, he is defending, so he'll be offline, but right now that just does not look to be a happy Caterham runner. And well, coming all the way up to the front of the field, that's a look around the outside there. Rook absolutely sliding his way around the outside of Wakeman. A lovely move there, and we can understand that Luke Wakeman's not going to take as much of a defensive stance there, battling a guest driver, just because they don't technically factor into the points. He'll want to take the overall win, of course, but right now, as we see a swap of places there, and that is going to be the other member of the Wakeman family making his way through. That'll be Adam Wakeman coming up at the position, and well, the two brothers here working together and trying to slipstream off each other under the back of Rook in order to pull away from the rest of the field, because there we see Giles Derry having to go defensive offensive through Tower Corner. What do we mean by that? Well, what we mean is essentially in the fact that every time his rival tries to go around the outside of him, he's got to be late on the brakes, and he's really got to dive into the corner. He's essentially got to attack his way into a corner in order to prevent the move happening, and force McEwen to have to back off on corner exit. It costs them both a lot of time, and therefore you do run the risk of the top three pulling away. But right now I think the championship fight is definitely taking priority in the minds of these two drivers, albeit you need to get about 2 seconds distance before you start to not feel the effects of the tow anymore, so therefore they're going to be feeling quite safe for the fact they're still only a second off of the top three. But that top three definitely trying to creep away as much as possible, but look at how it's brought the entire field together here. All this fighting, this is what we love to see in the Caterhams. Everyone gets compressed together, and right now it's anybody's guess who is going to be the winner of the championship class. It's going to be anybody's guess who's going to be the winner of the trophy class out of the two Wakeman brothers, and also we've got our guest drivers in there as well, who they may not be taking points, but they definitely want to take the prize of being victors. And as we do see them, Ewan looking for the opportunity around the outside, and Derry going defensive again there. And well, now they'll be getting the measure of each other, and this time no worries, no dramas coming through the corners. But it is definitely a battle for that championship lead that is becoming more and more the centre of focus, as behind that side by side between Kunter and Warnock. They both made the way through there. I think they have, albeit not without some grass being kicked up. And we'll try and understand who's made the position there, as that is, oh goodness me, that's going very slowly. And I think that's Ewing going slow there. I think something has broken on that Caterham. Alternatively, he's found a fault and he's trying to get the car restarted, because he's fallen all the way down, and this race is going from good to bad to disaster as quickly as that. And hopefully it doesn't get any worse for him. But right now for Tom Ewing, this is not a way he wanted to start off his racing this weekend at Croft, because it is going backwards at a very fast rate. But where one has demise, the others will rise up and score more points potentially, or at least the opportunity is open to them. That's the way the championship goes. Also keep in mind, in the championship they do have multiple drop rounds, or any drop races, so therefore there is an opportunity when you have a bad day in the office, when you have 1 or 2 races that don't go your way, you do drop them. But of course you want to try and save as many drop races as possible towards the end of the season, in order to give yourself the opportunity to really have the worst results at the very end of the season, and you go into the last couple rounds as strong as possible. As that is a big spin round there for the 42. That's Neil Warnock that's gone around, yellow flag waving, and well, very quickly gets himself back on the run. I wonder if we potentially get a replay of what's happened there, or whether we will be in short course. We'll find out, but that's gone very wrong. And how does this shake up the field, I hear you ask? Well, what it does do is it does see Warnock fall all the way down to 13th place. Also Thomas Gunter and McEwen, they drop down as well, and suddenly it is now Giles Derry ahead of Soden in the fight for 4th and 5th. And at the very front, well, it does seem as though right now it's the Rook-Waitman battle all the way on around. But there we do say in the cameraman's attention right now, completely understandable, the fight of our championship drivers here. And well, that championship battle is not getting any calmer, as it's 3 wide. They're heading towards Tower Bend, and well, Mewin in a car that has definitely been bruised. It's not been broken yet. Front right wheel arch is up now. Well, as he makes his way around there, he gets up the inside, takes the place, and well, a good move there. That will move him back up into 6th place if my observations are correct. That gets him ahead of Bailey, but he will have Gunter right behind, and the Derry Soden pair, they'll be running away, albeit they're quite spaced up up the road. You might see them come through the bottom of the camera very shortly. In fact, there they go. But as the drivers are all the way on around here, Tom McEwen, let's get his name right. Well, he'll be thinking to himself, what do I have to do in order to bring those places home right now? We've just got to keep the pressure off behind. But he's definitely having a very challenging day of racing, no doubt about it. Neil Warnock, it has gone backwards for him as well. So a lot of pressure on to our championship contenders. And well, that pressure is definitely being felt, as we see 2 wide there, sweep round the outside, and that is still Derry holding on there to 4th place, lead the championship class. But you can see how the guest driver of Bailey still in the mix, and Tom McEwen also there. But it also does mean that the top 3 in championship are starting to compress a little bit together, albeit they've still got some daylight between them before they really get into the fight with each other. Further on down the order, also some other changes afoot, I do believe, and those changes in the form of Cross, who's moved ahead of Arnold for 11th place, or what equates into not a change in class position, because one is guest, and meanwhile one is a championship class driver. And also we have had Vincent move up to 14th place, getting ahead of Sagar, so a good move being made there. 3 minutes then left on the clock, so this lap plus another 2 if my mental mathematics is correct. And well, our leaders right now, the top 3, they have got the best part of 3 seconds of time between themselves, and then 4th place of Giles Derry. And Derry right now, the leader of the championship class, he won't be too upset about that. And well, Rook and the Waitman brothers here, they're enjoying an absolutely brilliant ding-dong battle for the lead. And Rook right now doing everything right after being under so much pressure early on. He seems to have restabilised this race in his favour. Albeit you can imagine here that the Waitman brothers will be looking at this and thinking, okay, we've still got a bit of time left on the clock, we've still got a few laps left to go, so when do we potentially go for the move? And of course they won't want to go too soon, because if they go too soon and the battling starts to kick off, they'll bring Giles Derry into the mix right in, because we've seen the battling so far, it costs the best part of 1 to 2 seconds a lap as a minimum. So you've got to be patient. That's the word we're going to keep saying throughout the entirety of this weekend with regards to Caterham racing. But we are seeing as well the fact that because you've got a limited number of straights and you've got a lot of corners intervening between those straights, and they're not fast corners necessarily, albeit of course we do have the Jim Clark S's and also Croft into sunny in and out. What it does is it naturally leads to the field spreading out to a degree, and once you lose the pack in front, then you're relegated to either work on your rival, is what we like to say in the saying, is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, because you become friends for a brief moment to try and catch up to the next pack. But alternatively, if you can't sort that out, then you end up fighting each other more and more, and you fight for lower places. But we did see a big sideways moment there for the number 60. That was Soden almost into the gravel there coming through Clervaux. But back at the front of the field, well, now things are definitely kicking off here, as that's going to be a swap of position. That will be Adam Waitman moving up into the overall lead ahead of Rook. But we've seen this before. But what will it take in order for him to feel comfortable? As a very lonely Giles Derry there in 4th place, leader of championship. Well, he just watches on right now, knows that he doesn't need to do anything more. But these three heading in towards the sunny corner right now. The sunshine's definitely showering them with a lot of praise, and we will be in the commentating booth. They're able to negotiate this lap plus one more with absolute aplomb, which I'm sure they will, roaring the way on around then. And well, it does mean that Rook now is under pressure from Luke Waitman, who I think has decided, okay, I'm going to take a leaf out of my brother's book here and try and put a bit more pressure on. However, he doesn't look to be close enough. If anything, Rook's going to try and come back here. Complex isn't where it's going to be. I suspect it'll be the hairpin and a drag race down towards Clervaux, because we will have one more lap after this. Through the left-hand they go then, through the hairpin, a corner which they're saying, which number drivers are saying to me, the thing they've been learning at this corner is you don't have to trail brake that much into the corner. You trail brake a lot less than you think you have to, because it is such an elongated hairpin. It's one of the tightest hairpins in the world at Croft Bend. But as they roar the way in towards turn number 1, then here they go for the final time, and it is going to be the battle of the Waitmans versus Rook, who is going to be finishing on that top step. How will they finish on that podium? We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Our two trophy drivers and our guest driver here absolutely enjoying an absolute exchange, a brilliant battle in action. But right now it's Adam Waitman who leads, with Rook in second and Luke Waitman in third. But you can see that Adam Waitman trying to break the toe, as we do see a bit of debris on the circuit, but it's off the racing line. Indeed, it's off the actual tarmac itself. But here comes Rook looking up the inside and going all in on the brakes. It's very narrow into Tower Bend, and well, Waitman's got to give him the space. Rook in the end does get it stopped just about there. They show each other a great race, all the spectator room. Luke Waitman looks at this meanwhile and looks at an opportunity to try and get involved, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Giles Derry further back has got Tom McEwen closing quite rapidly on him. Alan McEwen is still 2 seconds back, so he'll feel the distant toe, but not enough. Back to the front of the field here, and Rook defend on the inside through Barcroft in towards Sunny. He comes through that right-hander, he does, and in the end it is going to be back in the hands of Rook, albeit we've still got 4 corners to go plus a drag race to line, so this isn't over yet. And Adam Waitman trying to prove that point, literally all over the back of him like a bad rash. In towards Complex they come then. And looking around the outside, this will be to try and snap back to the inside, but Rook in the end just drags the car nice and deep into the corner. It's a quick look up the inside. He tries to go for the feint dive, and it doesn't quite work out. So Rook right now has only got 1 corner and about 200 metres to go to that line. And as he makes his way on through, it's going to be going the way of Rook. I'll guess driving the 145 because the checker flag waves. And in the end, it's a slender margin, but it does go the way of Rook. Adam Waitman in second, Luke Waitman in third, and then we will have Giles Derry coming home for championship honours in 4th place ahead of Tom McEwen. That's your top 5 with Bailey in 6th. Then we do have complete in the championship podium, and with Thomas Gunter in 7th ahead of Morris, followed by Deason and Soden to complete the top 10. And will that top 10 absolutely brilliant all the way through, and indeed a round of applause for all the drivers there. Whilst we're focused quite heavily on the top 10, there were so many stories up and down the field, and in the end, well, as they all come to the finish line, we've still got a few drivers further on down our 38 car running order, and I believe we are going to see all 38 cars make it to the end of this race, or hopefully we will, as we do see our number 57 there making its way around. And that being the car of none other than White, one of our last runners, albeit still enjoying himself out there, no doubt about it. And as all the field comes to line, and goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. We've got a drag race there between 2 of our drivers, and in the end, that going the way of Poulter over James. Also, we have had Vokes finish ahead of Trinder just about there as they come across the line. And well, that really brings to a close the first 20 minutes of racing action for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduate Racing Academy at Sigma 135. As the last star drivers there head towards that timing line, and well, the last star finishes there will be Bateman, White, and then Hawko finishes 38th. And well, may not have been on the pace of some of their rivals, but still gets the checker flag, and that's what it's all about. It's a bit of fun out there and having some good old classic Caterham-based racing. But what a set of battles right in front of the field, and in the end, we could only go one way in terms of who could take victory. And David Rook absolutely delivering out there, and all drivers make the call down that fantastic racing. But here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, David Rook, our guest driver, taking victory after 13 laps turned by 7 attempts over Adam Waitman. Waitman taking trophy class honours there, a brilliant performance from him ahead of brother Luke, and those two in the end able to steer clear of all the battling drama over the distance. Giles Derry making it back to the top step in championship. He'll be absolutely ecstatic with that, and that's a win he's needed. Tom McEwen in the end fell down the order. Curious as to what happened, because we saw him going very slowly unless he takes the escape road through the chicane and lost all the momentum as a result. He may have done, but having to settle for 5th place, 2nd in championship. Andrew Bailey, guest driver, finishing 6th ahead of Thomas Gunter, and then it was Henry Morris, Louise Deason and Mark Soden who completed your top 10. And Gunter, shout out for 3rd place in the championship class ahead of 3rd place trophy driver Henry Morris, but he does take home, of course, 8th place points. Gary Cross, 11th, best of the rest, ahead of Neil Warnock, who in the end fell all the way down the order after that big incident that we did see, and Simon Arnold and Andrew Sagar completing your top 14. Fastest lap of the race going to Adam Waitman at 1 minute 34.3, and that was set towards the end of the race there in the tow, and he'll be definitely very happy to take the fastest lap. But the racing was absolutely razor sharp up and down the field, but great racing respect shown. That's the one thing you always see in these caterhams. But that's enough about the racing here from our commentary booth and the cameras. Let's go down to Parc Ferme and hear from our drivers and the excitement of all the racing. Over to Ian.
Well, David TCRUK came into Parc Ferme here with the biggest smile on his face. I can see the smile in the eyes there, David. And I'll tell you something, you played a blinder there, coming in second on the last lap as you came over the line, and then obviously you made the move.
Well, the move was really complicated because it started at Tower. We ran side by side through the next corner left, the next corner right, and actually it was on Sunny Inn that I actually managed to get ahead. But these guys drove epic. That was awesome, that last lap, mate. Well done. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, amazing. I just showed up here to guest and have some fun and put it on P1.
I love that. I just showed up. What does it mean to get the P1?
Oh, it's lovely. It's incredible. I've not raced for quite a long time, so it's nice to come back and have a go.
Can we have you back, please?
I'd love to come back. Yeah, 100%.
Well done. Congratulations. Sure, we've got the Waitman boys over here, Adam and Luke. Fantastic. Right, guys, can we get you both in? Brilliant racing out there. Was it? Talk us through that last lap from your perspective.
Oh, well, it's a bit of a shame I didn't win, but yeah, it was it was great fun. I mean, it was unbelievable close racing.
Yeah.
I just had to. I tried to get past Luke, and I just clipped him, and then it was just my turn at trying to get pole, and I was so close. But you know, it's just the tow round here is just ridiculous. You're a bit of a sitting duck if you don't have it. But yeah, it was fantastic.
That is catering racing, though.
It certainly is. Yeah, it was extremely close. I felt like towards the end of that, I was just hanging on and waiting for someone, hopefully not him, to make a mistake and bin it. But yeah, I think I'm happy with good start to the weekend. Yeah, good for the championship. Yeah, it's fantastic racing. Absolutely.
Well done, guys. Thank you. Thanks for entertaining us. Really do appreciate it as well. I'm just going to move down here because I do have, I believe this is Paul Hawker's. There you go. So we're going to go find Paul and give this to him. Whilst we did, I don't know if you can see, but track action cars are already heading out on track. So I'm going to hand over to commentator Paul Walsh to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Well, thank you, Ian. And indeed, well, we've got another race just around the corner. Race number 5 at this fine Saturday, as we do see some of our spectators there. An eclectic mix of clothing, some feeling a lot cooler than others, some getting the coats out. But there are track action cars making their way on out to circuit, ladies and gentlemen. And as they do, what's track action all about, I hear you ask? The Track Action Racing Club really is one of those series. It's not a championship, it is a series, so they're not competing for points, they're just competing for victories over the course of the championship, of the season campaign, I should say. Almost using championship to describe the series there when I've just said it's not a championship. Goodness me, I'm going to dock myself points for that one. But regardless, it is a racing series which is all about a mixture of production cars and also dedicated race cars. But the idea being essentially here is that you can turn up in your own car, so long as you have a car which is compliant to racing rules and regulations, so you've got the harnesses, you are able to put your car out on the circuit. However, ladies and gentlemen, enough about the series. Let's talk about one of the drivers, and let's cut to an interview that Ian was able to capture earlier with one of our track action stars. So over to the words from Ian.
Right, everybody, here we go. First race of the weekend for track action. One of my favourite as well, just for the mix of cars that we've got. We've got a Citroen AX, a Skoda Octavia, a Nissan 350Z, a Renault 5 Turbo, Scirocco's, Clio's, Peugeot 206 GTIs. Here's one of the 206s. And we're going to have a quick chat with Noah Checkley because, Noah, you almost didn't make it here this weekend, did you?
Yeah, well, coming back from Silverstone, I had like a lot of braking issues. So trying to literally, on the Sunday, on there replacing the master cylinder to get racing here today, so it was tight to say the least.
That's the best of motorsport, though, isn't it? You're out. How is the car now?
Yeah, it stops, so it's good. But yeah, there's still more time to be found here. I'm just like slowly building up from obviously Silverstone. Yeah, I think I can definitely challenge the front of the 206s, and who knows, see how it goes.
Tom, man, no, I'm really glad you made it out. Thanks for talking to us. Just over very quickly, because I've got Dave Beecroft over here, should be out in his Citroen Saxo, but for some reason, Dave, you are not in this race.
No, unfortunately not. We've got a fuel problem that the boys have tried to fix, but we just run out of time. So.
Well, can I just say as well, you've got a cup of peanuts there. You did, and can you just confirm this? I was about 10 metres away and you threw it and I caught it in my mouth.
Absolute hole in one. Absolute hole in one.
Fantastic.
But with a mouth that size, you know, it's not hard.
Not hard indeed. Hopefully we'll see you out tomorrow. Here we go. First race of the weekend for track action. Paul Walsh, over to you.
Oh, goodness me. Well, speaking of hole-in-ones, as we come back then to circuit side for our track action drivers, well, we look to the grid, and on pole position is Sean Govard. And a little bit of story about him quickly, driver who's never driven at Croft before. And he was saying to me in the build-up to today, he was just looking to see where exactly he'd be on the grid, obviously aiming for victory, but just hopeful that he had the pace in the car, and he felt confident coming out of practice and going into qualifying. And look at that, hole-in-one does it immediately there by taking pole position. He's joined on the front row by the Skoda Octavia, the very popular car of Paul Rodinson, and then we do see Sean Deacon line up in third place in his Peugeot 106 ahead of Callan Trump in the Nissan 350Z. And many of you will hear the sound of thunder with that car, not weather-wise, but you will have seen it race in the Thunder Saloons. We do have in fifth place Thomas Franklin in the Renault 5 GT Turbo, a good qualifying session from him, albeit 8 seconds off a pole, but you've got a whole mixture of cars here, and that's why he'll find somebody to fight with, and most likely he'll be fighting with Callan Trump in front of him, or alternatively alongside him, Nick Tasker in the Volkswagen Scirocco. From Tasker in 7th it'll be Andy Tate in the Renault Clio Gen 4, and then we will have Ben Southwood in the Renault Clio lining up alongside him in 8th place. Completing your top 10 is Mark Robinson, another Volkswagen Scirocco. We've got plenty of Sciroccos out there that we're looking to have a good amount of fun, and then we do come to our Peugeot pack, our 206 GTI pack, and Andrew Mitchell, the man who led the way last time out at Silverstone. He starts 10th, head of Jake Richardson, who starts in 11th place, and Noah Checkley, who we heard from only moments ago there. Brake issues resolved in Silverstone. It's so great to see Noah out on the grid and looking to give it his all. He reckons he can take Mitchell the distance. Martin Kaiser starts in 13th place, ahead of Matt Anderson, and these Peugeot drivers are absolutely packed. And then last but not least on this running grid, starting 15th, it will be David Beecroft. But of course, not on the grid, unfortunately, due to an issue with the car, and therefore we've only got 14 starters. And well, we heard from David Beecroft only moments ago, so we are down one of our Peugeots, but still we've got 14 cars out there and they're going to give it their all. Some notable absences this weekend, of course. Well, if you're wondering where the Buzz Lightyear car is of William De Claudio, not on the grid, and Sean Govard was mentioning to me the fact he misses the appearance of the Citroen Saxo for the simple reason there that he'd love to see it out there giving it its all and be able to take the fight. In fact, not the Citroen Saxo, the Peugeot 106. Let me get it right, because it is governed in the Citroen AX. There's so many different cars here, goodness me, a whole mixture, but that's what makes Track Action Racing Club so interesting. So therefore, the story of the day could really be for Sean Govard to try and just run away with things, but meanwhile it's going to be very interesting in the fight for second and third run down, because Rodison in that Skoda Octavia, majority of qualifying, he was exchanging lap times with pretty much every driver who's lined up on the second and third row of the grid behind him. So Sean Deacon all the way through to Nick Tasker, when he's been able to get that Skoda nice and comfortably into second on the grid, and two very different styles of drivetrain on the cars and two very different machines, and where you can imagine that's going to lead to very different starts, and we could see a definite fight down in towards turn 1. Also keep your eyes out there for that Nissan 350Z. I mean, a lovely car there, and well, right now that is going to be Callan Trump, who tries to make some quick progress, but as all the drivers get themselves into their final positions, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a frantic race, no doubt about it, and this is going to be round number 7 of the Track Action Racing Club here at the Croft circuit. Well, the 5-second board is shown and it means the lights will go on. The green flag is waving behind. The engines will roar here, and as they all get steady, ready to go, 14 cars of a whole host of variety. And it's lights out, and away we go then for their first of their 2 races this weekend. And as they charge their way away, well, it's a good start there from Govert, but look at this from Roderson looking around the outside behind. We do have the little Renault also trying to get involved, the Gen 5 machine, but it's a good defence from Govert, goes a bit deep into the corner, but he's able to keep it nice on track. Westerfield makes his way on through. We've got a mixture of Renaults and Peugeots there, all trying to exchange places, and we'll see how they emerge coming into the chicane, because by then it will be one wide. I think Noah Checkley there's had a good start. I think he's made some progress, and roaring the way on through. Well, everyone's safely on through the open few corners. That's what we love to see. And now onwards they go in towards Tower Bend, and this is where we'll now start to see the little gaps open up a degree. As we can see there, Callum Trump's had a very poor start. He's dropped a lot of places and having to fight his way back, getting ahead of the TCRUK there, and well, emerging from the corner, it's Peugeot power all the way further down. That's the 888 there of Kaiser, battling hard with Checkley. In fact, has got ahead at the start of the race, so right now it's going to be a tough enough fighting between them as we look to the front of the field coming in towards Sunny Bend, and will Govert continue to pull away, and Roderson trying to come with him here as much as possible. But I think Roderson there battling with a much heavier car by looks of things, given the fact these cars are all different restrictions and types. And therefore Govert right now just trying to keep his head down cool. But in the Peugeot pack, or in the Peugeot Cup battle, that is Checkley on the outside. They're just getting ahead, and behind him I think he's still got some pressure from Anderson, and also, well, I think that's Richardson who's dropped a long way down the order. We'll get you an update on that when we can. But as we can see, Trump there trying to look for an opportunity to get past the number 9 of Tasker, who made his way ahead, and well, Callum Trump right now under a lot of pressure to try and make some progress, because the cars in front of him are pulling off into the distance. But after one lap of racing, as he tries to blast his way along through, it is Sean Govert ahead, but look behind him, you'll see Paul Roderson not too far behind. That Skoda absolutely lightning quick in the traction zones, and it's in the corners where we do see the little nimble Citroen AX just pull away to a degree. So the top 2 here now starting to abscond off into the distance, and then we do have in third place the Peugeot 160 of Deacon there, who you can see a bit further down in the rear of the picture, and now he becomes into the foreground, who's found his way on past Frankland, and Frankland had a lightning start, was up into third place right at the start, we're losing out on that open lap. But here we come then, a battle between the Nissan and the Volkswagen here, Japan versus Germany, and as they come down to the braking zone, it's going to look up the inside here, and Trump's going for it. Can he get it stopped in time? He will be able to there, and what a lovely move in the number 89, and now moving up into 5th place there, so regaining one of the places he's lost, but he's now got chased after Frankland in the Renault, who you can see there in the foreground he shot, and well, by doing so, can he take on those machines in front of him? Because remember, he's dealing with a front engine rear-wheel drivetrain in that Nissan, whereas the majority of his rivals in front of him, or imminently in front of him, including the one he's just put the move on in the former Tasker, if my memory serves me correctly, front engine front-wheel drive there, so the handling cars versus the car that's a little bit more distributed in terms of handling and also power performance. However, we will see, because this Croft circuit does have some long straights to it, it's also got some fast flying corners and some much tighter corners, and that combination, it will suit certain cars at certain points and it will suit others at different points on the circuit. But it is definitely looking as though, at least right now, Trump is back on the rise here, and his next target will be to try and move into 4th place. Further down the order, we do still have, well, in terms of the update on the Peugeot Cup, we do have Mitchell, who's leading that ahead of Kaiser, and then Checkley, so they're all close together. We'll see how they all come through a little bit later on, as there goes your top 3, and then we will have behind them the emerging 4 more cars, and well, look at that further on back as we hold the shot there, one run wide, and I believe that's Noah Checkley. Has he been able to take the lead of that class? Not quite. Mitchell's still ahead, but Noah Checkley has moved up into 8th place. The driver who's taken the excursion was none other than up into 9th place, I should say. The driver of the excursion was Kaiser there as he made his way on through. So right now they all come back in line astern, but Noah Checkley continues to make some great progress here as the drivers now settle into that rhythm. We will see how it plays out between them as they go a little bit deeper on, but at least in the meantime, there's a big sideways moment there, a big slide coming through the corner, and that, I believe, was, I'm trying to see the door number there on the car, that's the 303, and goodness me, Richardson there, if he was any more sideways, I think it'd be absolutely, well, in the end he would be practically in the grass, but he brings it together, and looking up the inside there, Checkley gives him the space, and all these drivers right now are always back and forth. But the thing is, this fighting early on, always going to is it's going to enable Mitchell to pull away. It's great fighting between them, but I think right now they all want to chase after that man, who you can see making his way off into the distance. He's going to be looking in his rear view mirrors, and I think he's thinking to himself, okay guys, you keep fighting behind me, I'm just going to go walk off with this one, and well, Checkley right now, I think, won't want that, but he's also enjoying some brilliant battling. And if there were any questions about whether he needs to test the brakes on that Peugeot to see whether they're working and comfortable with race distance, he's definitely, over these 15 minutes, he's going to be getting plenty of time to test them out. And that's not to besmirch him or to ridicule him, but definitely it's going to be a bit of baptism by fire after a difficult Silverstone. Too wide they go into complex, and as they come into the second part of it, well, absolutely tight as they come. Move around the outside there. Lovely move from Richardson. He will get a nose ahead into the hairpin, but this is where it's going to be difficult because, of course, Checkley can take a much more expressive run out the corner, but he runs a bit deep, and in fact, that's going to open up the door here to Kaiser in the 888. Onwards they go then. The drag race recommences here, and right now, Checkley, for all the places he's gained, he's now being pushed down the order as they head onwards. But as the drivers make the way down in towards turn number 1, Checkley back on the inside there, lovely move, and gets it just about stopped there, so holds the place, makes sure that the 888 doesn't get him past. Kaiser's now going to have to get a little bit more inventive here if he wants to try and take that position. But of course, where it's going to be necessity that breeds inventiveness, and he'll be trying to be a little bit more clever in how he makes that move. So it does look as though, coming down to turn 1 at least, it's not going to happen. Looking further up the order, we do come back to Trump then in the number 89, and the Nissan 350Z continuing to make some progress. A very popular car did come out into the market. I do believe this was in the mid-noughties, I want to say, unless I'm mistaken, and then it did give way to the 370Z, and well, subsequently overshadowed a degree by Nissan's following that release of the Nissan GTR, but still a very popular car with drivers who want to do time attack or indeed do series such as this. Coming on to our Skoda Octavia, well, a very different machine. However, Skoda do have a rich pedigree of motorsporting, and indeed the VRS badge being very symbolic of it. And while number 55 driver here on Rodderson, be fair to him, he's only 3.1 seconds off of our race leader Sean Covert, and that Citroen AX, he's definitely in a car that does seem a bit more suited to this cross circuit, particularly through the back half of the lap with all the nimble corners. Flip side of the coin, however, being that on those straights and also in those low-speed traction zones, such as the hairpin, Rodderson really looking comfortable. But meanwhile, whilst they're spacing out, well, it's not spacing out here in the battle of the Peugeots, because whilst Mitchell has definitely walked off to 3 seconds gap, well, right now it's Richardson, Checkley, Kaiser and Anderson in that order, and they're all fighting over up the runner-up spot of the Peugeot pack. But charging their way onwards then, here they come across that line, and the gaps between the drivers this time around, nothing between them. It is literally about 2.5 tenths from car to car to car here. Oh, goodness me, and that is a big moment there, and that is Franklin. Now, where is that in the number 69 car? That's gone sliding off the circuit. Trying to discern there, but something tells me that might be at the well, no, that wouldn't be at the start of that, would it? But the car there into the tyre barrier, and will the marshals immediately get into the car to see whether Franklin is A-OK? And well, hopefully it was alright. I think we've got a replay here of what happened. And well, we do have a still shot there for a brief moment, at least what we're seeing here, but I think we are seeing the replay. And here we go then, coming down to Tower Corner. What happens? Oh, goodness me, the car just sipes to the left and goes straight on. Now, look at that front right tyre. Was there a bit of suspension failure there? Because that front right definitely was not pointing in a happy direction as he went to go onto the brakes there. It looked as though I was actually pointing off centre, but great catch there from our cameraman to grab that replay as to what happened. Well done to them. So that explains, but Franklin into the barrier. Well, we will have local yellows down at Tower Corner, but if he can't get it going again, I wouldn't be surprised that potentially brings out the safety car with 6.5 minutes to go, given where the car's positioned, but we will wait and see. That will be at discretion of the clerk of the cause and also the marshals there, because of course safety being the priority. And indeed, as soon as I say that, it's almost as if I've got a bit of an instinct there. The safety car is summoned out the pit lane. So the racing will pause, and I think Noah Checkley right now, as soon as he hears that we do have a bit of a pause in the racing, he's going to be sat there thinking, come on, I was just about to try and make the move then, try and take the place, but it's not going to come through, and Richardson will hold onto the place for now. So, 6 minutes on the clock, get a bit of a pause here, but this will cause the field to compress up. What we will see is that Sean Covert, who managed to pull out that absolutely brilliant lead, albeit under a lot of pressure from Paul Rodderson right at the start, they will come back together. And why is this interesting? Well, of course, what it does mean is that we will see that Skoda Octavia, when the racing does resume, presumably we will have some race time to resume, it could potentially lead the way into turn 1, depending on how well the restart is done by Sean Covert. However, you can imagine he'll be very prepared for it, he'll be thinking about it already, and albeit, to be fair, he's shown a maturity beyond his racing experience, because this is the only series he's raced in. And he did race briefly, I believe, when I spoke to him a little while ago. He did race briefly in 2023, but that was only for a couple of rounds of the season. whereas this year he's committing to the entire season of racing. He's trying to make it all the way to the end of the Citroen AX and is looking very happy in it at the moment. And one other thing, and the reason why that final corner might be to Sean Gover's detriment, he was saying to me how tight the corner is and the fact that in that Citroen the amount of lock he's having to put on it, steering lock that is, how much you turn the steering wheel, he's pretty much at maximum there, whereas I can imagine for Paul Roderson behind, he doesn't have to do as much in terms of getting the car turned through the corner because he can use the traction on the rear tyres to do a lot more. So that'll be interesting when we do see the restart. But of course, racing isn't old right now. In third place, we have the Peugeot 106 of Deacon. Then in Trump is in fourth in the Nissan 350Z. Then it is Tasker in fifth in the Volkswagen Scirocco. And all this field just coming on down that lane. It just brings the tempo down. We can see how that field gradually coming together here. And, well, it's definitely going to make it very interesting over the distance. Now, whilst we do have a bit of a breather, one thing we haven't done over the course of the day, whether you're tuning in via the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, hello to you guys and girls tuning in via there. Alternatively, if you're tuning in via the TCRUK YouTube channel, we haven't said hello to a number of you. I mean, we've said hi. We haven't called out a number of you. Let's try and call out some names here. We'll work our way backwards. We say hello in the Bark YouTube chat firstly to Skylar Lahan, also to Greg Zen High. Great to have you guys tuning in today. Also we say hello to Chris there. Also Archie, I believe that's McKinney. I believe. I do apologise there, I've completely butchered your surname. Not the greatest on them. We also say hello to Charlie O'Connor, Thomas Munns, Dan Hughes and Jasmine Alawi. I believe that's how I say your surname. If not, I do apologise. But let's look to TCR UK's YouTube chat as well. And we do say hello to Nathan D. Rover. Asked the question from the TCR race, is Finn Leslie related to Dave Lee Leslie? I'm not quite sure. You know what? I might pitch that question later on to Andy McEwen and see when I grab him a little bit later. We also do say hello there to LJS Bean too. And I hope you're doing well. And we also say hello there to HYR Blurry. Says, afternoon, buddy. And well, good afternoon to you too, good sir or madam. Of course, I'm not going to assume genders at any point. But it's great to see so many of you tuning in here, and also the fact that you're all still with us, because I appreciate this is an absolute bumper weekend for motorsport, because you've got the 24-hour Le Mans going on currently. You've also got, of course, I believe, some sort of Formula 1 Grand Prix that kicks off in Canada this evening, qualifying, and of course you're here with the TCR UK race weekend. But as all guys make the way through, I believe they are still behind the safety car. They didn't want to miss the restart, and will feel being bunched back up. But as they all come together now, I wouldn't be surprised if the next lap we are potentially going racing once again. But look at where the top four are together. You can see right now just a little bit of body politics here from the cars in the way that Paul Roderson in that Skoda. I mean, it's a lovely car. I didn't get a chance to speak to him this morning. I really wish I had. I did speak to Sean, but I'll definitely try and make a point of having a chat to Paul before we do go racing tomorrow to ask about the story behind that car and why the Skoda Octavia in particular. And I get the feeling he might just say, well, because nobody else was doing it, as we do see there, unfortunately, the car of Franklin's still in the tyre barrier. Well, driver's out of the car, most importantly. He is out of the car, and that is great to see, because the simple reason that most importantly it's the driver's safety. And well, you can understand there if he's a bit gutted, because he definitely was in a very fetching looking car, and on top of that was very eager to go racing. As we do say hello there to Michael Green, who says big shout out to Ben Soward in the Clio, and that is in the TCR UK chat. And well, you do see there our TCR UK social media manager, who's doing everything behind the scenes. He's in the adjacent room to me right now, and hopefully I haven't deafened him or annoyed him with how loud I am behind the microphone. But saying there, the second Miltech Civic Cup race of the weekend takes place after this race, so we have got plenty of racing still to come. We've got 2 more races today, but something tells me, ladies and gentlemen, that this racer track action might not see another lap there, because unfortunately Franklin's car is still in the barrier at Tower Corner. I can imagine the most likely looking at the best means to extract it there, particularly if he's gone in, and particularly if the car has had something on the lines of a suspension failure. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the car that they are going to have to lift out of the position. They won't be able to pull it or reverse it naturally, just because it could do more damage than good. Such is the way, but that's why you do have the marshals down there, and they have a process for essentially doing triage or diagnosing. Okay, we've got a stricken car, can the car move under its own volition? And there you can see the car pointed in the opposite direction. So looks like they've been able to get it out. Hold up a second, it's rolling forward. Oh, they managed to get it out in the end. Is that being towed, however, behind the pickup truck? Something tells me it would be, given the way it's been spun round there. And boy, it will be escorted off the circuit. But with 20 seconds left to go, well, I do believe, unfortunately, we won't be seeing it make its way back out onto circuit, and I think with that we might be seeing the checker flag. So unfortunately we are going to be robbed of a final lap showdown, because as we look to the complex, there's your safety car. Lights still seem to be on it, although that could be the sun reflecting. Yes, lights are still on it. Time is called, and well, when they come around, ladies and gentlemen, sadly we won't be getting another lap of racing. We will be seeing the checker flag, but still, safety always prevails, as they always say in motorsport, and it's always great to see that the marshals doing a fantastic job, and without them we couldn't go racing. The good old Orange Army, not the Dutch one, the one here today doing the marshal work. But as they all make their way out the corner, then it will be Sean Govard who takes victory here today in round number 7 of the Track Action Racing Club, their first of their 2 races here at the Croft circuit. He crossed the line there. No, it's not the way he wanted it to end, but victory all the same. Paul Roderson takes 2nd place, then we'll have Deacon in 3rd, with Trump finishing 4th, just missing out on the podium spots, Tate in 5th, Mitchell in 6th, taking victory in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup class, and Indian adding another victory to his tally, ahead of Richardson, with Jack Indian finishing 8th, and he'll be happy to have seen the finish here and seen the car go through the battles under brakes with his rivals, including Richardson and also Kaiser, who finished behind him. Anderson completing the top 10, and well, we did have Tasker down in 11th place, the Volkswagen TCRUK, and Southwood completing your top 12, the Renault Clio driver. But with Govard flashing his lights there, absolutely ecstatic with that victory. Let's walk you through those finishing positions subject to any stewards' inquiries. And as we can see, Sean Govard, your winner then after 8 laps turned by 1 second over Paul Roderson. Then was Sean Deacon in 3rd place, ahead of Callum Trump in the Nissan 350Z, who had a slow start but made a good recovery, and I do wonder what he could have done with a couple more laps in that car. Andy Tate finishing 5th. In the Renault Clio Gen 4, he'll be happy with that result. Andrew Mitchell, the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup winner there, in 6th place, ahead of Jake Richardson, with Noah Checkley, Martin Kaiser, and that was your top 10. Nick Tasker was 11th, ahead of Ben Southwood, with Thomas Franklin and Mark Robinson completing that order, albeit in the end. Well, what a race, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt about it. And the fastest lap of the race being set by Sean Govard there, 1 minute 32.81, which, given the fact he said to me in the build-up to today, his target was to be lapping on the pace of the Miltech Civic Cup machines, if not a second faster. He will be very happy with the pace he's shown here, and that pace being enough to enable him to put it on pole and also take victory. But again, we did see Paul Roderson make that charge, and well, I can imagine race number 2 tomorrow, round number 8 of their championship, could be a very interesting one, because they will be starting that grid based on their 2nd fastest lap in qualifying. Do I have those positions available? I don't think so at the moment. Well, in fact, I can get those just to understand, because we may see a little bit of shake-up of that grid. And we'll be Govard and Roderson on that front row again tomorrow. Roderson will be starting 2nd, and he'll be looking to go on the pursuit. But as we do wait to go racing once again, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm sure we'll be getting some interviews with our Track Action drivers in short order, and Ian's probably scrambling down there at the moment to get a word with them from Parc Fermé. We can see them all making their way on around there, and there's so many good stories here with regards to all the racing. But if you want to be part of this story, what you've got to do is have a car that you're willing to turn into a race car. You don't need to do anything major with it, you just got to make sure it's got all the safety equipment in it with regards to the point harnesses and also the roll cages. And you can be out there, if you've got your 2nd car that you're thinking, I don't really drive it anymore and I'd love to drive it in anger more, and unfortunately I can't get away with speeding on the motorways, although we all know and love and want to do it in a decent car when we go beyond the speed limit. Well, the one way to break the speed limit is to go out on circuit, and Track Action being a fine example of how you can do so. But as you see all the drivers being negotiated into the pit lane, I believe we will very shortly be getting a word with them, and then after that we are of course going to be having the 2nd of our Miltech Civic Cup races for this weekend, and we'll be absolutely itching to hear the roar of K20 series engines in short order. But with all the cars coming on in there, well, so many classes out there, but the big thing being who is your overall winner. In Silverstone, where it was dominated by William de Claudio versus Sean Govard, but here today it does seem as though, so far, it is going to be the Sean Govard show, but not without a guest appearance from Paul Roderson to try and keep him honest. And well, further on down, it looks as though it's going to be Andrew Mitchell who continues that run of victories in the Peugeots. However, that's enough of the story here in the commentary booth. Let's go down to Ian Walthouse in the pit lane, well, in fact in Parc Fermé, and hear from our top 3.
Yeah, here we are, Sean Govard there, taking the win. You never want to end a race under a safety car, but he put pretty much the hard yards in beforehand anyway. Let's the wind. We're not expecting the wind, are we, Sean? It's absolutely flying at the minute. This must be the fastest Citroen AX in the history of the world. We'll just let you get your helmet off there, but wow, Citroen AX first, Skoda Octavia in second, and a 106 in third. What a mix. Sean, we never like to end under a safety car, but to be fair, you'd put the hard yards in before.
Yeah, I had a rubbish start though. I had a really rubbish start. I missed second gear a little bit, I think, there. I know Paul was alongside me, so I just had to make sure I stick that corner. And then for now, coming into that last complex, it jumped out of gear as well in second. I was finding that for the last sort of like couple of sessions that I had, it was jumping out of second gear, so he caught up with me, and then you panic when you lose gear, and it's like, oh no. So, but apart from that, the car was awesome to drive. Yeah, it's just
I'm a big fan.
I know. It was handling really well all through the weekend. So I mean, it's a big shout out to Will and Waz Racing, because obviously they set the car up. So, but it was just amazing. Yes, it's lush to drive. I do love it.
Well done, Sean.
Thank you.
Enjoy tonight, won't you, Paul? You can really get into grips with this now, aren't we?
We're getting there, but slowly, and it's a bit tight round here for this thing.
Yeah.
I wish I were back at Silverstone really, because we made some changes and it's better. Yeah. But of course it's a bit tight round here. So, but hey, we're getting there. We're getting nearer the front. We've gone from third to second. So yeah, that's a result.
It's an improvement.
One more to do.
Thanks so much for that. So let's grab Sean Deacon over here as well, just in the 106 as well. The nimbleness, although quite wide wheel arches here. Shame to finish under the safety car, but you know, as pretty much with Sean over there as well. You kind of done the work in the first half.
First time on the podium. We had a few troubles yesterday in testing. Qualifying this morning, I had quite a major part snap, so a little bit worried about the start. Hence, I dropped a couple of places, but I managed to get it back. I was after second place, but I'm going to take third place. I'm happy with it.
More to come tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us, Sean. Well done. Good stuff. Right, so coming up next, it's the second Milltec Civic Cup race of the weekend and the day. So I actually had a chat with Josh Bromley a little bit earlier here in Park Fermé after race one. So let's hear what he had to say ahead of this one. Right, Josh Bromley, here we are actually in Park Fermé. Race one's finished, but we're going to have a little look ahead to race two coming up very shortly. What do you make of Croft, and what were the challenges from race one that you think maybe you can iron out and bring into race two?
Oh, Croft is now my favourite circuit. It's
really?
It's mega, especially at the back section, flat out. Yeah, the main thing was really the fronts had just gone off halfway through the race, really struggling with a little bit of understeer, so I think we're going to have a little look at that, see what we can do, and hopefully have a nice race too with a reverse grid.
Is that just being in a pack, do you think, just doesn't help matters?
A little bit of overdriving maybe, because I sort of got a little bit stuck behind Swain for a couple of laps, managed to get past him, and I was in no man's land then, so I took a little cool down lap and stuff like that, but I wasn't battling anyone, I was on my own for a little bit, so, but we'll take, I think it was a P6 I think, so yeah, pretty happy with that.
We're halfway through the season, what have you made of things so far?
Really good, yeah, love the paddock, love the car, love the championship and organisers, everyone's just been dead on, so yeah, it's great, and it's great racing as well.
I've got a big smile on my face because you know I'm going to do this. You got a bit of a soap incident or something, what's going on here?
I know, all the soap spilt out my bag, hasn't it? It's looking a bit suspect here and it's not good.
Looks a bit uncomfortable. Let you go get changed ahead of race two. There you go, round 10 of the Milltec Civic Cup coming up. Let's hand you over to your commentators, Paul Walsh and Andy McEwen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go then, and we are back for more Civic Cup racing action, that being the Milltec Civic Cup, of course, and as all the drivers very quickly make the way on around here, they're very eager to go racing. Well, back in the quarantine booth with me is none other than Andy McEwen as we get ready for round number 10 of the championship, and Andy, here's the grid.
Yep, top 10 reversal, remember, so your top 10 finishers from race one are reversed. It means that it is Daniel Petters who gets pole position. Both of the Petters have looked quite competitive this weekend, so they could be a good result for the Petters family to celebrate in 20 minutes or so's time. Jake Renshaw shares that front row with Daniel, with then Dan's brother Jamie starting third on the grid alongside Dave Marshall, who often is a danger man in these reverse grid races. Josh Bromley and Harvey Caton are together then on row number 2. We just heard from Josh, looking forward to this race. Alistair Camp is next then, championship leader ahead of Jake Hewlett, with the top two from the previous race, Lewis Kent and Liam McGill. together on row 5. Lewis told me just now he is leaving the circuit the second he is out of the car after this race. He won't be sticking around for the podium, assuming he's on the podium. He needs to head home to be with his other half for the birth of their son in the next few days. Outside of the top 10 then, those that just missed out on the grid reversal, 11th on the grid is Jack Riddell with Aidan Mitchell for company on that 6th row. Will Butt is on row 7. I believe there are quite a few Will Butt fans in the YouTube chat, so thank you for showing him your support. He will be starting this one from 13th on the grid alongside Harry England with Adam Parker and Ben Bateman on row 8. 9th row, Charlotte Birch and Adam Jackson with Francisco Howard and Anthony Gannon completing the top 20. We then will have Mark Hughes, Wesley Swain and Sam Nicolau at the back of the grid. So now your final 3 drivers on what we anticipate will be a 23-car grid. Remember, we lost Charlie Constable and Simon Welch after their qualifying shunt earlier in the day. So what does that race from earlier on in the afternoon do for the championship? Well, Alistair Camp had a slightly disappointing race, didn't he? If you weren't able to tune in for that first race, Alistair Camp started on the outside of the front row, got shuffled out at the start. Green flag lap, by the way, getting underway, so don't worry, this is not the start of the race. We've got another few minutes to build up to this one. Alistair Camp started on the outside of row 1, got shuffled to the back of the top 5, eventually finished in 4th position. Liam McGill, 3rd in the championship, won the race, and Lewis Kent just about managed to hang on to 2nd place. Lewis 2nd in the championship going into that race. However, that 4th place, would you believe, is one of Alistair Camp's worst finishes of the year. So he will use that as one of his dropped scores. He still loses a few points to Lewis Kent and Liam McGill, but he maintains his championship lead. 10 points the advantage for Camp over Kent, with Liam McGill only a further 4 points back. It's now very much looking like a 3-horse race, though, for the championship, because it's then a further 58 points back to Harvey Caton in 4th, who is only 6th, though, ahead of Jake Hewlett and Wesley Swain, who are tied for 5th. So some of the lower placings still up for grabs, but from the championship perspective, Paul, it looks like being those 3, Camp, Kent and McGill, and I'm intrigued to see what progress those 3 can make from the back of the top 10, especially McGill, who was so good on the brakes in that earlier race.
Oh, 100% with you on that. And the interesting thing is, of course, given the fact that we are really looking, like you say, at a 3-horse race in the championship, that does slightly change the dynamic for the drivers who start in front of them, because they now start to think to themselves, I've got really nothing to lose in battling with these guys, and if I can finish ahead of them, I am going to get a lot of points off of them, and therefore I can look a bit higher in my own championship, but also I get to hold one of the 3 horsemen of the Miltech Civic Cup behind at this point. So it all creates this dynamic whereby, not that our top 7 drivers are going to intentionally sort of block them or anything or be more aggressive, but it's almost as if, you know what, there's a little bit of a, oh goodness me, I'm trying to think of the words, I've lost it right now, but essentially you take the pride off of the fact, you know, I've just held an Alistair Camp behind me for the entirety of the race. I wouldn't normally get the chance to do that. I can prove I can defend just as well as I can drive.
And that's the joy of reversed grid races. It's why they're proven to be so popular. Almost every championship out there now has a reversed grid race at some point over the weekend, because it provides good racing. Obviously, that's what we as neutrals really enjoy about these reversed grids, but it gives drivers an opportunity to get their moment in the spotlight. You know, the drivers who are sometimes towards the back of the top 10, and understandably we can't focus on them because the championship battle's going on at the front. This gives those drivers, you know, the likes of the Petters and Jake Renshaw, for example, Dave Marshall, a chance to get up there and get their moment in the spotlight, but also to prove themselves against those quick drivers who sometimes might, or often might, out-qualify them. But now they have to come from behind, they've got to overtake them, they've got to share the same bit of racetrack, and they will learn from that as well. So yeah, there are so many positives to these reverse grid races. Primarily, though, they tend to be very, very good fun, and I think this one's going to be the same. Picking a winner, almost impossible.
Oh, 100%. I don't think there's anything guaranteed other than that somebody will win the race at some point after 15 minutes, and there will be a number of laps accrued there. Not to be blasé, but you can't predict anything. As we see a door open there from our pole sitter, trying to get some air back in the car. I mean, I can imagine those cars must be getting sweltering hot there. I mean, it's getting a little bit warm in our commentary booth, albeit inside those machines, once those doors are shut, the windows are slightly open. I think they have a side window they can have open a tiny bit, but I mean, there's no air conditioner or anything along those lines, although some drivers were telling me they do have some of the old fans to clear the windshields when it's a rainy day. There's no rain here right now, and we're almost set to go green.
Yeah, the rain never did arrive, did it? The wind has picked up there. You can see the TCRUK flags really now buffeting in the wind, but hopefully that won't affect the drivers in the Miltech Civic Cup as race number 2 gets underway, and a good start by Dan Petters from pole position. Dan Petters will hold the lead Is Jake Renshaw in the Ben Sharp racing car going to cover the inside from Jamie Petters? I don't think he has. Jamie is there on the inside trying to make it a Petters family 1-2 and does so. He's sideways up the curb, gathers it together. Good stuff from Jamie Petters. He goes into second position. Bromley, I think, is up there in fourth and keeping an eye out to the likes of Liam McGill further back. I don't think Liam has made a huge amount of progress just yet. Through the chicane we go then for the first time. One or two of them again have to take the shortcut, but it's a clean run through the first couple of corners and brilliant stuff from Jamie Petters, who was second but no longer. Renshaw's back to second, Bromley to third. In fact, Bromley might be going up the inside of Renshaw for second as they turn into Tower. Ooh. Oh, sideways further back. That's Harry England around back into the track. Hopefully they all miss him. I think they will, with one or two having to take to the grass in avoidance. That could have been a lot worse.
Oh, indeed, it could have been a lot worse, but held his brakes immediately in the field, very cognizant of the fact he was coming back on, and everyone avoiding that. But right now, what we're not avoiding is some brilliant racing action up towards the front of the field, and well, it may be the situation whereby the Petters family reunion 1-2 has been separated, but further on back, well, there's Alistair Camp. He's made a lot of progress, as meanwhile, the second member of the Petters family, they've been elbowing out coming through Sunny Corner, and it looks as though our three championship contenders really trying to make a lot of progress early on as the rest of the field makes its way on around. Mark Hughes has gained some place further on back there, and well, everyone's settling down, but it's not settling down at the front there. And Alistair Camp, my good lord, he's trying to take another place there from that far back. Don't think it's going to work, but as we can see there, well, it does look like that's Jamie Petters who's been pushed even further down the order.
If this is your idea of settling down, Paul, I'd hate to see what you think a rowdy group of drivers would be. They were all over the place through the complex there. I noticed Dave Marshall's plummeted outside of the top 10, so he's had a drama somewhere. It is Jamie Petters who leads. This is the battle for second place. Josh Bromley and Harvey Caton. Harvey Caton of the front runners, really, the top 5 from race 1. He's the one who's made the most immediate progress. He's into third and might now start to see an opportunity to claim a second victory of the year. Look, he closes right in on Bromley as they head through the chicane. The lead gap, though, nearly 2 seconds already. So from a standing start, it is Jamie Petters who leads by this comfortable margin. So Dan Petters, the pole sitter, is the one who slipped backwards.
Oh, indeed, and with Dan falling all the way back down as we do see Alistair Camp there up the inside looking for another opportunity to take another place, and further back, well, it looks like Marshall there just losing more and more places. It has not been a happy start to the weekend for him. Race number 1 didn't go forward, and race number 2 seems to be going backwards as well. He needs to turn that around quickly. We see Jamie Petters there roaring off into the distance, and Harvey Caton right now, well, he's absolutely fired up here and making his way in towards Sunny Bend. Well, I think Bromley's going to hold the position for the time being as they slide loose, and does that Camp up into 4th place already?
It is indeed. So he's got past Jake Hewlett, past Jake Renshaw on this lap. 2 places gained for Campy. Remember, he started the race on the 4th row of the grid, 7th place. So he was ahead, crucially, of Lewis Kent and Liam McGill. Hewlett there nearly to the back of Renshaw. There is Lewis Kent. So Lewis Kent in the silver, orange and black car. He's got race 1 winner McGill behind him. Ooh. He's got Jake Renshaw right up the inside into the final hairpin. And Renshaw, I think, was about to get... Hewlett was about to get ahead of Renshaw there for what is, I believe, 5th position. So across the line we go. Camp is the man on the charge, though. Fastest lap of the race, 1:32.9. That is 7/10 quicker than the race leader. It was a full 1.1 seconds quicker, though, crucially, than Bromley and Caton ahead of him.
Oh, and as they make the way through, well, the top 4 breaking away, but right now the fight for 5th downwards, it's anybody's guess here, as Renshaw, Hewlett, Kent and McGill all close together. A very conservative start from both Kent and McGill. It's almost as if either they weren't able to make the progress they wanted to, or perhaps they're taking their time, albeit they haven't got that long to go. And, well, that is going to be very close as they head up towards Tower Bend. And I believe that's Renshaw having to go defensive here, as we can see Kent and McGill 2 wide. Well, if you had a modern analogy for Noah's Ark, that would be Civics 2 by 2 they come. Further on down the order, we've even got more fight in there. Is that side by side? I believe that is going to be an absolute slice up the inside on the 22 by Swain. Swain's fallen all the way down the order. He's trying to make up for lost time here.
Yeah, Swain, I think, had to go to the grass to avoid the spinning Harry England earlier, but I mean, he was at the back of the field anyway, so I'm not really sure what had happened to him. Here comes the battle, though. Now McGill, look, is ahead of Kent, so we saw McGill make that move. That's the 2nd race in a row that he's done Kent on the brakes into Tower. Race 1 he went to the outside, this time he's gone to the inside as everyone goes rally crossing out of Sunny Out. That was Jack Riddell and Dave Marshall both mounting down the grass, and Will Butt, having a good run in 12th position, is right in behind them. But yeah, significant, I think, then, that McGill is ahead of Kent, and McGill is now making progress. Look, he's gained another spot. Kent trying to go with him. This is Renshaw that they've both gone to the inside of. McGill had already got the move made. Kent gets it makes it stick at the hairpin. But yeah, good progress being made here by Liam McGill and, I think, his teammate Alistair Camp.
Yes, Alistair Camp looking to go around the outside of Harvey Caton into turn 1 there, in towards Clever, but as we continue to focus here on a little bit further back where they all bump and jostle their way through. Camp, I think, has made his way past Caton, so up into 3rd place. We briefly saw the roof of an FN2 there, so I'm going to go a bit, but meanwhile still in 12th place, for a little bit further back. We expect some more dicey fighting for him later on if he can get close enough. But well, I'm going to say that, well, I'm not going to say the words, they're starting to calm down now, because as soon as I do, they're going to erupt onto our screens here. But there is your proof, and right now that top 3 is Petters, Bromley and Caton, but behind them Petters, Bromley and Camp, I should say. Caton a bit further back, and then Hewlett, McGill and Kent. That top 7 is going to get closer before this is done.
And Josh Bromley sets the fastest lap of the race. So look, he's latched right on to Jamie Petters now. Josh Bromley has never won a race in the Miltech Civic Cup. This is by far his best opportunity, and he'll want to get this move made before Camp arrives on his boot lid. So this is a pivotal lap here, I feel, for Josh Bromley. If he's going to have a shot at the win, he needs to try and make his move on Jamie Petters. They'll be making their way through the Sunny complex now and towards the final sector of the lap. We are only 6 minutes into the race, and here is the leading group. And is that now? Yes, it's all changed, look, because through has gone Bromley, through has gone Camp, through has gone Caton, and Jamie Petters is down to 4th. That could soon become 5th at the hairpin, because to the outside of him goes Jake Hewlett. Is he going to go right round the outside? Answer no, and actually he's left the door open invitingly there to Liam McGill. But Josh Bromley leads the race. But if he's going to win his first ever race in the championship, he'll have to keep the veteran Alistair Camp at bay. Paul, this could be a cracking battle.
Oh, indeed, he's going to have to keep the 2021 champion behind him, and the man who has finished one of the runners up over the last couple of years. And Alistair Camp is no slouch when it comes to trying to pick off drivers who are looking to chase down their first wins. But as they head up through the chicane, well, look at the speed he's taking through there. He's literally over the back of him. I mean, that FN2 is fast, no doubt about it. But Alistair Camp, I don't know what he's done between race 1 and race 2 today, but they found the magic recipe and they made it crack. Up the inside he goes, and well, it's a big dive up the inside. But for Alistair Camp, it's just another day in the office, surely. And now Bromley's going to try and come back at him here on exit. Up towards the S's they go. We will briefly see them head on through. I think Camp's got a nose ahead there and has got the race in line. And there's your confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. Alistair Camp wastes no time. We're not even halfway through the race. We will be in 15 seconds. And he's now into the lead. How about that?
Nothing really that Josh Bromley could do about that, although Camp is now wide at Sunny. So in fairness was Bromley. They're both on the absolute limit, aren't they? Harvey Caton there in 3rd. And keep an eye on McGill. McGill is not out of this yet. Remember the pace that he had in clean air in race number 1. Well, he's 5th. In fact, he's going for 4th. Look on the inside of Petters as they head through the complex. If he can get on terms with these leading 3 before Camp gets away, McGill could still be a factor. Caton knocking on the door for 2nd place, which is defended nicely by Bromley. McGill defending from Hewlett, attacking Petters. He doesn't know which way to look. He launches to the inside of the hairpin, and now it's a drag race for 4th position. Across the timing line they will go. We are into the second half of what has been a typically thrilling reverse grid Miltech Civic Cup race. Top 3 getting away side by side for 4th. Is McGill going to go right round the outside at Clervaux Corner? That's very brave if he tries it, but he's desperate to try and move forward. He's in the gravel. He's given the squeeze by Petters, and that opened the door for Hewlett. That perhaps for McGill was a risk too far.
Oh, indeed, I agree with you there. He took the risk, and in the end, he's paid the price for it as they come through tyre barriers over sideways there at the chicane. Well, somebody's definitely been a bit liberal with track limits there, but the tyre barrier, I'm sure, will be resuscitated a bit later on. But as our leaders now make the way down, well, it's not over yet because the fight for 4th place, that is still Petters trying to hold on here. Hewlett now, he's been unleashed onto the world now that he's got past his rivals there, and will trying to make a bit more progress. McGill with him still, and I think McGill's going to try and come back soon. So I think for Hewlett right now, his mindset is, look, I've got to get past Petters as quickly as possible, and that way I can force McGill to do some fighting with one of my rivals, and I can just move onwards. But here we do see, well, that is going to be Harvey Caton still chasing after Bromley, and credit where it's due to Bromley. He's really settling into this race. He's not feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he's not being dropped by Alistair Camp, is he? And he's not yet allowed Harvey Caton through. Really, the cork in the bottle is Petters, but no longer. He's on the grass out of Sunny, and Hewlett will go through. So I'm sure Will McGill round the outside into the complex, although he's given the squeeze again by Petters. In fairness, he'll have the inside line for the right-hander. Force is the issue, gets to the apex. He'll run Petters out of road. That was very forceful from McGill, but he's got a championship to try and win. Up the inside goes Kent as well, almost into the side of his teammate McGill. That was Jamie Petters getting well and truly hung out to dry, and you just can't afford to do that in a grid this evenly matched, this close together. If you get squeezed onto the outside line, you will lose not 1 place, but 2 or 3.
Oh, 100%. They do know there's a race 3 tomorrow, right? This isn't the final race of the weekend. That's how close they're racing each other. It's fantastic here as they come through, and Peters there just having a brief excursion, playing sandcastles for a brief moment. A very popular destination resort. It's Clervaux's exit, but as they make the way around here, still 5 minutes on the clock. It's crazy to think we've only had 10 minutes this race, and we've still got plenty more to go, but there's still more excitement to come. And, well, at the front of the field, Camp and Bromley have not really separated each other. In fact, that's 6.5 tenths there. I think Alistair Camp at this point might just be trying to weigh the gap a little bit and not let himself push too hard, given the troubles he had in race number 1. Renshaw, meanwhile, in the number 90, well, he's still chasing after Jamie Peters at the moment. I think he's going to have some confidence here. He can start moving forward. Daniel Peters, meanwhile, now up into 9th, he's starting to come back into this race. I think he's left it late in the day, but you never know, he might be able to get back in the fight before it's all said and done.
Well, Daniel started to pick some places up towards the end of race 1, I seem to recall, so he seems to come on strong in the second half of the race, and yeah, may yet be able to get back on terms with his brother Jamie, who of course pipped him by a couple of places earlier on. Harvey Caton's off the road at Sunny. They're all grass tracking on the exit of Sunny Corner. That is the in place to have a moment in this race, isn't it? It doesn't cost him a place, but it does bring Jake Hewlett right onto his rear bumper. So this is now third place up for debate, and Caton was sideways again there through the right-hand element of the complex. So Harvey Caton now starting to struggle. He's sort of on the ropes a little bit, isn't he, with Hewlett and McGill giving him a real hurry up from behind, as there Jack Riddell slithers his way out of the hairpin. It's side by side though here between Hewlett and Caton. Hewlett was ahead at the line by 34,000 of contact in a straight line. Wow, Caton bails out of it, through goes McGill, but that was a scary place to be banging doors.
Oh goodness me, right before a braking zone as well. Well, that's enabled the 62 McGill to come on through there, but I think Harvey Caton right now, he's definitely going to have his heart in his mouth, and indeed I'm sure many spectators will there, because that was tantamount to almost disaster, but it wasn't to be. But that's how much it means to these drivers. They push onwards, and well, as our leaders coming through, there's no drama between them, but it's battle for third right now. Hewlett having to try and hold on here, but it's going to be late on the brakes, and it's going to be McGill up the inside that absolutely sends it. I mean, we know he's very good at sending it into these corners, particularly Tower Bend, but here comes a return move then from Hewlett trying to look around the outside. But I think McGill's going to get that done there as they roll the way through, but right now he's not taking his line down. It's Hewlett, he's still trying to come back, and Harvey Caton's right back there, and given the speed right now, cameraman is trying to play the game of catch up here, and well, that's what happens when you unleash these Civics onto Croft circuit. They absolutely fly high, but they all calm down for a very brief moment. I'll caveat that very quickly as they see a bit more grass tracking there from our drivers. Oh indeed, a big run wide there, and well, that's become a very popular destination for off tracks. I think they're definitely going to need to resurface that later. But as they come down to complex, and no more changes, although I say that, a big run deep there from other drivers, and that's going to cause everyone to come together. That's Hewlett taking the excursion. He's just held it together.
Yes, I think Hewlett ended up on the grass out of Sunny, sort of backed up Caton. Now Lewis Kent is joining him, but Kent's outbraked himself, runs out wide. So too does Caton by the looks of it. So I think Hewlett will hang on to fourth position for now. But watch the pace of Liam McGill. Liam McGill on that lap matched the race leaders, but remember, he was busy overtaking Jake Hewlett at the start of that lap, so now he's in clean air, might be able to go a little bit quicker. Let's see what sort of performance he's got. There will be 2 laps to go, and he's 2 seconds off the race lead, only though 1.2 seconds behind Josh Bromley. Second place might be a more realistic target for the race 1 winner. This battle pack though, I sense has still got a little bit of drama to provide in the final stages. It's the battle for fourth. It is Jake Hewlett versus Harvey Caton, with Lewis Kent, Jamie Peters, Jake Renshaw and Dan Peters all in a line behind, and that I think was Dave Marshall getting up the inside of Jack Riddell for 10th.
Well, indeed, and they've been squabbling over 10th place. In fact, he's got it, but then Riddell comes back on the cutback there through Tower Corner. I think absolutely send it on the inside, only to find he went a bit too deep. And as they like to say, the green flag means send it, yellow flag means you sent it slightly too hard, and red flag means you sent it way too hard. And there'll be some red flags there with regards to going that deep under braking, but you'll learn from that one. And but just watching the distance, 3 seconds back of their battle. But as all the field gradually 17s its way on through, we can see all of our Civic runners all making their way through, swaying up into 14th since last time we saw him. We come from the back of the field back to the front of it, and here they are, the top 3. Camp is not pulling away from Bromley, and McGill is flying.
He's nearly a second quicker than Bromley in the first 2 sectors alone on this lap, so he's going to be with Bromley at the beginning of the last lap. Had he got into that... Oh, who's that slowing? That's Caton. Oh, Harvey Caton slowing into the last corner. One of the unluckiest drivers in the Civic Cup, I'd have to say, at the moment, Harvey Caton. He's a hugely talented young driver, just isn't getting the results that he deserves, and very often, unfortunately, that's nothing to do with him. It's mechanical failure again that has taken him out of contention. New fastest lap Liam McGill. Not a huge surprise. The point I started to make is if he got into third place a lap or a lap and a half earlier, I'd be saying the race win might be on the cards. As it is, I think he's got a legitimate shot at second. Is he close enough to Bromley, though, into the braking zone at Tower? It doesn't look from that camera angle like he is. He looks to the inside, but yeah, a length or so too far back, and that now limits the overtaking opportunities remaining between here and the flag. Bromley just needs to make that a very wide Honda Civic EP3, and he might be able to hang on to second place.
Well, you know what the E and the P stand for? Epic proportions free, and therefore he's going to make it as wide as possible. Well, he was 1.2 seconds fast that previous lap was McGill versus Bromley. Absolutely staggering, but like you say, where's he going to find the opportunities? Well, Camp right now will be thinking, okay, all I've got to do is get this home, which is easier said than done, given the way he's been battling with the car all day today. But you see Bromley and McGill, they're so close as they come into the complex. I don't know which way it's going to go here. Something tells me we're going to see him move. Does he go for it there? No, he doesn't, but slightly slides to the front left, and as he comes around, surely he's got to go for it in the hairpin here.
Last corner then, we've seen it before. There's a yellow flag though. Is that yellow flag out at the hairpin? That will be because of Caton's car. Can't see from this position. Yes, it was, because Caton's car is stationary on the inside of the last corner, so no overtaking allowed. Alistair Camp will come through to claim another race victory in the 2025 Miltech Civic Cup, but it's Josh Bromley on the podium in second, with Liam McGill in third. Fantastic performance from both of those drivers. Fantastic performance for Alistair Camp, he's heard us say that before. Bromley and McGill take a bow. That was fantastic stuff. Jake Hewlett comes home next. Oh, there's a problem. Is that Renshaw? It is, isn't it? Jake Renshaw's slowing now as well. So Jake Renshaw with problems. Heard a few whispers of cars breaking drive shafts this weekend. It is quite a tough circuit, this, on drive shafts because of the curbs, lots of traction zones, and certainly once they resurfaced the track and it had a lot more grip in it, it was really putting some pressure through the drivetrain. So I don't know if that's what it is, but two cars slowing at the end of the race may well suggest that that was drivetrain related anyway. But Alistair Camp with a victory that he will be absolutely delighted with. He'll extend his championship lead. It is, I think I'm right in saying, his third win of the year. The only event that he hasn't won at was the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, where he was consistently in the top five, 2 podiums on the way. I think it was a second, a third and a fourth he had at Brands. So Campy has been very consistent, notching up the race wins when the opportunities present themselves, and crucially Lewis Kent only 5th. So Kent, I reckon, Paul, will have lost second place in the championship there to Liam McGill, who of course will be back at the front of the grid now for tomorrow's third race.
Oh indeed, it swings and roundabouts at this midway point of the season, but it just goes to show how close the fighting was between all the drivers and how critical this top 10 reverse race really was. And McGill in the end, I mean, like you say, if he'd had one more lap or he got through sooner, where could he have finished? Didn't quite pull it off in the end, but here are the results, and as we can see, Alistair Camp, your winner in the end, making amends for race number 1 earlier on today, taking victory by 7.5 tenths over Josh Bromley with that brilliant drive to second place. Liam McGill, credit where it's due, absolutely hustled his way through the field, took third place in the end. Jake Hewlett in 4th place there, won't be too pleased the fact he missed out the podium, but still, he'll take the points. Lewis Kent there, 5th place, and that will have the connotations in the championship, as mentioned by Andy only moments ago. And then the Peters family, Jamie ahead of Daniel there for 6th and 7th, with Jack Riddell 8th, Dave Marshall 9th, being fended off by Jack Riddell all the way to line, and in a first, and I'm sure many of you in the TCRUK YouTube chat are going to go ecstatic about this if you're a William Butt fan, but promoted to 10th place as a result of the late retirements of drivers. So William Butt securing that top 10 finish, which in the words of Scott Grimes, he's been looking for, and it's in his grasp at long last, at least provisionally. Best of the rest 11th was Aidan Mitchell, Wesley Swain 12th, recovering well after the drama of the open lap. Charlotte Birch and Adam Jackson completing your top 14. Fastest lap of the race, well, you guessed who it went to. Liam McGill there of a 32.44 set on the penultimate lap. He was absolutely flying, was Liam McGill, and well, it definitely now means that going into their final race this weekend as of tomorrow, it is going to be incredibly tight. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we have all of our Civics heading into Parc Fermé, so we are going to cut down to the story from our top 3 finishers, and let's go to Ian Waterhouse to bring you those post-race interviews.
Hello everybody, yes, welcome down to Parc Fermé. What a race that was. Let's go grab Alistair Camp, your race winner, your round 10. Alistair, Sorry, mate. That's a bit better, isn't it? That's what we like to see.
Not really, mate. Pace was crap, really, but is what it is, isn't it? We're just fighting a turd at the minute. Fighting a losing battle. Not happy, mate, if I'm honest. So.
Really? You've got to be the least happy race winner I've ever spoken to, Alistair.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes, mate, so is what it is, isn't it?
Well, look, thanks for talking to us
Yeah, no
anyway.
worries, mate.
Try and cheer up, hopefully, for tomorrow. Let's grab Josh. Josh, have we cleared up the
Oh,
soap?
no,
We haven't
no.
cleared up the soap yet, have we? How's that for you?
Yeah, good. I made it a bit too easy for Campy, really. I let him through.
Well, he was just telling us he's not very happy. Despite winning the race, he's not happy. Just like he's got issues with the car, so maybe there was a chance.
I could see him struggling. I was struggling as well. Front end again, coming out of corners, was running wide. And then I've got McGill in my mirrors, who's been rapid all weekend. So I was just making that little error. But, I think the win was there. I could have had a good crack, but I'll take second all day long. It's my first podium, so.
Well done, mate.
Thank you
Really
very much.
happy for you,
Appreciate
Josh. Really, really happy for you. Let's move around. Let's grab Liam McGill as well. It's been a good day for Liam. I wonder if Liam's happy as well. Nobody seems to be happy on this podium, Liam. Are you happy?
You're never happy unless you're winning.
It's been a good day, though, for you. Of course, took the race win earlier, now a P3.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to come back to that, to be honest, because I wasn't really making much headway at the start. Third gear was sticky, so I got a big whack up the bum, but I think that's okay now. But so anyway, no, it was okay. Third will take third. It was close to second, but yeah. Good.
Man, thanks for talking to us, Liam. Good luck tomorrow as well. Yes, there is one more race coming up today. One more race for the Milltech Civic Cup tomorrow before they head off home. Alistair Camp not happy at all. He's got to be the most disappointed race winner I have ever spoken to there. Anyway, we are not done yet. We still have the TCRUK Graduates 150s. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with Paul Goldstein in assembly. Yes, it's Goldstein. Paul Goldstein over here. I think they're just having a photo. No, please, take the photo. Don't let me stop. Don't let me stop, Jamie Elwood, Paul Goldstein here. Paul, it's great to see you again. Back with the 150s. It's nice to see you. Are you ready for this?
Yes, yeah. Done decent quality, P2, so really happy with that. The toe, watching the 135s, the toe down the straight into tower looks insane.
Well, you're doing a bit of scouting then, just watching. I know these are the 150s, but can you learn from seeing them and think, okay, that's what to do and what not to do?
Absolutely. It became very obvious that the toe down to that tower was, everyone was basically getting past everyone, but the toe down the main straight was irrelevant because the tailwind taking you down into the corner meant there was no toe down the main straight. So it's, plus it was good to watch and see where people are doing little moves, where people are messing up as well. So it's just good little
What do you think of Croft, Paul?
It's great, yeah. No, raced here 2 years ago with my academy. Yeah. Got my first ever podium, P2 here. So it's kind of a special place for me. I really enjoy Croft. It's a flat circuit, quite technical. It's fast, great.
Right, so I'm really sorry for interrupting your photo there. Did you actually get it? Did you take the photo?
I don't think she did.
Right, come on, come back, take the photo. I'm really sorry for interrupting. Talking of interrupting, I'm about to interrupt this race, so let's get it underway, shall we? The TCRUK Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150s. Let's go racing. Paul Walsh, over to you.
Well, there we are then, ladies and gentlemen, hearing from Paul Goldstein, a bit of a big name in the Sigma 150 Championship. But let's walk you through this grid first, and then we'll regale you the story coming into Croft. So it's the P4 Emergency Lighting TCRUK Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150s. These are the 150 brake horsepower Caterham machines. And line up on pole will be none other than Harry Kramer, championship contender, alongside Paul Goldstein, and that will be your front row. The distance between the two of them in qualifying, 400s, as tight as that. Starting in third will be your trophy pole sitter, Jamie Elwood, and then he'll be in the company of Andrew Whitten in the strawberry machine, no doubt. And keep your eyes out there for the glowing red machine that will be looking to pip its way to victory there. And I'm going to put my fruit and strawberry puns back in the box where they belong, with Jonathan Ems starting in 5th place ahead of Stephen Lancaster, and then on row number 4 it's Matthew Wolby ahead of Stefano Mara. Completing your top 10, James Sibbett and Henry Heaton. That's how your top 10 line up, and of course big championship contenders at the very front of the field, and we will continue to regale our way through that one shortly, because we've got quite a big grid. And then we come on to our second set of positions, starting in 11th place, best of rest, James McCall. Row number 6, Miles Clarkson alongside him. Then on row 7, Rob Warner ahead of Barry White. Keep your eyes out for these two, very close between them over the course of the previous racing. What can we expect today? Then we do have Mark Gibson starting in 15th place on row number 8 ahead of Jonathan Alpine. Then we do have on the 17th, Gareth Cordery ahead of Charles Elliott, with top 20 being completed by Paul Vokes and Martin Gleich. That's going to be a top 20, and I believe we've still got some more K-turns to come. In fact, I think we've got one last row to cover. We will get to that row very shortly, and in fact, here it comes. Edward Benson starts 21st, and last but not least, Robert Appleton, 22nd. 2 seconds off the next driver in the field, not the way he wanted qualifying to go, but this Croft circuit, a very tricky circuit at that. But what is the story then, as we head into today? Well, we do have, I believe, a green flag lap for the drivers coming around, because that was the 32nd board there, and we'll keep an eye on. Well, the big story coming in today, it's the front two, Harry Kramer versus Paul Goldstein in the battle of the championship. As we do see, they are released onto the circuit for their formation lap. Next time around, they will park up and they will be waiting the lines. But coming into this round, it's 157 points, Harry Kramer to the 149 of Stephen Clark, and Paul Goldstein in on 144. But where is Stephen Clark, I hear you ask? Well, I do believe Stephen Clark not being here today, because remember, much like in the Sigma 135s in the championship, they do have the ability to drop race weekends, and therefore Clark decided not to be on the grid for this one. He will drop the Croft weekend, and he will then head into the subsequent rounds at Circuit Zandvoort, Anglesey and Snetterton 300 to wrap up the season, and he's got to deliver the goods there. But it is close between them all, no doubt about it. Now, a quick reminder in terms of the differences. So you saw the Sigma 135s earlier on today. Those are 135 brake horsepower K-turn machines. They are powered by a Ford Sigma engine, 4-cylinder inline. Sigma 150s, exactly the same engine, however uptuned to 150 horsepower. Now, there are some other differences as well. These Sigma 150 cars that you're going to be seeing, well, they do have a few more tweaks to them. So to give you the comparison, these cars have a limited slip differential, or LSD, and wide track suspension. Meanwhile, your Sigma 135s that you saw early on, they do not have an LSD fitted to them, but they have the option of a wide track suspension if they so desire. It's not mandated. Both of the series or classes run Toyo R888R tyres. It's a standardised set, and well, with regards to the cars that can run here, you will see some cars that previously raced in Sigma 135. Paul Goldstein is a perfect example of it, because of course he was last year's champion in the Sigma 135, and this season he's moved into the Sigma 150. So you will see Sigma 135 cars that have been upgraded to fit this class. You will also see out here Sigmax class cars, which started to be merged into this category of Sigma 150 as of 2024 onwards. And Sigmax cars are 2008 to 2013 Caterham Road Sport cars that are upgraded to Caterham Supersport spec. And that is a quick summary. On the grid, you will see two different classes. You will see championship class drivers, and those include our pole sitter and also the man who joins him on pole, so Harry Kramer and Paul Goldstein. They compete in the entire season-long championship campaign. They compete in all rounds, and they drop a limited number of scores at the end of the season. Trophy class, meanwhile, much like in the Sigma 135s, they elect 3 race weekends to race in, and I believe it is 6 races, of which they will drop 1 score at the end of the season. So for the trophy drivers, well, they need to finish at the very front outright if they want to claim victory. Championship drivers, they race in their own class. So therefore, whether you're trophy or championship, you have got your difficulties. Championship, you race the entire season, and you need to be consistent over the whole season. Trophy, you nominate your rounds, and you've got to make it count, because if you don't, you'll miss out the points, and therefore you can miss out the championship in the trophy. But as all the field parks up, well, that front row looking absolutely agonisingly enticing, no doubt about it. And in trophy, Jamie Elwood, who's not here today, I believe, looking to be the leader. In fact, Elwood is here. Let me correct myself immediately. Apologies for that. Elwood here leading the trophy class by 7 points. But there's the 5-second board there. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 minutes of Caterham racing action that's about to get underway as the lights are on, and it's lights out and away we go here as they roar their way down towards Clearview Bend for the first time. And as they do, well, it's literally dead even between our front runners. As you can see, looking left, looking right, drivers behind, and Goldstein does take the lead then in towards turn number 1, but they all slide and slice the way, and everybody just about avoiding going to the gravel, apart from one that tries a bit further back, taking the excursion there, but everyone right on the ragged edge of adhesion as they roar the way through Clearview and now into Hawthorne Bend. And we'll very quickly here, we will see a couple of cars dart to the escape road. Well, in fact, one decides to do something, everybody else immediately being a bit of a gentleman or a lady and deciding to run single file formation through there as they've been instructed. But coming down to the braking zone, well, the battle's immediately back on there, because it will be Kramer versus Goldstein through Tower Bend, 3 wide a bit further back there. That's going to be the 175 and the 7 exchanging awkward glances between each other, and that's James Sibbett, who's had a nightmare start to this race. Started in 9th place, he's dropped a long way down the order, and well, at the front of the field as they come through it, that is very close there, but I think Kramer's just been edged out, and I think he's been edged down the order down to third place as they come in towards Sunny in and Sunny out. It was a great start there for Goldstein, really nailing the start, big sideways motion there. I believe that is our trophy leader of Elwood there, who's making very quick progress there in the number 1 car, and he wants to live up to his door number there. He wants to be number 1 to get the maximum possible points. So somebody's had a very big run wide there coming out to Sunny out, and kicked up a bit of a dust storm there. Couldn't quite see who's done that, but there they go. And as they make their way through the complex now, it will be single line formation for the best part as they come towards the end of this lap and begin a new one. A big slide there on the front left under braking from, I believe that's Elwood, and to the end of lap number 1 they come. So after one lap, it's been a shake-up at the front of the field, and it's Paul Goldstein who leads, ahead of Jamie Elwood in second. Then we do have Kramer in third, dropping 2 places since the start. So it's your championship leader in terms of class, ahead of your trophy class leader, and then the rest of the field comes on through. Kramer in third, Witten in fourth. The Strawberry Machine still holding on to its starting position, with Ems in 5th place. Then Willoughby in 6th, gaining 1 place. The same for Heaton, who's gained 3 places. He's had a brilliant start up into 7th place. Further on back in 8th, we've got Lancaster, then Mara, and then McCall completing that top 10. And the biggest shock of them all, I dare say, is Clarkson falling down there 3 places. But here we go then, once again, and looking one way then the other. Can't quite find it, but goodness me, Kramer really trying to see whether you can go 3 wide there on the inside line down into Tower Bend, but in the end you can't do so, and we'll hold him firm as we see the 13 in the very lovely colours there, and that is the car of Clarkson. He's down in 15th place, and now he's trying to regain some places. He falls to the back of the top 15. He's right at the tail end of a long line of cars. But the laps will accrue and the packs will open up as Goldstein, they're going very slowly there, coming out of the Jim Clark S's. I wonder whether he was off racing line and where he's made a mistake. Well, hopefully it's not a sign of an issue with the car, because if so, fall back. No, I think he's back up to speed, but now he does have Witten right behind him, and Witten now trying to put a bit of pressure on him as Elwood leads this race. And for Goldstein, remember, all he needs to do is finish ahead of Kramer in order to get a little bit closer in that championship, but it's anybody's guess how it's going to play out. And compared to the Sigma 135s we saw earlier on today, in the championship stands, it is very close at the moment between the top 3, and with the absence of Stephen Clark, who will be committing this to drop scores, it's a golden opportunity, no pun intended, for Goldstein to try and get back at Kramer and make sure he can't pull away. But going on to another lap, and there's the proof. Elwood now moves to lead, a trophy and overall leader, so he'll be looking to try and take the maximum points in this one. Kramer then Goldstein, the gap between the two of them being 6 tenths, and Goldstein having a poor second lap of the race. However, that's not going to dispel doom for his entire race. That's a run deep there, and that's number 82 of Willoughby, who's gone very deep through the start of Hawthorne Bend. That's going to open up the door to Ems to come through in the 83. So Ems says, okay, thank you very much. But the problem is now, does Willoughby back off here? No, he decides to go for the counter-attack here in the sprint down towards Tower Bend. But why this is going to potentially become a bit of an issue, because the more they fight, they'll open up the gap, as that's 3 wide there, goodness me, and that is a lot of opportunities in there for Mahito, decides to go on in. But in the end, we'll try and take that place. We'll see what the update is when they come on around. But everyone now starting to pick their pack, starting to pick their fight. But again, this is high-speed chess Caterham racing. We keep talking about it in Sigma 135s, and to reiterate it for those of you who didn't tune in earlier, in the fact that everyone here having to be patient, work with their pack to fight. Obviously, if you're at the front of the pack, you want to try and bring yourself up to the next pack of cars, if not break away entirely. But of course, it doesn't always work out like that. You really need a 2-second gap to avoid the slipstream having an effect on any of the straights around here at Croft. And as we do see there right now, some battling right towards the bottom end of the top 10, and it's absolutely unrelenting as they head into Complex Bend. But this is what we love about the Caterhams. Coming on through, and that is going to be exchanged. The 149 versus the 175. That's Lancaster versus Civic. Civic getting back ahead for now in the 175. Very close, as you could see. The attempt there by Lancaster to try and cut back in, but with Civic going so deep under braking, well, you could see immediately, look at the knee-jerk reaction there from Lancaster, essentially saying, look, I'm done running behind you. I'm going to try and go around, even if it's around the outside and declare though. Well, we've seen some bravery today, and Amir does it, and well, Civic, they're being quite smart with the fact backing off the throttle immediately and letting the two swap the places. And well, in doing so, it does mean that Lancaster now will try to catch back up to the back of Murrah, who in turn is running on the back of Ems. And I think Civic and Lancaster here trying to do a bit of mutual Morse code as you go racing at the excess part of an average lap speed of the best part of 80 plus miles an hour, which is trying to say to the other driver, look, let's work together in order to catch the next cars, and then we can have more fun, we can fight for more points. But obviously, it's one thing in theory, it's another thing in practice. But practice makes perfect of it all, and as the field comes down then in towards the latter half of the lap, Elwood still leading, but Kramer with him, Goldstein there close behind, and well, we can see Goldstein now starting to inch closer and closer as that field heads on through. But again, they want to fight too hard. They want to try and drop Witten in the 1-1-2, who's a second behind. It's easier said than done, and well, as we do see there, the number 34 of Eaton coming on through. I think that's going to change position, in fact. It is that Willoughby who's got ahead of him for second place in trophy class, what would be worth 5th place in terms of the points they would accrue from the racing if it was to finish where it currently stands. Something tells me, yes, there has been a swap of position. That's going from the Jim Clark S's all the way into Sunny Inn. So swap of position there will be upper position. And as quickly as he's done that, I suspect there might be exchange a bit further back as Ems and Mara now very close. Mara, in fact, could reach out and touch the rear of his rival as they head up towards the time in line. Still plenty of distance to go, however. And I think for a lot of our drivers here, well, they're settling down into a bit of a rhythm, but they're not settling away from the fighting. In there to the long charge up, and well, the civic battle there's. In fact, we've had Lancaster. I think Lancaster's had to come into the pit because we've lost sight of him after their brilliant ding-dong battle. I have not got a sign of whether Lancaster's into the pit lane or not, just the fact he hasn't made it across the timing line, and I can't see the car out there, so unless it's done a bit of a disappearing trick here, I wonder whether he's had an off, alternatively whether that car's ended up in the pit lane of some description. More on that when we can. Meanwhile, speaking of more of things at the front of the field, Elwood and Kramer swap places there, and now it is going to be a move up the position there for our 1-2-1 driver Harry Kramer back into the lead of this race, and Elwood will want that lead back by the end of the distance because he'll want the maximum possible points for taking the victory overall. And well, from there, Paul Goldstein watching this right now, and when you are the third member of this pack, you do have a bit of an interesting opportunity available to you, which is you can watch the top two in front of you fight. You've got the double draft, so that helps you stay very nice and close to the straights, but you don't have to be as aggressive in the corners to stay with them. Witten is still there, mind you, in 4th place, so it's not as though he's been dropped either. And when I did speak to Witten in the build-up to today, it was really good to talk to him, to be fair. Always a lovely chap. And well, the last time I had a chat with him was all the way back at Donington last year in the season finale. And well, that did not go the way he wanted it whatsoever, to be shortly said. So therefore, we very quickly glossed over that. And what he was saying to me in return is the fact that he's very happy to be here, loves this Croft circuit, and he did have some issues with his brakes in practice yesterday. However, those issues and those gremlins have all been sorted, and therefore he's hoping that he can take the strawberry machine right to the front of the field again today, and well, he's definitely doing that so far. Great qualifying performance, and right now he's on course for potentially 3rd place on the championship podium. I think he'll want more than that. He might want to be able to try and sneak in a second, if not an overall win, but we will see. But as we do see there, Elwood close to the back of Kramer. They're going to swap places again, going into Tower Bend as they make the long journey down through the kink. Onto the brakes they go. A little bit of a front left lock up there for Elwood, but nothing too dramatic, to be fair. You'll get away with that quite quickly. These tyres can go the difference, these Toyota tyres, which are standard across many a club level and domestic racing series level in the United Kingdom. And well, as they swipe their way from left into right there through the S's, you can see Witten very close, and we do have that rather large and expansive gap of 4 seconds almost to Heaton versus Willoughby in the fight for 5th place. However, noticing there, one change of position, we now had Witten get ahead of Goldstein backing off there, and I did also have the chance to speak to our 150 driver in the all-gold car, and they say he's been very happy with his season so far as a result of moving up from Sigma 135 to Sigma 150. He's been enjoying the racing and the step up, and he expects that patience is going to be absolutely key here at Croft, given the fact you've got limited overtaking opportunities, but those that are presented on the straights, you gain an absolutely huge toe, and therefore that could really be the difference. And you have to go single file through some corner sequences in order to make that work, none more so than the chicane when they come to it, come at the beginning of the next lap. But as our drivers continue to push on, we'll still plenty more to come, and also a special mention to number 50 driver James McCall, who had an absolute nightmare at Silverstone, and well, has been looking to move on from that, and well, he's hoping the more technical nature of Croft will really separate the competitors in terms of fast drivers versus the fastest out there, given the fact that Silverstone was very slipstream dominated because they did the full Grand Prix circuit, and that was both Sigma 150 and Sigma 135, we should point out. Yes, a 60-plus car grid compared to the 2 separate grids you're seeing here today. But with the more restricted number of cars on the grid, he's hoping that with the technical circuit, the technical nature of the circuit, it will actually really start to see the separation of the field. And that's why we're seeing the top 4 absconding off into the distance. It's not to say that the battle for 5th is any slower, but that's because they've been working together and they're able to maintain this pace. And that's why I always like to refer to this K2M racing as the equivalent of the Tour de France on 4 wheels, because it is all about pack racing. The idea is you want to work with the pack, and it's the game right towards the end of trying to break away. As we head into the second half of the race, we've still got plenty more laps to come, and with those laps, that's a big slide. Is that going around there further back? I'm not quite sure, but that was a big moment there. I think he's called it will be, well, in fact, I think that was Mara there going very sideways. We will get an up down there when we can, but that was a very big sideways moment there coming through Sunny in and out, and well, from the ins and outs of that one, that's enabled Civic to move up another place, and through with him has come the 94 of Mara. So, well, Willoughby definitely falling down 2 places there in the 82, just a little bit trigger happy with the throttle pedal in terms of speed carried through Sunny Bend, but sometimes that's what you do in order to try and make moves. And you can see that, look at the exit that he's been able to get. Well, Civic and Willoughby will side by side here as I head up towards the, well, not so Civic and Willoughby, I should say Willoughby and Mara will be side by side, and Willoughby's going to come straight back on through and in towards Clevo Corner they go. Willoughby right now very quick, the draft helping him out there, but also very eager to be at the front of that group wherever he can. No update on what's happened to Lancaster, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We have had him retire. I think he has made his way or peeled off the circuit, so I haven't seen any update to say he's in the pit lane. But everyone continues to push each other as much as possible here. And we'll look into the 1-2-1 then of Harry Kramer, still behind Elwood here. Still got a long way to go. And now, with time starting to head towards the final 25% of the race distance, we've got a way to go. Although we're starting now to play the game of what works and what doesn't work, or assess your rival's strengths and also assess your rival's weaknesses, and you obviously want to try and capitalise on those weaknesses and also make the most of your strengths where you can. And Elwood right now looking very composed out there, to be fair, after having some places put on him early on. I think he's now realised, you know what, I can lead this race, I can run it further back. He prefers to lead it by the looks of things, given the fact he hasn't really let himself be reeled back in and past. But then again, Kramer, Witten and Goldstein, I think, are all just watching this and playing it as patiently as possible, making the way on around. Now we also give a special shout out there to number 13 of Clarkson, a bit further down, 9th in championship class. I believe Clarkson are running in the position of, and I'm very much mistaken, of 12th place there, and that shout out being on behalf of none other than the TCR UK chat of S Green, Eggs and Ham there. And well, I hope you're doing well, good sir, on Madam. But as the field heads across that timeline then, and we can see there the next part of the pack making its way on through, that is the pack for 4th, well in fact 5th, all the way back to 9th place. And well, from there, change position, that is, will be going around the outside in Clevo Corner versus Civet, so he gains another place back into 2nd in trophy, but it'll be the 4th place points he'll be taking home. 5th place points will be taken home if all is said and done, as I adjust my eyesight. And as the drivers come on for a chicane there, well now everybody's starting to play the game of positioning well towards the end of the race, because we haven't got long left. And there's the switch back here of the 175, so it back up the inside there of Willoughby. These two now starting to play the game of to me, to you. But obviously there's a certain rhythm to it, and once you start getting lulled into that rhythm and knowing where you can make the passes or not, you start to understand, okay, where do I want to be at the end of the penultimate lap before going on to the final lap? Do I want to be the car that's behind? Do I want to be the lead car? If I'm the lead car, where do I want to position it into the opening corner, etc, etc. So it's all these things right now that our drivers will need to analyse, and speaking of analysis, we come away. And that is Witten leading the race now as they make the way into complex, and behind him I believe that's none other than Kramer. So Witten has made his way up the 2 places. He was in 3rd previously when we last cut to it. Goldstein's still there in 4th place, not deciding to really reveal his hand at this moment. This really does feel like a game of high speed, high stakes poker, albeit if you could play poker in these case terms, well goodness me, that would be multitasking to the utmost. But right now, aces in hand it would seem for Witten, who's taken the lead, and in fact it's a nice run there down the start finish straight, opens up the gap to a degree, and well, it may not be the same come the run down towards Tower Bend, but you've got to imagine here right now Witten are really trying to get the hammer down here and perhaps just extrapolate a little bit of a lead, try and pull off into the distance to a degree, and if he's able to do so, he may feel quite comfortable towards the end of the race, and it'd be an absolutely grandiose result for him. And to put you in the frame of mind in terms of his championship so far for Witten, one of our championship drivers, well, his best performance so far this season has been a 4th, well in fact has been a 3rd place, and that was a race number 1 at Silverstone last time out at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But only a 3rd place spot on the podium. Can he potentially go 2nd? Can he even go further than that? Can he bring home his 1st win of the season? And that would be a huge result there, given the fact the distribution of wins in the Sigma 150 Championship definitely has been absolutely a very, no doubt about it. Wins for in the way of Harry Kramer, also Stephen Clark and Paul Goldstein. So those 3 really dominating the victory category. But then again, that variance between them right now, we could see a new name add his name to the victory list for 2025. And that would be a fantastic sight, as that's going to be a very deep run there from the number number 94 of Mara, who just keeps it on circuit there, a little bit eager and carrying the speed, and the wash of the 3 K-Tums in front just causing the car to want to understeer slightly wide, and that's one of the things you have to battle in these machines. You learn it so early on in the K-Tum Academy series, is in the fact that these cars, they are very sensitive to the slipstream of the cars in front, and small little moments like that make the difference. If you can conquer those, you can carry more speed into the corners, and you can feel very comfortable on exit. And here we go then, as we do see now, down to 4 minutes, and this is going to be Stibbett trying to keep Willoughby behind. Still, these two fight each other. Fastest lap of the race has just been upgraded to a 32.59, as set by race leader Harry Kramer, who's got back ahead of Witten off camera. But here's the switchback then, and Willoughby will move up into second in a trophy, but that will be 5th place overall. However, we've still got a few laps to go, so therefore don't start jumping up and down yet if you're a Willoughby fan, because anything can happen. It normally does, as that is going to be Elwood up the inside there versus Witten. Witten did not want to yield that position, to be fair. You could see the language of the car at the last moment is sort of fine. I will tuck it to the outside. But now they are starting to get very tetchy, these top 4. They are starting to think about the fact they're running out of laps. They'll do this one plus 2 more, if my maths is correct. And they're all pushing each other to the limit, it would seem. Albeit coming into Sunny Bend then, and rolling on through, where is Harry Kramer, who leads this race ahead of Elwood, the championship class leader ahead of the trophy leader. But of course, Elwood wants overall victory if he wants all 30 points in this one for a race win. You can see that Goldstein now starting to think about that potential move in the golden machine. It will be the golden bar versus the strawberry, and it does seem as though Witten holding on. But look at how, with Witten going a little bit defensive here, how that gap is opening up a little bit. Now he'll let it open up so far, but then he won't fight it anymore, because he'll know that gap to the 2 leaders will start to expand. By the looks of things, they drag their way now onto their penultimate lap. Well, that gap is going to be the best part, unless my maths is incorrect, it is going to be the best part there of about 7/10 of a second as they come across that line. And well, now Witten will be trying to close it up a little bit more. He'll carry all the speed into the corners. He'll look to try and build it back up. Goldstein will come with him. And this top 4 have been absolutely fantastic. The fight for 5th, meanwhile, or 2nd place in trophy, still going the way of Willoughby as it stands, with Stibbett the best part 3.5 attempts behind. But we have got 2 major battles going on inside that top 10. And well, as we see Elwood there up the inside of Kramer. Kramer not ready to defend it. Goldstein in the meantime behind, I think, also trying to go for the move there. Did he get it done? No, he didn't. Too far back, couldn't quite get it done. But now starting to tease out, starting to get Witten to look in his wind mirrors. And that's one thing as well, where the pressure starts to build. And you've been running for so long, you've been running for the best part of 17 to 18 minutes as a pack of cars. You've all obliged each other, but this is where everyone now starts to get the gloves off a little bit. They start to think, okay, I need to make a move. I've got to make it count. I only really get one shot at this, because if I don't get it right, particularly if there's cars in front I want to chase, they're going to get away. And Goldstein now thinking, okay, this is the penultimate lap, there's going to be one more after this, I've got to start making noise. But Witten knows what's coming, and he knows where to position that car, as you can see. Meanwhile, Kramer all over the back of Elwood coming into Complex 1, and then the second part of Complex they go. Fastest lap sits in the hands of Elwood as well, 32.47. The lap times continue to come on down with the power of the slipstream, plus also less fuel in these cars. And now here they go then, ladies and gentlemen, one more lap for our Sigma 150 racers as they come across the line. And well, next time around, who is going to be your round 7 winner of their championship and also the Trophy Cup? We will see, as you see that absolutely huge gap then to 5th place. And in the fight for 5th, it's a bit ahead of Willoughby at the moment, with Mara, Warner and McCall swapping places, and McCall making some more progress in the number 50. As we do see here, the scrap going down to turn number 1. That's going to be the 7 pass by McCall, but McCall goes very late on the brakes. He just stops it in time. Oh, goodness me, that could have been a bit of a brown trouser moment, as they say. And well, I think if he'd gone any later on the brakes, that would have definitely been into the sand. But meanwhile, at the front of the field, Goldstein looking up the inside again, can't quite find it versus Warner, not Warner, Witten I should say, as they roar the way out of Tower Bend. And right now Elwood trying to hold on here, Kramer following. Now Kramer knows all he's got to do is keep Witten and Goldstein behind, and that will guarantee him winners points in championship. But Elwood here will know as well, he's got to keep the pace up, because Kramer would love to put the trophy competitor between himself and the rest of the championship racers behind. But into Sunny in they come. And as they do, Elwood looking quite happy there at the front of this pack, running it all the way out to the edge of the circuit and then some, and around they come. And Kramer having to look in his rearview mirror more and more now, because Witten's going to look one way, he's going to look around the outside into the first part of Complex. Can he go for it there? No, he can't. He'll run deep. Goldstein, meanwhile, can't seem to find the way in, and well, they are all going to be nose to tail as Elwood there. Look how free-flowing he is, using all the width of the circuit. Kramer, meanwhile, so compact there, and as they come out of the final corner, well, the checker flag will wave, and as it does so, it is going to be another victory on the way for trophy competitor, and that is Jamie Elwood there, who takes victory over Kramer, who holds on in the end to take championship class victory, and second place overall. Witten makes it second place in championship class. Big status ahead of Goldstein. Further back in the drag race between Sibbett and Willoughby, it will be Sibbett who takes second place in trophy, but points for fifth overall. Ahead of Willoughby with Murrah, McCall, Warner and Ems completing your run. Excuse me, at the top 10, Clarkson will take home 11th, best of the rest there, and then a drag race between Cordy and White. It will be Cordy who just gets ahead of White right at the finish, with your top 15 completed by Gibson and then Alpine. But we've got a bit of time before Alpine comes across the line. There he is, and he'll be comfortably ahead of Elliott and Heaton at the finish line. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, that definitely built up to a bit of a crescendo there, albeit perhaps not as much fighting as we expected between Kramer, Witten and Goldstein right at the end of the race, but I imagine all three of them are thinking as well about the bigger picture of 2 more races tomorrow, and therefore this is the proverbial calm before the storm, albeit the Caterham Racing always very respectfully ready to go, but you can imagine there that perhaps they're saving it all up for their second and third races on the Sunday. But brilliant racing action all the same. We've got to see some fine pack racing between our quartet of drivers at the front of the field and also the 5-way fight for 5th place in the end. But there's your race winner as he makes his way around, and well, Jamie Elwood will be absolutely pleased with that, and it means now in 5 races he's competed in out of his 6 allotted this season with his nominated rounds, it will be a 4th win of the season. And the only result that's gone astray was at Silverstone last time out in the second race at Silverstone, where in the end he settled for a 4th place finish. But otherwise, Jamie Elwood really has been the man to beat, and we're proving it once again. No appearance of Ben Winrow this weekend, nor Max Haynes, if my analysis is correct, and therefore they're his 2 main rivals, albeit Winrow has already got all his points. But enough about championship points, let's go on to provisional results, subject to stewards' inquiries. Jamie Elwood, your winner then. Overall and in trophy class, he gets the maximum possible points he can for 1st place, ahead of Harry Kramer, championship class winner, and an important win there. And Harry Kramer now makes it his 2nd win of the season. Well, he'll be absolutely happy with that, no doubt about it. Andrew Witten finishing in 3rd place there, and Witten picking up some major points in his campaign. He went into this weekend 6th in the championship. That is going to move him into 5th ahead of Barry White, I believe, with then Paul Goldstein rounding off the top 3 of championship and 4th place overall in a very conservative race there, and I wonder where he's thinking about races 2 and 3 tomorrow. James Sibbett, 2nd place in trophy class, but 5th place overall, as will be classified in terms of the points that come to him. They held off Matthew Willoughby right at the end there, and a lovely drive from Sibbett to finish ahead of Matthew Willoughby. Then we did see Stefano Murrah in 7th place ahead of James McCall, with Rob Warner and Jonathan Ems completing your top 10. Miles Clarkson, best of the rest in 11th place ahead of Gareth Cordy, with Barry White and Mark Gibson rounding off your top 14 finishers. Fastest lap of the race, where it was set with 2 laps to go, it was by Jamie Elwood, and well, that 32.47. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And well, the racing may have concluded today, but we haven't concluded here in the faults of our drivers, because we're going to go straight down to Parc Ferme and hear from our top 3 in the Sigma 150 race. And well, it's over to Ian Waterhouse to hear the faults on our top 3 finishers, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, here he is, Jamie Elwood. He wins a ferocious Caterham Graduates 150 race there. Getting a handshake there from Harry Kramer. Jamie, you came in to Parc Ferme, punching the air, shouting, woohoo! That meant something, right?
Yeah, I wasn't meant to be leading on the last lap. That wasn't the plan, but I seemed to pull it off just anyway.
You managed to hold off the toe against these guys.
Yeah, had to kind of try and break the slipstream, otherwise Harry would have been by me on the straight up to the corner at the top. Church, is it?
It actually looked for like the last 3 or 4 laps, all 4 of you, because Paul Goldstein was right in the mix as well. You didn't actually change position, and when me and Danny here were actually saying this is going to be quite feisty this last lap, but you came through in unison.
Yeah, I wanted to stay in 1st or 2nd, but I missed gear out of the chicane, dropped me back to 4th, and I had to do some battling to get back to the front again.
Well done, congratulations. I know Cheers. This means a lot to you. Great stuff indeed. We've got Andrew Witten over here, looks very happy indeed. Look at this smile, just look at that.
Oh my God, it's
wow.
podium, first podium of the season, absolutely fantastic. What a battle. Credit to
Jamie and Harry and Paul. It was really fair, but really tight racing right from the start to the end.
I've got a sneaky feeling it won't be your last though.
I hope not. I hope not. But you know, if this is all I get for the season, it'll have been worth it. This is fantastic. I can't express how happy I am.
The happiest man I've seen in this part for me. Well done, congratulations. And let's grab Harry. So Harry, we spoke off camera actually in assembly. I said, I'll probably be chatting to you a little bit later, and we are. What a ferocious finish.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you didn't jinx it, Ian. I'd have come to seek you out. Yeah, no, it's a brilliant race. Really exciting. Really
I would have ran away, by the way.
Of course. And I tell you what, I'll be in trouble if I don't say this, but Elsie, you're at home watching. Hello from Daddy.
Well, can I just say as well, what a job he did. Fantastic stuff. Well
Thanks
done.
very much.
Well done.
Cheers.
And we'll see you tomorrow as well. Yes, plenty of action coming up tomorrow. That does round out the action for day one here at Croft. Don't forget, if you're watching on the Bike YouTube channel, of course, or at the TCR YouTube channel, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are back tomorrow for even more TCR, even more Civic Cup track action. The Catering Graduates 150s and Sigma 135s are back in action as well. And also the Junior Saloon Kart Championship. We have that final Civic Cup race as well. So plenty to make sure you tune into. Hit that subscribe button. It means you won't miss any of the action from me today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Well, here and there from Ian Waterhouse and our top three finishers in the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 race, the first of their three this weekend. And that brings to a close all of our racing for this fine Saturday, the 14th of June 2025. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we've got plenty more racing to come tomorrow. And here is a quick overview of our schedule. You have got on the agenda, we kick off with TCR UK. They're back for their second race this weekend. And then we'll be coming to some more Caterham action from the Sigma 135s, head of a return to our Junior Saloon Kart Championships, our 14 to 17-year-olds, the future of motorsport going racing. The Miltech Civic Cup, then we'll follow that. Then we'll have the Sigma 150 Caterham Racing Machines, Track Action Racing Club, and then we shuffle things around. But the key point being is that we have got an absolutely action-packed schedule. And whether you're into touring cars, production street cars going racing, Honda Civic Type Rs, alternatively Caterhams, there is something for everyone here. And let's not forget as well, single class Citroen Saxo Racing. It is going to be a frantic Sunday, and indeed a fantastic Sunday as well, because it is Father's Day, and I can imagine many of our drivers will be looking to have a happy Father's Day, not just with their families at circuit side, but also with regards to bringing home a big present, which could be some big results. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, until tomorrow, well, you've been tuning in today via either the TCR UK YouTube channel, alternatively the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's been great to have you with us. Make sure to like and subscribe so that way you can stay up to date, and also you can make sure it's in your feed to tune in tomorrow. We kick off tomorrow, I believe, at 11:45 in the morning, just in preparation for the TCR UK grid walk there, and we'll get to hear from a multitude of our drivers and also people behind the scenes at the Touring Car Racing UK Championship. But until then, we heard goodbye from Ian. It's also goodbye from myself in the commentary booth for today. My name has been Paul Walsh. Thank you very much for tuning in. You will have myself plus Andy McEwen and also Paul O'Neill on commentary tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll have to hear from plenty of our drivers then. But until then, remember to stay safe, stay smiling, stay well and positive, and most importantly, remember, until tomorrow, back here at Croft Circuit, remember most importantly, to stay on track. Goodbye.